right, folks, we're going to get started. It is 9:06 a.m. City Clerk, would you please do a roll call vote?
Yes, roll call for the continued meeting. Councilmember Carbasi.
Present.
Councilmember Arias. Here. Councilmember Chavez.
Here.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Here.
Councilmember Esparza.
Present.
Vice President Perea.
Here.
And Council President Maxwell will be absent today. We have a quorum.
Thank you. All right, next is the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Councilmember Bredefeld. City Clerk, are there any changes to the hearing schedule as set forth in the agenda?
I have received no changes to the agenda, but of course, Public Works is going to be heard today. It was on the agenda for yesterday, but it's one continuous meeting, so we are good to go.
All right, well then we're going to go into public comment. Are there any members in the audience who wish to speak?
I think we have a card in the basket here.
Good morning, Council. My name is...
I'm sorry, sir. One second.
Oh, sorry.
Are you Alan?
Yes.
Okay. Alan, you have 3 minutes.
Okay. My name is Alan McEwen. I am a member of the Fresno Area Pickleball, Inc. Organization. We're a private nonprofit organization supporting the advancement of pickleball for all of our citizens. I'm here, as I always do, participate in the Measure P Commission meeting. The meeting last night took place. There was a motion made at the very end of that meeting that would affect our pickleball projects that are already in the pipeline to be advanced to have a contractor do the design and environmental work and so forth. The proposal that was approved by the commission was that all of our park sites would use multi-use lines on their court systems. And that has been a generic way that it has been looked at by the city. However, what we had done in partnership with Councilmember Bredefeld and the president of the commission was to not apply permanent courts to the existing tennis court structure, which already have more than one set of lines on them, but to construct a new location at several sites in the parks that would be permanent pickleball courts with the advantage that they would be available to all of our citizens at any time that they wish to play for pickleball. Right now, the Fresno Area Pickleball provides these the equipment and the net systems, and people would have to be restricted in their opportunity to use the pickleball courts at that time. The issue is multi-use. Pickleball courts really do not lend themselves to multi-setup lines. If you put permanent courts in, you have fencing, you have gates, you have not really the ability to have multiple sorts. The individual that made the proposal suggested that maybe 5 sets of lines, as many as 5 sets of lines could be put on a court, and that provides an extremely high confusion rate. So the recommendation that we would like you to continue is to proceed as we had already included the design and environmental funding in the 23 fiscal year, and that we should continue that work, get the answers, and then identify the cost level for the construction phase. Otherwise, it would be disrupted, because of...
You have 5 seconds to wrap it up, Ellen.
Okay. Then it would be a disruption to the contracts for the design company that is going to do the work, and they would have to be pulled and redone all over again.
Okay.
And-
Thank you very much.
Council President, could I ask just a quick
Yeah.
question? So you're not supportive of the recommendation. You think it should have its own pickleball courts designated, not all these lines that was proposed yesterday? Is that
Yes,
the-
for that reason, yes, for that reason, as well as they're available to anybody at any time to play. It's easier to play.
Right.
It's a family-oriented operation, but yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. Up next, we have Emma Sultan.
Thank you. My name is Emma Sultan, and I am the president of Fresno Area Pickleball Incorporated. As Alan said, we're a nonprofit organization providing pickleball for all citizens of Fresno. Our club provides equipment and so on at 3 venues, which are Vinland, Orchid, and Rotary East. And anyone is welcome to come and play for free. Right now, we're having about between 100 and 200 people playing every day on our 3 venues, morning and night. And the growth has just been exponential here in Fresno. We're getting 10 to 15 new players every month coming out to play pickleball. So the usage is gone up tremendously, and the need for permanent courts for the sport will not only benefit pickleball, but it will also benefit the other people that want to play on courts that are multi-use right now. Because Fresno area pickleball and all the people playing in Fresno in pickleball are really utilizing the majority of the time on the courts. So that would free up those courts for people, other things going on. So it's really imperative that we continue to provide pickleball courts, dedicated pickleball courts in the city of Fresno. If you look at other towns around, from Hanford to Fowler to whoever, they all have dedicated courts for pickleball. They do not use multi-use courts. And so I think Fresno should continue in that vein, Visalia as well. So thank you.
Brownie, we have one more.
I just wanted to mention that I have a identification of what I was talking
Sir,
about.
can you give that to the city clerk? Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
I got enough for everybody.
Up next, Pedro.
Hello, good morning, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Pedro Navarro Cruz. I'm a District 3 resident and a community organizer with CNC Education Fund. I am also a part of the Fresno Parks Advocates United Committee within CNC. We're a group of local community members that are just strive to make our parks and recreation system more equitable, more inclusive of everybody that lives within the city. We did send to you all, or folks over the course of the days have sent via email, our budget priorities for this year. They include expanding the fee waiver voucher program to $600,000, $75,000 to conduct an annual representative sample survey, $5 million for a citywide participatory budget engagement process, and also, this doesn't require a fund, but to formalize a relationship or a partnership of some sort with the U.S. Soccer Foundation and their Safe Places to Play initiative to create resurfaced multi-sport possible facilities. Also, supporting a motion of $450K and building an inclusive multi-use court that can accommodate futsal, basketball, volleyball at Quigley, Lyon, and Lafayette Parks. We ask that any new playground be made accessible to all children regardless of their abilities or disabilities. The $6,000 for new goalposts and nets at the hockey rink at Cary Park. We do also support the PRAC recommendation to set aside $1 million for organizations And also, we do, lastly, we support to expand the motion request of $1.7 million exclusively for pickleball courts to also include futsal, basketball, and volleyball courts. I mean, if you're going to pay all this money for the design, you might as well knock out multiple birds with one stone, right? The design process, all of that costs money. However, it's fairly inexpensive when you look at the cost of each court. A pickleball court and futsal basketball court roughly cost between $20,000 to $50,000 each. So if you're going to be spending that money, especially at the regional parks, which are supposed to be for everybody, and especially Roding Park, which is a more lower income area where folks prefer to play all kinds of different sports. I mean, it's great. Like, from the perspective of myself as a parent, I would like to be able to go to Roding Park and have the multiple options of having my kid play tennis, pickleball, basketball, volleyball, futsal, etc. And I think that Fresno families should have that same opportunity. So if we're going to be spending all this money on the design, we might as well make that place more inclusive to everybody else. But yeah, that concludes my comments. Thank you all.
Thank you, Pedro. That concludes those who have requested to speak here in the chambers. Brianna, do we have anyone online?
Yes, we have Lisa Flores.
Lisa, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone, and I hope you give me a little bit more time speaking this morning, especially regarding the issue I have at hand. The issue I have at hand is, first off, there's going to be a pickleball court in Roding being built? Really? That's news to me. First off, my name is Lisa Flores. I'm the organizer of the Central Valley Chihuahua Club and the Roding Park Small Dog Play Group, representing over 235 registered dog owners that use Roding Park annually, especially the small dog park, you know, that you guys put out by the freeway, exposing us to dangerous levels of PM 2.5 and shortening the lives of our animals. The reason why I'm coming to you today is not to talk about the budget. Well, it's kind of talked about the budget because Friday, when it was announced of this meeting, I immediately called the city clerk's office to obtain a copy of the budget so I could review it, analyze it, and discuss it with my members so we could come in force to advocate for the monies for the relocation of the dog park. Because as you know, I've been talking about it for more than 5 years and been coming to you and need to know where the funding's at. I've requested for, almost yearly for an update, and Mr. Aguilera over at the Parks Department has yet to once pick up the phone and call me. You guys all know how to get a hold of me. And now I need to notify you that your meeting has been illegally, does not meet the legal adequate notification and violates my rights under ADA. As everyone knows, especially you, Ms. Perea, that I have double cataracts and really can't read computer screens. It's very difficult, it's very tedious, and it takes a lot of time. And I have not been able, nor am I able, to review the budget in which you're asking me to comment on. I requested a hard copy on Friday, and to date, I have not received a hard copy. I got notice from the city clerk that he couldn't mail it to me for me to receive it in a timely manner because he just got it yesterday. So that means that you're holding this meeting without, which is inadequate notice to the public, especially those under ADA. So as you move forward, I want you to understand the violation that you are participating in. And what is this with a pickleball court in Roding? You're going to fund a pickleball court in Roding when you haven't relocated the dog park yet? What the hey? And that's going to be shocking to the people I'm going to be meeting at 10 o'clock. So, yeah, we're not happy. And we're not very happy. I can tell you that right now.
Thank you, Lisa.
And I thank you for your time. Bye.
Thank you. Council President, that is all the public comment we have online.
Okay, we're going to go back into the dais. We have one more card from Brandy.
Thank you so much for the time. First, I want to recognize that a lot of people were expecting to talk yesterday and didn't because they did not know that public comment was only going to be at the beginning of the day. They were expecting it during the thing. So as far as due process, we really need to make sure that the community has a chance to participate. I want to agree with the thing asked of Pedro with CNC, special participatory budget, and thank you for and support the volunteer thing. I also want to thank you for the warming and cooling center and thank the Parks Commission who put that recommendation back in the fall for the 400,000. I do want to address, I'm sorry, this is wrinkled, the public utilities part of HART. On the budget, it says that they respectfully handled people's belongings. This is a list of some of the things in the past year that people have told me that they've taken, including times where, in not doing due process, they ran over someone's animal and a litter of kittens. I've had people, there was a time where I gave a bunch of excess blankets to someone when the warming centers closed to give out, and HART took those and would not let them keep it. There was there are a number of belongings, people's food and whatnot, and while we address the police in here, I know that public utilities also has a say. There was times when some of us were going to assist and help take someone's stuff, so it's not a matter of taking up time, but the person from public utilities said, no, he doesn't need to have that taken with him, we'll store it, which for some people is very inaccessible. That person was in Southeast Fresno. They would not let me help this person take a bike. They've prohibited, the public utilities people have prohibited people being able to take blankets. One man who was elderly and his elderly parents' photograph was taken was arrested when he was trying to pass on his belongings so that it wouldn't be in the area, so it would keep it clean, but he was trying to move on. And so I want to dispute the claims in the budget that people's belongings are respectfully handled, because in a lot of ways they're not. In fact, one of our people told us that one of the people from public utilities said, well, it's all stolen stuff anyways, and this is to older women who use their limited income to be able to provide not only for themselves but for other people. We need to have respect. We need to have another option other than the HART team, because all these things, both things that are life, medicine, IDs, cell phones with important numbers with their caseworkers, as well as things that are just make life, like the elderly man's birthday cake, a memento from family members, someone's ashes, are being taken, and they are indiscriminately allowing or even telling the police not to let people hold on to their stuff. So I oppose funding for public utilities for HART and for the statement on there. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Brandy. Brianna, we do have one more card. Is it Alicia? Okay. Floor is yours.
Corchado, sorry. Okay. So my name is Alicia Corchado. So I've always been kind and wanting to help those in need. I am on my journey to advocacy for those, the needy. I've always spoke about helping people, police brutality, and things like that. And my brother, Robert Corchado, was murdered on March 4th of 2023. So that has given me more of a passion to help those in need. And obviously, we're funding the Fresno Police Department when we should be funding these youth groups and these people that are in need because they're actually going into this cycle and set up for failure. Basically, setting them up for addictions, influences. We should be more, using more of the taxpayers' money to help the youth, especially the Good Samaritans of the city. I have worked since age 16, and, I'm a good mother. I've worked in the medical field for 10 years. There's people who do not belong in medical field, for example. I've always done the work that I needed to do and fulfill my duties. Basically, everything has been ripped away from me. So I do need help making a federal claim because my so-called brother's friends have been doing fraudulent activity on my whole name. So this situation has helped me find my purpose, and this is my purpose that I was already trying to fulfill before. And I was clouded by these influences such as greed, addictions, selfishness. But with the grace of God, I have been blessed with the strength to overcome these. And with my brother as my guardian angel, I will serve my purpose to help those in need with strength and boldness. Also, I would like to make these claims, federal claims against Brandy Ramirez and Marcy Church. Thank you.
Thank you, Alyssa.
Council President, we have Adrian Amaya online.
All right, the floor is yours.
Adrian, you're unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning. My apologies. Good morning. My name is Adrian Zárate Amaya. I've been a resident of Fresno for the last 5 years. And what I wanted to share is a couple of things. Previous to moving to California, I lived in Hawaii for 12 years, where a lot of the programs available to the community were very sparse or very few and in between. And what I've seen here is that the opportunity that we have to take care of the community, the youth, it's great, especially with all these communications that everybody's having, all these professional people talking. And I'm very excited for the fact that everybody's talking about these things to take care of the parks, the community, the youth. For me, I've been coaching for the last 18 years of my life, where my kids have been, playing since they were little. Now my daughter graduated from University of Upper Iowa, and soccer was her avenue to get to her education with no loan or any debt whatsoever. My son is well in his way to do the same. I know that's a bit irrelevant, but I feel that the fact that we are trying to get the youth and the community involved and making sure that they have the resources to stay out of trouble, to pay for a park that will allow them to go and visit it, and something that they could be proud of. I feel that there's a great step for the county to be sure that, everybody's taken care of. For me, I'm a huge guy on futsal. And the reason I say that is because it's in my blood. I've done it for many, many years. And I can see that we don't need a large space to make sure that we, influence many youth. And, when I hear that the resurfacing of courts, resurfacing or multi-purpose areas, it gets, to me, it feels that it's a great step towards a better Fresno. And, I just really appreciate everybody for being here and speaking about these issues and the ways that we can make the county better. And that's just my 2 cents. I really appreciate it. I would move that we support CNC's way of doing things towards their programs that they're recommending. I just feel that because they are the park advocates, the budget would definitely help in many ways, and not just one particular demographic, but all of them across the board. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
At this time, there's no more public comment on Zoom.
Okay, looks like we have one more person who wishes to speak in the chambers.
Annie.
All right, Annie, the floor is yours.
I just wanted to comment on the multiple use courts. I've been playing on the courts in Fresno pickleball for at least 8 years, and we have multiple use courts with tennis and pickleball. So we have 2 lines for 2 different games on the same court. And that's confusing to new people. we try to emphasize what color we're focusing on, and it still takes a long time for people to get used to focusing on the right lines for what they're playing. If you go multiple sports on the same court and go past like 3 or 4 different colored lines, you're going to make those courts unusable. People can't, they cross, the lines all cross. And they have to figure out a way to make the lines cross without obliterating the lines they're on. I don't see how you could go more than maybe 3 colors, and that's going to be really hard for anybody to play any of those games. So that's all I had to say. You have a limit to what you can do on a court with multiple games. I just don't see it being practical. Thank you.
Thank you, Annie.
Next, we have Harman Singh.
Harman, you're up.
Thank you, council members. Just quickly want to address what the previous speaker was saying. While you do have multiple lines, I agree it can be confusing. There are ways to mitigate the confusion. You can have guides saying that, hey, these green lines are for this sport, these blue lines are for this sport. It's really not that hard. All you're doing with multi-use courts is giving more people an opportunity to play the sport of their choice. I do want to say that for the past couple years, I've noticed that pickleball has gotten a little bit more funding, or attention at least, than sports that other communities play, such as volleyball, field hockey, futsal, tennis, basketball. That's, while I have absolutely nothing against pickleball, I do think we should be also prioritizing other sports just as much. And so I think that if a multi-use court can tackle all the various sports we play, I'm not saying have 5 different sports on one court, but at least, tennis, pickleball, and volleyball and futsal, all of those can easily fit on one court. I was looking it up yesterday. It's super easy to, get those type of multi-use courts. So that's kind of what I'm asking from City Council. Please, when you all are passing the budget or, passing the motions for pickleball courts, I would highly suggest that you change those motions to make those courts multi-use, just to give other communities an opportunity to also utilize those courts as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Harman. Next, we have Ashley.
Hi, Council. Happy Wednesday. Budget hearings. Looking forward to seeing as much enthusiasm in funding our Parks Department and other departments as we saw from Council across the board yesterday for the Police Department. I'd love to see buildings being offered to folks across city departments. I would also like to echo the sentiments expressed by the members of the CNC Parks Coalition around their ask for futsal courts, and to really look at the disparate spending on pickleball courts. And by no means do I have a preference or bias against any of these sports. It just seems that when you're listening to community, the preference is for futsal courts, and that there is a disparity in spending for pickleball. Lastly, I think it's important to highlight, we'll be talking about public utilities today, and the way in which they interact with the HEART team, and removing quote unquote waste, which is actually the personal belongings of our unhoused residents. And so I think that the process by which those belongings are handled, measured, quote unquote, disposed of, ought to be evaluated. And it would be really helpful to understand the cost associated specifically with that function. Lastly, the Parks Police, if we could hear more about how and why that budget is coming out of the Parks Department. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. Next, we have Tony.
Hello?
Yes.
Oh, hi, my name is Tony Quesada. I'm a local soccer coach here in Fresno, California. And a big problem that we have with our parks is that we don't have enough green space to use. So I totally agree with CNC on having multi-use courts. We have seen this in Bakersfield. They have 10 courts and they're all multi-use and they arrange the times correctly. That way, no sport interferes with each other and they're able to work together. And again, they have pickleball, they have futsal, they have volleyball, basketball, soccer. So it's common sense to have multi-use sport courts. Thank you.
Thank you. Council President, that's all the public comment we have.
All right, seeing no more public comment in the chambers or online, we're going to move forward with our budget hearings, starting with the Public Works Department. Director Mosier, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Council Vice President, council members. Thank you for the time this morning. We're here to present to you the proposed fiscal year 2024 Public Works Department operating and capital budget. All right. And we should be all set here shortly. All right. Just to summarize Public Works overall, as council's very familiar with, we focus on really building and maintaining critical backbone infrastructure for the city. That includes everything: streets, sidewalks, traffic signals, our median islands, parks, street trees, the landscaping, our trails, and public facilities that support multiple goals that are important to the community, to the council, to our mayor: neighborhood revitalization, public safety, economic development, sustainability, and air quality. And building a better Fresno has been our mission statement for it's been over 15 years. We've really adopted that, and it really exemplifies everything that we do, our goals. So again, looking at the organization chart, we do have 8 distinct divisions within the department. I know we talk a lot about street maintenance. That may be the first thing even the public thinks about with Public Works, but we really range from everything from our traffic operations and planning, housed here on both the 4th floor, and our traffic operations center out at the MSC. Our administration division, the grants are extremely critical. Most of what we do is grant funded. Our grants position is housed in administration. We handle the citywide ADA program, liaison role, and advisory to all departments, including even things like the website and accessibility. Of course, all of the finance and budgeting. Our construction management division, located offsite on Van Ness here in downtown, Cultural Arts District, handles construction management of all the projects, citywide projects really in the city, except for those done at the airport. And also everything that's done by private development. The group there, Subdivision Inspection, is tasked with ensuring that the infrastructure constructed, whether sewer, water, street lights, landscaping, are all done consistent with adopted standards and plans. Our sustainability division, you're also familiar with as a council, although a staff of 2, very mighty and accomplishes a lot without a capital budget, projects that pay for themselves. Of course, street maintenance division, everything from pavement maintenance to concrete, street lighting, the street sweeping program, traffic signals, street lights, paint and sign. Landscape, we have the citywide landscape maintenance, as discussed. That ranges from parks, trails, our median island street tree program, to all the community facilities district and those features. Our engineering division, of course, is tasked with design, plan review, and project management. Both for your traditional public works street type of projects to active transportation, all the way to our site development team that handles work for our client departments, principally parks, police and fire on developing those facilities. And lastly, graffiti abatement. Our team there, also housed at the MSC, handles graffiti abatement citywide. Within the right-of-way, we're a 7-day-a-week operation within graffiti. And we also have a contract with Caltrans wherein the state reimburses us for graffiti that we can abate within the freeway state right-of-way. All right, going back to accomplishments, then some things that we're proud of. Our largest project currently is the Veterans Boulevard project. We're excited that we're delivering that, continue to be on time, actually ahead of schedule and under budget. So if all continues to go well, we hope to return some dollars back to the Measure C regional pot that'll help us with some additional projects in the city. Completed 6 new traffic signals, improved over 10 miles of our corridors with the ITS traffic synchronization adaptive system on the BRT corridor, so we continue with those initiatives. We will talk more about Measure P and projects. We are able to, big highlight this year, getting the Van Ness and Weldon initial street work, removal of a free right turn, eliminated, prepare for the new park. Now we have a contractor on board, just waiting for play equipment to make that happen. Our council president, I know, is excited about Erickson Elementary with CDBG funding, first time since the 1960s that neighborhood had been repaved. Grant awards. Protected bike lanes has been a big initiative this year. Council has been very supportive. We've installed protected bike lanes on Van Ness, Maple, and First Street. And then we have an additional 7 miles in the construction phase now. All of those are starting within the next 4 weeks. So a lot of activity coming up on Washon, Fulton, Palm, Belmont, and then the Barstow corridor from Blackstone all the way to Cedar at Fresno State. Sustainability, big highlights. Again, we're 90% complete. We'll be 100% complete by June 30th on the energy efficiency upgrades at 73 sites, 57 of those being parks. That project's paid for $22 million in energy savings over the next 15 years. Renewable energy as well, that's solar, a lot of DPU work over there. All right. And then on the Measure P front, we were able to repair and restore irrigation, as we shared with our Parks Commission last night. 57 parks. We continue to be at work on that every day. Through Measure P, we were able to improve trail maintenance to a 60-day cycle. At the low point, economically, we were basically once a year servicing our trails in the city, pre-Measure P, and during a lower point in the economy. The street tree program has been a significant focus, both for our mayor and the council. We're excited to report back this last year, 39 geobases trimmed, 17,200 trees. And then thanks to council districts with support on infrastructure funding, that's an additional 16 using council infrastructure funding. So we're continuing to be on track with that 10-year trim cycle, and the budget before you for the year ahead would include that $2.8 million again. Wanted to share, actually hot off the presses, the bullet point here talks about 1,500 new trees planted in the city. I apologize, we actually have more current information even tallying those up. We're at 1,800 new trees, so we exceeded the council's 1,000 new tree goal this year. Our freeway litter program going well. New development, we process final maps we bring before the council at least every month, if not every meeting, with a final map approval. 21 new maps supporting housing and new development. Also a big highlight, discussion with the building industry. We formed, council opted to form Community Facilities District number 18 for public safety services in our new growth areas to ensure residents receive that future service for fire protection and police services. And then, of course, our street maintenance team, 14 miles of sidewalks, 11 miles of curb and gutter in the city. There's been a lot of discussion about potholes, 6,000 calls for service, and then 30,000 graffiti calls. So, and then lastly, to close, highlights. So we look back over the year, and at any one time, we are managing over 100 active construction contracts, and our steady average has been $216 million under construction at any one time. So going over the numbers, this is the proposed FY 2024 total budget. Out of the $350 million, $43 million is with personnel. We have roughly 400 employees or authorized positions in the department, $43 million. That's proposed to increase, as you'll see on the next slide. Non-personnel, that ranges from everything from construction contracts, paying consultants for the design work on our predominantly grant-funded capital projects, to things like utility bills, chemicals, all those line items, $270 million. Interdepartmental at $37 million. That includes things like our ISF charges, internal service funds for things, for example, facilities charges, for fleet, for ISD and technology. All right, looking at positions on the next slide, this shows by division. And for this slide, budgetarily, traffic signals and street lights is budgetarily a division. They do report under street maintenance altogether. But grand total, the proposed budget would increase 46 authorized positions in Public Works, bringing the total up to 453. The two largest areas, and we'll touch on specific positions next slide, will be largest is landscape maintenance at 32. That's between Measure P with the growth of parks, park resources, and then also our community facilities district program. Street maintenance next at 6.5, and that's both the pothole crews, predominantly pothole crews being added there. So walking through some specifics here. So within administration, we are proposing one management analyst 2 related to the Tyler Munis human resource, the personnel transition, and then to be able to implement that system. That's at $66,600, and that supports really every other part of the operation to make those work. We don't want administration to be a bottleneck and not able to deliver the program. Within engineering, just due to the high workload, new grants, projects received in transportation project management, we're proposing 2 supervising professional engineers to deliver these major projects. Within traffic operations and planning, there's a supervising professional engineer proposed out at the Traffic Operations Center, and we have not added any staff at the TOC in over a decade. And meanwhile, we've been adding numerous traffic signals each year, synchronizing more corridors, and finally, we are in desperate need of adding that staff to manage the system. And street maintenance, 2 new pothole crews are proposed. The makeup of those crews is shown here. One would be a smaller 2-person crew for more of the traditional pothole repair approach, and then 5-person would be what we call a breakout and patch crew. This is not simply just fill a pothole with cold mix and move on, because we have areas where there are multiple potholes concentrated in locations, and then what's necessary to cost-effectively repair that, while we don't have funding to completely repave all of these areas, is to break out that area and then repave, for example, a 10 by 10 patch of pavement to address that failed condition. And we do not have that staff dedicated. When we're in heavy paving season, we have certain days where if we have some staff members absent, whether that's due to sick, planned vacation, any kind of injury, surgery, anything recovering from, we may not have anyone out there to patch a pothole. All hands on deck, everyone's needed in terms of the paving operation. To actually go fill potholes, we may have to not even pave that day. So this enables us to continue to service and respond because potholes accumulate throughout the year. All right. Landscape maintenance, as mentioned, in this area, over 30 positions. The big highlights there, one is a new trail crew for the San Joaquin River Parkway that has dedicated funding under Measure P, and we really need to begin addressing that and going to work on it, and really not just trying to cannibalize from other parts of the operation to address the need. And there's a dedicated guaranteed funding stream there. Also, 6 irrigation specialists, 2 would be devoted to the highest need parks as defined by the council. They would focus only there. 4 within our CFDs. Also a CFD turf crew for, again, the growing inventory. 8, and then 12 staff would be for a brand new mow crew in the city. And this is really critical in order to maintain the new parks that are coming online. For example, in Southwest Fresno, we have the very large brand new community park on a 10-acre site through TCC and some developer fees. Things like Dolores Huerta Park, Van Ness Weldon, other facilities we really need to bring a crew on board because we are at our maximum level currently with the inventory that we already have. In traffic signals and streetlights, 1 new electrician for traffic signal maintenance, similar to the TOC, adding an engineer for signal timing and oversight. We just have really grown that inventory. We have not added an electrician for traffic signal maintenance for the last dozen years. So this is a critical need to keep that ratio at a manageable level. And lastly, within sustainability, as I mentioned, we have a manager and a staff assistant currently doing a tremendous amount, but there is a lot more opportunity there. So we are proposing a program manager to build that group from 2 to 3, and I believe we'll have tremendous returns on that investment. Okay, moving on. Next slide deals with our, the system's a little bit sluggish there, my apologies. So most impactful items, this again meaning what's most impactful or constraining on our budget. Contractual obligations are things like our outside vendors. They're helping get things done at $8 million. Utilities is a really significant issue. You'll see the number there, Council, $7,482,900. Out of that, $4.3 million is our traffic signal and street light. That's our PG&E total cost. $2.6 million of that figure is the electricity bill. $1.7 million is our repayment through 2027 on the citywide street light conversion to LEDs. So just put that in context. It is very fortunate. We are very grateful for previous council decision to go forward with that LED conversion. When we did that project initially, we had $1.7 million for the loan payback and $1.7 million on the power bill, or actually $1.6 million on the electric bill. That's now gone up by $1 million due to PG&E rate increases. So with that, coupled with kind of pandemic process increase in vehicle cost, that's about $1.2 million total of those increases. What you'll see in the budget is then those increases of $1.2 million, mostly PG&E, that actually consumes more of our city's share of the gas tax revenues. And with that, we wind up, through the budget, we actually wind up having to shift our 7-week concrete repair program from gas tax, traditional gas tax sources into SB1. So basically, we're having to shift that program around and have less resource available for other things because of the power bill, and that's not an option for us to not pay the street light bill or not pay the traffic signal power bill. And again, equipment, materials, leases, that's 2 items there. As mentioned, we do have about 50 staff located at Van Ness facility, our construction management office, and this includes the street sweeper leases. Previously, it was discussed to not purchase those street sweepers outright, but to go ahead and do a lease arrangement on those. Fleet fuel and then fleet, that includes all the equipment, vehicles that are noted in the budget materials you've received. And then technology, simply upgrading things like computers, software, we as designers and delivering the program that we handle for the city, obviously we have to upgrade our computers, we have to upgrade things like AutoCAD, software licenses to be able to deliver the program. Next, we wanted to share with you, out of the total budget, with a very broad capital improvement program. That includes everything from things like grant-funded traffic synchronization to safety projects, trails, bike lanes, all these various things. A question that's come up is, well, how much are we doing that's actual pavement and concrete repair work, and then how much of that by district? So just going through those, out of our budget, that's $52 million in capital improvement SB1 projects that are related specifically to street repair, not tree trimming, not street light repairs, but specifically pavement and concrete. The vast majority of that $52 million are grant-funded projects, council supported, ranging from things like the First Street reconstruction from Olive to Tulare, to projects on Shaw Avenue, E Street, through just all over the city. And you can see the numbers there by district. All right, I wanted to highlight we've talked about a lot of the program is grant funded, so the federal grant program altogether proposed, you can see CDBG. Recently, council approved the annual action plan, which includes projects listed here on this slide. Floridora, Yosemite Middle School, Safe Routes to School, Highway City reconstruction, Knight Avenue, just north of Jensen, adding sidewalks, and then a major project in Council District 1, Valentine, Norwich, Marks, Holland area through CDBG. On the federal side, through Federal Highway Administration, that's over 50 different capital improvement projects contained in the budget before you, in the detailed pages. We meet monthly with each of your offices to review project status. These are all projects we've talked about before during those status meetings. That totals almost $37 million of what's contained in the capital improvement budget, grant funded. Two big highlights through USDOT, nationwide competitive process. We're very excited about the Vision Zero Safety Action Plan that's contained in the budget, as well as a Reconnecting Communities grant in District 3 at Roding Park to bridge from Parkway Drive to Roding Park. Then going on to the state side of things, TCC, that's the original $70 million. You see there's $20 million in the budget for FY24. Projects council previously approved, ranging from the Chinatown Urban Greening to Mariposa Plaza, a big Southwest Trail. And largest project for us is the new community park near State Center Community College, bounded by Church, Walnut, Jensen, and Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. ATP, about $2 million there. We talked about Blackstone, McKinley, TOD with the Lingo development. And then Clean California. We're currently out to bid on that $3.8 million project along the Belmont Corridor, project in Districts 3 and District 7. And then lastly, and I know there was a public comment on this, budget does contain $16 million in San Joaquin River Conservancy grant dollars. We've been assured, just in response to that one comment, we were assured by San Joaquin River Conservancy staff that they estimated they have up to $30 million available in improvements. So the budget before you contains the estimated cost. That's based upon our preliminary engineer's estimate for the project. Obviously, that will require a grant agreement between the city and the Conservancy and a bid and award process prior to. If we're awarded higher dollar amount through the Conservancy, we'd certainly bring before you an AAR to increase it. If for some reason it were lower and we had to do scope reductions, the budget would be modified consistent with that. So just wanted to address that comment. On the Measure C front, Our budget does contain $18 million in regional Tier 1 projects. These are dollars that through Measure C, there was a voter-approved list. You could call them earmarked projects. There's a specific list. Those dollars cannot be moved around. They cannot be used for maintenance, transit, or any of the formula-based money that comes to the city of Fresno and the other agencies. These are the regional projects. And that's Peach Avenue. That's a large one. Just some wrap-up small costs on Veterans Boulevard. Those contracts have all been awarded. And then the Herndon widening at Polk and Milburn as well. On the Measure C TOD front, that includes a few different grants, and then also a significant grant the council supported for new technology. That's our, through ITS, stands for Intelligent Transportation System, phases 1 and 2. So we're continuing to implement those improvements with the team. Okay, lastly, just wanted to touch on a few more. The largest single project you'll see in our capital budget for '24 is $44.3 million on the Blackstone-McKinley grade separation. Those are predominantly right-of-way cost for the project, and that's on track to be ready for full construction in fiscal year '26. We would complete right-of-way and complete utility relocations in '24 and fiscal year '25 for that project. And again, we've had grants to the state have come before the council. We're waiting for news on that from Sacramento, but we are pursuing grants to be able to fully fund the construction phase. Okay, just wrapping up with 2 more slides. Every single project that we do involves some level of community engagement and outreach, but I wanted to focus on 5 that are planning related work that have a much higher level of community engagement. One is the Vision Zero Safety Action Plan. We're just working with Washington, D.C., with USDOT to get that agreement executed. Once that occurs, then we'll be working with each of your offices along with the school districts and community members to form a technical advisory committee to develop that Vision Zero Safety Action Plan, and hiring a consulting firm team to do that work and put that together, pulling together a lot of different input, ranging from community members to school districts to our internal city divisions like solid waste or the fire department. Vision Zero may include, okay, can we do this traffic calming to slow speeds and improve safety? But yet, how do we bring a solid waste vehicle, refuse truck through that intersection? How does the fire department effectively respond quickly, 4 minutes to excellence, when we have things that, and so we have to balance that, where there will be quite a bit of work to be done. We do have our bike and trail master plan update budgeted this year. That's our active transportation plan through Measure C. We're about halfway through the effort on through Assembly Bill 617, the truck rerouting study, along with the South Central Community Steering Committee and subcommittee. A lot of good work there. We look forward to bringing that plan, which would ultimately, the hope, the ideal outcome is that we're able to reach consensus and bring before the City Council some amendments to the truck route map, the authorized truck routes within the city. On our urban forest management plan, again, that consultant's well underway. Lots of input being received. We got over 1,000 responses as a result of the Fresno Bee's article highlighting the work of this study. And again, that will culminate with a recommended plan coming back before the council. And then lastly, we talked about the USDOT grant for this new pedestrian bridge from Parkway to Roding Park. In closing, before we get into detailed questions, what are the new programs within Public Works? So one is the Alley Gate program, and as proposed, that includes $25,000. This program it was housed in public utilities for about close to 10 years for Alley Gate maintenance within the solid waste division. That was transferred at mid-year '23 really back to Public Works. That had been in Public Works prior, kind of pre-Great Recession, that had been a staple in Public Works. Tower District pressure washing team at $284,800. That is proposed to be outsourced to a private vendor to be able to clean sidewalks, provide extra litter control within that area, weekly cleaning of the Tower District sidewalks. New pothole crews, as noted, over $1.6 million. Note 3 on this slide includes the breakdown. Where does that money come from? $1.5 million in Measure C, and then through this is the acronym we love to pronounce, ABX 86 gas tax. One of the flavors of gas tax is $178,000. I want to note that's really startup costs. That includes the vehicles. Really ongoing, that cost goes down to under $600,000 a year, Measure C. New trail crew through San Joaquin River Parkway component of Measure P. And then lastly, the Parks Mow crew to be able to service all of the facilities that we're designing, building, and adding to our inventory. And so with that, thank you for the time of going through those materials, and my staff and I are available for any questions.
Thank you, Director. Colleagues, does anyone want to punch up? All right, Councilmember Arias.
I'm just going to warm up, City Manager. Unlike Twitter, I get to respond here. I do have one question, Director. Of your budget, how much is funded by the general fund? How much general fund money do you have?
General fund total, let us pull that up.
Yeah.
While we're doing that, our general fund predominantly comes in just a few areas. We have developer fees for service, so everything in general fund that's related to traffic, engineering services, those are all the plan checks paid for by development projects. Same thing in construction management. We cashier fees paid by developers into the general fund and provide service. Parks.
So for example, when a developer built a housing project, they pay towards the intersection and you use those funds to build the intersection?
No, the fees there, those are things like plan check fees. So when the staff reviews plans for whether it's a subdivision, curb gutter sidewalk on, say, a new shopping center, that's paid into the general fund, that's revenue, and then we have expenses out of that.
So is that like the income that your department earns by processing projects?
That is correct, and likewise, when a final subdivision map comes in, the developer pays inspection fees for the streets, curbs, gutters, sidewalks, sewer and water. We inspect everything in the public right-of-way. We receive general fund for that, and then we expend that.
I'm not referring to
Master fee schedule. So
yeah, nothing earned by the department. Is there a general fund infusion to the department of any kind?
I believe so.
And it doesn't, I'm not trying to put you on the spot. You guys can get back to me on that.
Yeah.
But what I like to know is, I know there's earned income, your fees, there's state and federal grant funds that we get awarded, there's Measure C funds, there's SB1 tax funds, but what in this budget, and specifically the last 3 budgets, has the general fund, unrestricted general fund, contributed towards public works in general, and for what specific projects? If it's staffing of positions, so be it. If it's funding a specific public works project, identify that project, but I'd like to know what the general fund's commitment to public works is for the last 3 years.
Very good, and that total is $23 million in general fund as proposed in the FY24 budget.
For what projects, or is it staffing?
But our team could, and that's the staffing we discussed already about our traffic, engineering services, construction management staff for developer plan reviews and inspection.
But that's all earned income. It's not a general fund.
Correct. And then the other general fund, the main general fund line item, are the council infrastructure. It's in the public works budget. Originally, it was $10.5 million. then this budget carries over a portion of that into fiscal year '24 of the remaining
So let me be
balances.
clear on my request, and I'll put this in writing so we're on the same page. I'd like to know for the last 3 years, what is the general fund commitment to the Public Works Department that excludes any earned income from fees, any state or federal grants, any Measure C, any council infrastructure budgets?
Excludes council
Yes.
Okay, that's the
Okay.
large majority of it, so, okay.
That is a large majority, yes.
And what I'm trying to get at is how much is the administration recommending from the general fund that it's outside all those parameters? I know how much of the general fund the police department gets and the fire department gets, but I don't know how much the public works department receives from the general fund. That's the number I'm trying to get clear on.
Councilmember Arias, you're asking about a contribution
Yes.
over and above any other revenue that is
Earned.
raised
Received.
Understood.
Things of that nature.
from other sources. Got it.
Yep.
Very good. We can provide that.
And just so you know, where I'm trying to get at is not gotcha stuff, but I'm trying to understand what is the city's commitment historically and what is the commitment next year from the general fund, beyond what your staff earns in processing project and fees. On solar, what are the pending solar projects that are in the queue for construction?
And Council, we have 3 projects currently in construction. That's Fire Station 18 solar, animal shelter, and then the Southeast Police Department substation. Those were previously approved by the council. Beyond that, we did bring a proposed contract for police, fire, and park facilities before the council. And the decision, the council at the time was not to move forward with that. But the direction to staff was put together an RFP. The challenge was, as we discussed, was that if the CPUC adopted net energy metering, NEM 3.0, then that would delay everything. So where we are right now, we would love to move forward with those. However, in discussions with potential vendors, and even what you hear in the private sector for commercial accounts, is we are no longer able to move forward with those in terms of a project that pays for itself, because the implementation has not been finalized at the state level. What's going to be available for credits? NEM 3.0 dramatically revises that. It greatly reduces credits that projects that proceeded before that were able to get. So we're watching that regularly. And as soon as that's finalized, then we can move forward. The projects that would be in the queue would be those same numerous park sites, especially community centers. What we're really looking at are sites that have a higher electric bill, and we're able to then offset that. The big question, of course, being, okay, how does that pencil out now with the state requirements for battery storage, such that, that power then becomes available after the sun goes down.
I'm fully aware of the discussion we had a few months ago in which the council said that the proposal wasn't good enough and asked staff to go back. So is it my understanding that staff has been basically on pause since then, waiting for state regulations to be finalized?
Staff has continued to look at those, but we've shifted efforts to other projects and opportunities. Again, we have a team.
Is
really
that
a team
the
of
fire animal shelter that you referenced?
Those have moved forward. Let me ask our sustainability manager, Ann Cluse, to speak briefly to that.
And Director, just so you know, the reason I'm asking is at the time that you're telling us we're kind of on pause with any new projects, you're asking for new positions in the department. So if there isn't work for them to do, I'm trying to ascertain why are we asking for more bodies then?
Yeah, so great news. In addition to the 3 that Scott mentioned that are already been constructed and are waiting to be connected, we also have in the next 60 days, we're going to be mobilizing on several projects for DPU, which would be the wastewater treatment plant, both surface water treatment plants. We also have 2 projects moving forward for FACTS. We have 1 project near complete construction at the airport, And then we also have the airport administration. So, I mean, the great news is we have 32 megawatts that are in process right now. And we redid the numbers on those. The 20-year savings for the 32 megawatts of solar that you did approve is, the 20-year savings is $143 million on your PG&E bill. So we've got a lot of work to do. Yes, we would like to do more as soon as this whole issue is settled with the CPUC, because there's still outstanding rules while they're finalizing the tariff, which we're expecting to happen by the end of the year. Then we'll go back out to RFP and start looking, how do we do the parks and the smaller projects? But I want to point out that in the beginning of 2021, we were at 1.6% of the PG&E bill was offset by solar. By the time we're finished constructing that, what we have in the queue, we will be at 46.5% of your PG&E bill will be offset by solar. We'll be at a fixed rate for 20 years, which means you're going to save $143 million on your PG&E bill. So kudos to you all for approving the 32 megawatts that's in a queue.
And Council,
Can you provide us a complete list of all the solar projects that have been completed, the ones that are coming online, and the ones that are in the queue, and when they're anticipated to be operational, as well as the ones that are yet to be, put out?
we're glad to do so. I wanted to add simply on the new staff, it does typically take 3 to 5 months to bring someone on board through recruitment, that whole process. We believe, one, that would coincide well with the NEM 3.0 finalization, and then two, there's also a lot of additional opportunity out there that we're passing over now, just from a bandwidth perspective on staff for sustainability. One is in terms of electric vehicles. We know that's such a heavy lift. We're not going to be able to just do that on our own. There's going to be a need for grants and funding. Also, two other aspects of sustainability. We've talked a lot about energy projects here. That's kind of the low-hanging fruit. One is sustainability at transportation. Again, there's opportunity for more grants and funding and resources to improve the community. We believe this additional position would help there. And then lastly, in terms of recycled water conversions, there's a big need to look at our existing median islands, park facilities, and such to, again, even though Public Utilities has a good program developing the facilities, trying to work with private property owners, there's a big need on our side for the public green space, including medians, some of our landscape buffers, to then work on those conversions. So we feel just, building from 2 to 3, there will be significant returns that we can reap from that.
Yeah, and what I'm trying to reconcile, Director, is I'm hearing from every department, including the mayor, PG&E costs are up, but what I'm not seeing is the urgency to operationalize new solar projects that would essentially address that growing crisis. So that's why I'm interested to learn where all these projects are. We gave direction months ago. I've yet to see any work being done. If the answer is we're waiting for state regulations to be finalized, if the answer is the market is no longer in the condition that it makes financial sense to us, then I think for the council it's appropriate time for us to discuss, do we need to invest general fund dollars now to build solar projects that would at least reduce electricity costs on outgoing years, since the market, the solar companies' environment no longer are attractive enough for us to simply rely on third-party investment into solar. So I would appreciate that work. The City Hall gate, I know it's been a 3-year project. When do I anticipate it being operational?
Council, that is very close, and the work really is just largely with Information Services Department on the communications side of it. Internal to the building, the contractor has done well. We did have a delay on the wrought iron gate material, more of a pandemic supply chain problem. But at this point, it's just been on the technology and communications of the system between City Hall security, the servers, the system, to assure that one of our charter officials comes through with the badge, that it actually opens the gate. We don't want to have a problem there once we operate it. And
Yeah,
open it
I
up.
recognize you guys' work is complete. In the last 6 months, I've seen the IT folks out there, but I mean, I've also seen people, transients, folks sleeping there, having medical emergencies there. Is there any idea when IT is going to figure that out?
I have an update, but I have a number of comments. I have it on my list to address when you're finished with your comments, Councilmember Arias.
Do you have an update for the operational gate?
So we just completed testing. I have to put together an AO per the security ordinance to determine, other than the charter officials, who is going to be allowed to use the pedestrian gate, because otherwise we are going to have the masses coming through the pedestrian gate, and the council, at the time we talked about this, wanted us to sort of regulate between the front door, and I have to do that. That's on my list of things to do.
Is it fair to say that the equipment is ready? It's just a matter of getting
We
the
just
administrative
finished
stuff?
testing this week. We believe it's ready.
Okay, that's all I needed. I know there's still some administrative work y'all got to work out, but I was more worried about how long does it take to get a gate operational?
I think Brian let me know on Monday that they finally figured out the bugs.
Okay, thank you. Speed bumps, where are we at with speed bumps? I know that was a priority for the council last year. We funded them. We only granted a one-year contract. We understood that the work was going to be done in-house by our folks. Now we're hearing that may not be the case. Where do we stand with speed bumps implementation?
So the council did award a one-year requirements contract for those locations. About 4 weeks ago, our traffic team wrapped up all the work with the citizen community member petitions, verification. Where we are now, we are basically set to go. But one of the components was a review by the Fresno Metropolitan Flood Control District. And the Flood Control District has expressed concern, wanting to make sure that the city is not proposing to install a residential speed hump on a street that carries what's called, the 100-year release or the overland flow. In other words, they're wanting to ensure the city does not create a dam. We don't want to do that either, wherein that street is anticipated to carry a lot of flow down it. This process actually was in place way back in the 1980s and 1990s. And all the locations that exist today were reviewed by flood control. So we are pressing on that. I've been in discussions with their general manager. We have conveyed the urgency of getting that review done, and we actually expect the feedback any day.
What street is that they're concerned with?
It just depends upon the location. It's what's called the breakover. So if you have a situation where there's just so much water, so much street flooding that they're inundated, then that system, so that you don't have an area just become a lake with no outlet. Eventually, it flows to a certain location, and there are city streets, basically that flows through the streets. So they're wanting to ensure that we're not blocking one of those key streets.
Isn't that why we don't allow the speed bump to go all the way to the edge of the curb and gutter, is to allow for the water flow to occur?
That does allow what you just call kind of like the regular flow, nuisance flow, but we're really talking here not about your typical winter storm, but we're talking about the major event. By a 100-year storm, that means the largest one that you'd expect in a 100-year event, a 100-year return period. So for that large event, wanting to make sure that we don't have property damage, where the flooding is then, that's going to block the flow and cause water to back up and then flood someone's living room.
Director, didn't we just experience some record rain? And I recall you guys' team did an excellent job, and I mean, the city was in no way flooded. So haven't we already tested out that theory?
Council, one good thing, even though this has been a record amount of total rainfall, what it did not have is we did not have a single event where, for example, we're just getting 2 to 3 inches, per hour coming down, just that intense cloud burst that comes so quickly that the water, it just can't be drained away fast enough. Thankfully, this winter storm caused a lot of road damage, major issues, but it was not that intense. Just for single specific periods of, say, like a 4-hour. We didn't have, 4 inches in a 3-hour period. That never occurred this winter.
I noticed that in your proposed budget, you're proposing 1.25 for construction management. And I've asked you this question for the last couple of years. As we accepted your recommendation to have all the parks projects under your umbrella, the construction of parks projects, if we were appropriately staffed to move those projects forward. Is this sufficient for you to move $100 million worth of construction projects in Measure P along?
So two components. One is really project management, and then there's construction management. Let me speak first to construction management. We did not propose to add any engineering inspectors out in the field for that work with the budget. In part because we have a major project coming off the books in the year. We're due to open the Veterans Boulevard corridor this fall. All told, between those 5 contracts, that was close to above $80 million in construction. So with that coming off, construction management is well positioned to handle the actual field inspection, administering the construction contracts on that side. But on project management, let me go back. We actually looked 12 months ago when we were in budget. Parks, police, fire projects, they're within our site development project management team. And the council did approve. That group has a total of 8 authorized positions. And the question was, is that enough? And we still believe that is enough to deliver that. However, 12 months ago, we had only 3 of those staff in place. We did, and at this point right now, we have 6 of the 8, but we only got to that point late last fall. So the group is still really playing catch up on that. We still have 2 positions open. Big challenge for us is recruiting positions like professional engineers. We've had positions that are open until filled more than a calendar year.
What concerns me, Director, is in the world of development, you have multiple phases. You have the community engagement phase, the design phase, whatever y'all do in building, building permits and whatnot. And most of my park projects are getting to a phase of getting ready for your shop to go to build. And I'm starting to see that you're maxed out in capacity. So do we need to consider outsourcing project management and construction management of parks capital projects outside versus public works? Because we're also dealing with the reality of a federal infrastructure bill that's making a record amount of money available that will come down through federal and state resources to local jurisdictions like ours. And are you going to be here in a year from now saying, well, now we have our staff redirected in this bigger regional project and we can't move? I don't want to have the system or the community throw the public works under the bus when a park isn't being constructed on time, and we're already experiencing unprecedented delays on park development projects.
Let me respond to that, Councilmember Arias. Great question. We're actually on the same page with that. So for construction management, when we do have those kind of hills and valleys, we have utilized outsourcing on a project-specific basis. This council has approved outsourced CM firms for even the Veterans Boulevard interchange. We have a consultant, NV5, on that project doing a great job. We would never be able to staff up for something like that and have all the specialty needed in things like concrete structure inspection, that type of work. We also, back when Public Utilities was leading the Recharge Fresno effort, again, that discussion occurred, and outside construction management firms were brought on board. And we can do that. we evaluate it on a project-specific basis. Is the timing such? Do we have the resources in place? And if not, yeah, we're very open to that on a project-specific basis for the construction management. We don't feel that that's needed at the moment on the projects in the pipeline, but for example, when we get to, say, the construction phase of the Senior Activity Center, $30 million project, we'll have to evaluate our internal construction management staffing, but that's an example of a project that would lend itself very well to bringing an outside CM firm on board. For project management, the challenge, they are the outsourcing group. So they are the group who are putting together requests for qualifications, negotiating scope and fee with the outside firms. To outsource the project management basically means the city would hire a consultant to manage the other consultants. Similar to High Speed Rail Authority has that approach. With Recharge Fresno, that was done, bringing CH2M Hill on board many years ago. Our recommendation to the council and our recommendation also to the administration has been, if we do that, it would have to be a long-term commitment. It will be expensive each year, and as was the case with CH2M Hill, basically that consultant outsourced project management. They will spend the first year figuring out how to be the city of Fresno.
How many positions in your department does Measure P pay for?
For Measure P in total, we can pull
Not
up.
landscaping, I'm talking capital projects.
With capital projects, those are what we call capital labor to be allocated. So at any time within the site development team.
Is there any dedicated positions paid for by Measure P in your capital department?
They are paid for by the capital projects they work on. So currently out of the 6 staff in site development, I would say about that four of them on a given day, typically about 2/3 to 3/4 of that workload are related to the Measure P Parks capital program.
It's not fully dedicated Measure P projects?
We do, well, the
reason I asked, Director, is the other model is where high-speed rail pays for specific bodies in your department to ensure that their project is through, right? We're talking about a 30-year commitment to build parks. It's not short-term. It's an ongoing funding source where, if we're lucky, we secure $250 million from the state to rebuild downtown's infrastructure. That will have an impact on your department's operations. Then we're looking at the federal infrastructure funds coming down the path. If Measure C is renewed, that's another 30-year commitment. And I'm trying to ascertain how does Measure P and parks remain a top priority of public works over the next 30 years if it's not today, based on, you have limited capacity and the general fund, from what I can see, is not giving you additional bodies. You don't have dedicated people specifically to park projects funded by Measure P. So I'm trying to help your department so that you don't get blamed for parks not being open on time. But I'm just seeing resistance to the current model. And I don't see the current model working all that well for parks specifically.
Councilmember, in the spirit of trying to make you better, I don't know that that's a fair analysis of resistance. That is a normal practice you have positions build their time to the capital projects. Frankly, that's how the private sector does it. So that is a normal process. It's not an unusual process. I know that there is an expectation of urgency from the public, from the council, certainly from the mayor, as far as, moving projects forward at, a very quick pace. And I will agree, I think absent the federal government dropping $170 million in our lap, I think we would definitely be farther along on Measure P projects. But we didn't anticipate that money coming into the city. If we would have known we were going to have $170 million dropped in, I think we probably should have started staffing up a year prior. For instance, I'm already thinking about staffing up for the $250 million we may be getting from the state. I'm already putting together an org chart in anticipation of that and what positions we were going to need. But I think the $170 million, we didn't know that was going to come in. So what we're doing, the model we're using, is the normal model of capital development. And I understand, I know we're constantly watching to make sure we're going to be able to meet the deadlines on projects, but I think what the issue is there is a lot of work being done, but it's just not yet the visible work. It's not yet the construction, the things that people see. You know, the planning and engineering work, and, you know, that's the stuff that's done more behind closed doors. Of course, we're doing the community engagement sessions, which involve the public, but I don't believe that there is resistance. We have pushed, and we have outsourced. There have been, I think in the last 3 months, there have been outsourced contracts on this council agenda for engineering, for surveying. Those are all to support the various projects. Traditionally, we haven't outsourced those. So we are outsourcing nearly everything we can outsource. But to Scott's point, in order to be able to outsource, you have to have somebody develop a scope of work. And those are some of the positions that we've been short on. So we've made modifications to the project manager series to try and streamline and make sure we have the right people in the right positions. We've been before you a number of times. The professional engineering issue has been an issue of having other high-speed rail and to a certain extent Caltrans paying 30% more than us, so we've lost a lot of capacity in that area, and so we're trying to make up for lost ground. So I don't want you to receive it as resistance, because we're not resistant. We have been pushing and we have been outsourcing, but I know you feel like you're not seeing it, but it is happening. It's just not the visible outcomes.
Yeah, and I'm not suggesting that the department is resisting
You said we were
prioritizing
resisting.
Measure P. You're resisting modifying your current model to address Measure P. To be clear, this body asked the previous city manager to hire Measure P folks in advance. They chose to wait until money arrived. We knew the money was coming, right? We knew American Rescue money was coming. We've responded. We know the 250 may come. We know the federal infrastructure bill got passed a year ago. We know that money's coming. And what I'm struggling with is I see us still using the same model of billing, you know, department employees' time to work on a Measure P. Last year, this body had a very public discussion over the fact that the grass wasn't even green in parks. And to your credit, you heard us clearly, and you went and fixed all the irrigation systems, right? But it required this body to have that urgent conversation. And what I'm trying to foreshadow for this body is I have multiple projects in the queue that have been in design phase, in the planning phase, they're in 90% completion phase, and I suspect that you're gonna come back and say, we have to push construction for a year because staff is, you know, the positions are vacant, staff is overstretched, or we have to complete this other pressing project that is, you know, contingent on state, federal money. So I'm not seeing in this budget proposal the additional bodies to address the magnitude of capital projects that we have in the Parks Department. And I'm looking to you because it was your recommendation that Public Works handle all capital projects for parks. So how many positions are you adding, or you proposing to add in this upcoming budget to address parks capital projects?
To address parks capital projects, we're proposing to fill all the vacancies within that area. And that's
But we just heard that that's a problem that is not just completely under our control. So we're going to have vacancies for a while, right? We have a pay issue, compensation issue. There's
Correct,
legitimate
but
reasons.
we have been doing other steps, and we have already improved on vacancies. We're going to continue. We have been doing some restructuring of the job classes in order to be able to fill them, and I think we've made a 50% improvement in the last several months. So we're headed in that direction. And council member, what you're saying is likely going to come true. It is yes, I agree. We are likely going to be, if you look around the world, everybody is having staffing challenges. It's not just the city of Fresno. The private sector is having staffing challenges. So as long as we need people to do work and we are not able to fully staff because of the workforce changes that have occurred post-pandemic, we're not going to be caught up. We are going to be behind. And while I understand what you're saying, I and I can certainly go back and talk to Scott. I wasn't privy to the previous discussions about dedicated positions. And let's say today we say, okay, we're going to shift our model and we're going to have dedicated positions for Measure P. And we're going to move the project managers that are working on a number of positions, we're going to just move them to Measure P and focus on Measure P. We could do that, but then it will leave the vacancies for all of the other projects that are happening, and that would be your road projects, your curb gutter projects. And so then we would be up here having the discussion about why is it taking so long to get my road? So I think we're talking about rearranging the deck chairs in a different way.
And I'm not suggesting that that's a solution, City Manager. What I'm suggesting is that we need to have a debate or a discussion on if there's a better alternative to the current system, because this budget would put us in year 8, in year 6 of Measure P. And I don't see us opening the first park under Measure P.
First dollars were in 2021.
I understand passage occurred in 2018.
But we didn't get any money until 2021.
We've had that debate, right? We could have hired in advance.
Okay,
We
so
chose not to.
I'm
Right?
going to
Not
assume
on
you're
you.
being truthful on that. I wasn't here, so.
Yes,
But we
it
can,
was-
I'm happy to have the discussion. This is I wasn't aware of those previous discussions, so I'm happy to have those discussions about alternative models. And keep in mind that any additional staffing that we add that are paid for by the measure, we try and balance staffing with output. So if we staff up too much, it means there's less work that we get done with the dollars, right? Because they're all coming from the same pot of money. So it's a matter of balancing the amount of, the right number of people for the product. So we'd be happy to have a discussion about alternative models, while we can still deliver the most projects for the dollars.
And City Manager, again, I rely on the experts and the professionals. If it's in the form of additional positions, dedicated positions, outsourcing, you guys got to tell us, because the bus is coming on why park projects aren't being built, right? The money is sitting there, it's generating interest every day, and I don't want to see Public Works being blamed for it when we know that you are, focused on high-speed rail, infrastructure, downtown, a whole bunch of competing priorities. And I just haven't seen it, and I'm looking for something that isn't status quo, that's going to result in 6 years for a new park to be built. That's what I'm pressing for.
Council, if I may add, I may not have stated it. Let me just restate. Okay, so we have a dedicated site development team. Their number one priority are really parks projects. Of the 8 staff, 6 of them, from an operating budget perspective, 6 of them have dedicated Measure P funding associated with them. 2 have general fund associated with them. And why general fund? Because that team also handles projects like Fire Station 10, Fire Station 12, PD 911, Dispatch Center. And why do that? The team is very focused because only this group involves on-site work with planning and development, building and safety, permits, and that aspect. This group is not handling any transportation projects, no high-speed rail, no teams. And then for Measure P, I can say that in terms of all the different things that we do, we really have as kind of our executive management team, really highest priority and focus on Measure P and delivering. We have more meetings on those with, for myself, our assistant directors, on the parks program, just to ensure that success. But yes, we've doubled our staffing in the past 12 months on the projects. We have an energetic team, and I think the council is going to see just more and more consultant contracts, more outsourcing, more going into construction in the months to come.
Yeah, and I just want to point out, Director, I'm not privy to your internal operations and how you prioritize things. I'm privy to what you're proposing in your updated budget. You're proposing a 0.75 position for administration, 0.25 for engineering, 1.25 for construction management, 1.75 for traffic engineering or operations, 0 for facilities maintenance, 6 for street maintenance, 32 for landscape management, 1 for signals, 0.75 for sustainability, which turns out will be 1 full position, 1.5 for graffiti maintenance, abatement. What I'm trying to foreshadow is I don't see a whole lot of folks who actually on the ground doing the construction management, design work, scope work, all this stuff that's required to get to construction and to complete construction. So if it's not in your budget, I'm going to be looking whether it's in the parks budget, but I don't see that. So I don't want to be in a place of frustration come next year or 6 months from now when you're asking us to delay the construction of a project for another year. With that, Director, and just to foreshadow for the administration, because, you know, everybody wants neighborhood improvements. So we're looking to double down on Rebuild Fresno. And so I just want to disclose to the administration that that includes looking at bonding out to reconstruct those neighborhoods, like we did No Neighborhood Left Behind. I know that bond went away and got paid for recently, but that is one of the options we're evaluating as we rebuild the older neighborhoods, because there isn't a whole lot of annual general fund money going in that direction. Most of your money, I presume, is from state and federal resources. So I just want to foreshadow that for you all, that it will be a conversation for this body at some point soon. Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Up next is Councilmember Chavez. City Manager, did you want a few minutes? Okay. Sorry.
I need to address two things. So thank you very much on your comment regarding bonding. Just a reminder that the No Neighborhood Left Behind bond debt that rolled off, we already accounted for that rolling off as part of the labor contracts that this body approved, and that was money going back into the general fund to offset the increased cost of the increased labor contract. So, and that was disclosed multiple times to the council. So that money is not going to be freed up. I do know that we put the memo out, and short of like a bond that would have to be voted on by the people, just to do like a regular bonding transaction, I believe the only facility right now we have is the City Hall Annex. And of course, normally when we construct, so for instance, Fire Station 12, when we go to bond for that, we'll be using that facility for that bond. So we'll probably have to have a more detailed conversation, but we don't have a whole lot of room other than going to a vote of the people to generate bond proceeds for infrastructure projects. Second, I do have to, I got to go back to the solar, Councilmember Arias. I feel like you're having selective memory because we begged you to approve those projects. We knew NEM 3.0 was coming, and we knew the financial feasibility of moving forward with an alternate method would be very difficult, very time-consuming, and very expensive. So you stated that there wasn't a sense of urgency. There was a sense of urgency by us. The council chose not to approve it. Now we're going to have to go down to a different path in an area where the regulations have completely shifted and the financing models have completely shifted. So yes, with the increase in PG&E, we did foreshadow those. That's why we brought those projects forward. We are where we are. We're looking at what the options are, but I reject that there isn't a sense of urgency. It's just that the entire world has changed with the NEM 3.0 regulations that make things much different in the financing world. So I feel like I needed to address that. And I think that is, I think I'll just leave it with that, Council Member. I think we've had enough back and forth today on this budget.
All right, Councilmember Chavez.
All right, thank you, Acting President Perea. Scott, I just want to publicly thank you and your team for the work you guys have been doing the last couple of years. I've been in the building long enough to know, and so have you, that it's usually been slim pickings. I think oftentimes people think that the hardest budget to present is the police budget, but it's not. As we saw yesterday, I think your budget's a little bit more difficult at times because you've got so many moving parts. You've got so many pods of funding that you're trying to, cobble together and come up with a plan. But the work that your team has done these last couple of years has just been outstanding, and I just want to tell you that I appreciate it and our residents appreciate it. I think we've done 18 notices just in District 5 about traffic being rerouted because of the construction projects, repaving, the sidewalks that are happening. And I don't want the administration to think that the conversation that's happening up here on the dais or even out there is adversarial in any way. I don't think, at no bells ringing today, city manager, hopefully. But I do mean that. I think it's only a question of how much of a priority is a priority, right? And I think because we've seen enough to know that these pods of funding come and go, Scott, as we just, highlighted. I know for a fact that this year and probably next year will probably be one of the last windows that we have of actually trying to repave and invest in some of the older neighborhoods. We know that these are cyclical. We've got recessions. We've got, downturns that happen. And I just want to make sure that the conversation this year has those priorities with regards to repaving neighborhoods. I think one of the reasons you've seen the council engage so much to, our city manager and our team is because I think what the rain showed us was that the discrepancies and the inequities that we have across the city are so stark, especially when we get hit with rain, with the pothole calls. I bet you that those calls came from the older neighborhoods that have streets that haven't been repaved for 25, 30 years. There's a street in Southeast that we nicknamed Cobblestone Road. And Scott, you're very familiar with Shirley and Illinois Avenue over by the Belmont, and that's one of the neighborhoods that I want to make sure that we focus. The older neighborhood by Lyons Packing that gets all the trucks that go through there. They, oftentimes use California or Hazelwood or Butler to get through that. That has a lot of wear and tear on those neighborhoods. That neighborhood has not been repaved in a very long time. And that's one of the areas that we also want to focus on. Florence, from Chestnut to Balderas Elementary, right? I got so many calls from people that were having our children walk through the mud on their way to school. Couldn't get to their school site oftentimes because it was so flooded. So those conversations, city manager, I just want to make sure highlight, they're not adversarial. It's a policy discussion. It's a conversation that we're having up here. I think at the end of the day, we're going to end up with a balanced budget. We're going to end up with, priorities that the council, the mayor, and everybody agrees on. But I do have a couple questions having said that, Scott, because I think it goes to the heart of the sustainability piece. The maintenance districts that we have throughout the city, we've had this conversation before, and what I'd like to request is, and I'll ask it for my district, but if any of my colleagues want to also ask for that, the amounts of the assessment that have gone on, i.e., for example, on Church and Peach, the maintenance district around that neighborhood. I think last time we spoke, you said that the last time it was reassessed was 1984, 85. So I like a list of what those assessments are, and then when the last times that they were done, just because I think that conversation needs to happen with those residents in order to explain why they receive the level of service and what the dollars are that are actually allocated there. Specifically on the budget book on page 197, you talk about the revenues for the department. And it references the budget, this year's budget, proposed budget is $237,162,000. It says it's an increase of $54 million, but, and I just want to clarify, on the next page for Proposition 111 fund, it says that we actually have a decrease of funding. Is this just a decrease in funding for each of the subcategories, or are you identifying the subcategories on their own? I was trying to reconcile that language in there.
Yes, Council, those are speaking to individual funds. So let me speak to Proposition 111. So original gas tax, pre-1980s, was 9 cents a gallon. That's still the same. Proposition 111, 30 years ago, added another 9 cents a gallon in state gas taxes. So we are seeing a decrease in that revenue. So again, that funding source to pay for things like street repairs, traffic signals, street light maintenance, power bills, that is not a sales tax like a percentage like Measure C, but it's actually a fuel tax per gallon. So as we see, increased fuel efficiencies, more hybrids on the road, more electric vehicles, the long-term statewide, state of California, this is a big problem. And there are a lot of discussions throughout the state with Caltrans, with leadership in Sacramento about what is the long-term solution. Because as we go more electric, we're going to see this gas tax revenue just continue to drop.
Yeah. And then on page 199, it talks about the Measure C revenue, and it references the carryover. We budgeted at $30 million. How much of that Measure C funds were carryover from the previous year? Do we have that figure?
Let's see, we do, and that varies depending upon which subcategory of Measure C. Councilmember Chavez, just to clarify, you're speaking of the total for Measure C?
Yeah, total of Measure C, since we kind of lumped it in, and I see the subcategories on there. And if you don't have that off the top of your head, I'd just like to request that information.
Absolutely.
From City Manager.
We can follow up with that, and I think it would be easier to understand if we showed the Measure C carryover in total, and then a specific to what is it in Measure C, street maintenance, ADA, bike lanes, trails, and such. That's easy for us to provide.
The trail work that is going on right now, we've got the Eaton Trail, we've got the, I think it's called the McKinley Trail that we've done. And then, Scott, as you know, I use some of my infrastructure funds for the, we're going to call it the Callaway Trail that's going to lead into the 49-acre park. I just want to make sure that folks understand, because I got a couple of calls on this. The money that we're utilizing will be for the initial study. However, the subsequent funding will come at a later time. But approximately right now, having the background of doing the other trails, how much would you say is the estimate cost for building a trail of that length? Which I think we codified at 2 miles or so.
And that, the first segment, which again is Public Works, we thank you for your great support on that project, which was a follow-up to the Fancher Creek Trail Plan that this council considered. And really the trail plan was from Chestnut all the way out to Temperance Avenue ultimately. This segment would be from Chestnut to Peach, funded by your council infrastructure dollars. That design work is over $500,000 to deliver that. And I believe, defer to our Assistant Director Randall Morrison, I think we'd be looking at over $5 million in construction per the plan. Correct? And again, it depends upon the final features, amenities. Is that going to be just a basic trail? Do we, as the first phase, do we attempt to put lighting in there, drinking fountains, benches? So a lot of that is kind of to be determined. But yes, we'd be looking really for that. It's about a 1.3 mile segment. It kind of goes at a diagonal. So really we're talking about delivering, through federal grants, state ATP grants, or Measure P. It'd be another option when we get to the construction phase.
And that includes all the amenities that we have in the other trails,
yes.
right? Like it would mirror the Eaton Trail, the McKinley Trail, the lighting. I think there's a term, Class 1 trail.
Class 1 trail, yes.
For it's like a criteria standard that I believe is used. For your presentation, Scott, the graffiti issue, I want to hone in on that. So, was it 30,000 calls for service that we received for graffiti? Did I read that correctly in your presentation, or was that not accurate? Let's see if I can pull it up here.
Yes, that is correct. We received 30,700 graffiti calls, but then in addition to that, staff identified basically a like amount of locations where no one was calling. We have some areas in the community where really graffiti goes up and no one calls. So just our staff, in responding to requests, will notice others. And really it's, as the mayor often shares, clean as you go. Improving the city just day by day. And if our staff in graffiti spots that, they will go ahead and address it. And it is a 7-day-a-week program. Saturday, Sunday, we strive to get that graffiti down
So
same
they're
day.
proactive out
Very
there,
proactive.
just going out there regardless of people turn in, if they see the graffiti, they will remove it. And then is it $17 million that we're spending a year on that program? Was that the figure that I think you?
We have 17 total staff in graffiti. Yes.
Oh, that was personnel.
We'll have that number very momentarily. And council, that's 1.9 million in
1.9 million.
graffiti abatement.
But it's 17 folks that you have.
That's correct, and that
working.
pays for the personnel, it pays for, the fuel, the paint, vehicle repairs. That's the all-in cost.
And in the past, Scott, I know that right now your folks are the ones that are maintaining the parks, right? They're out of Public Works, the folks that are doing the mowing and the maintenance of our parks. Are there plans to keep them in Public Works, or are we planning on moving them to the Parks Department?
The mayor's proposed budget keeps the city park maintenance of the mowing, edging, landscape maintenance. That does keep them within Public Works.
And is there a reason for that, City Manager? Just keeping the maintenance folks in Public Works and not having them? Because I think before we used to have them in parks, so before the mass layoff that we had about 10 years ago.
Yeah, it wasn't actually about the mass layoff. It was about, oh my gosh, probably 15-ish years ago. So at the time, parks did not have sufficient procedures in place to be able to ascertain the actual cost of providing the service. So we couldn't tell, how much would it cost per square foot. We couldn't figure out how much each worker could get done. It just, those procedures were not in place in parks, but they were in place in Public Works. So we shifted that function over to Public Works. Obviously, Parks is in a much better place now, but at that time, they were a little less sophisticated in their operations than they are today. And that was why the shift was. It was actually prior to the recession, but we were trying to figure out, how much more staff do we need to be able to bring on more parks? And we had a hard time figuring that out because we didn't know. It was just, just if you give us people, we'll be able to get it done. But we wanted more precise, measurements, and that's why it switched over.
Yeah. And you plan on keeping them then in
I think it's
Public
working,
Works.
and we have enough problems that we need to fix on things that aren't working, so why fix something that's not broken, in my opinion?
And the only reason I'm asking is, so we're getting ready to deploy our park rangers. We're getting ready to deploy our, different Measure P park related. So it does make sense, but I guess based on what you just explained, it makes sense for them to be in different areas as long as the work is getting done. I think the accountability piece would be one to look at as far as whenever a council member gets a call on why this wasn't, done at the park facility, who do we call, right? Do you have to call Public Works? Do you have to call the park ranger? Do you have to call our, Aaron? I think streamlining that process will be very helpful going forward as we come up with whatever model you guys are going to have.
Okay.
Because I think we're at the point where we do have to make those decisions. Those are the questions. I'm going to make a couple of motions. I'm going to make a motion to include those neighborhoods that I just referenced that are bounded by Tulare, Belmont, Sunnyside, Fowler, to enter into a priority for paving, and then also the one that I mentioned that's close to Lyons, the California, Butler, Hazelwood, and Orange, also to be included in the Rebuild Fresno 2.0 initiative. And then I'm going to make a third motion to allocate I'm working with Councilmember Esparza on this, on allocating $300,000 for that community garden / dog park on 11th and Tulare that we're working on. And then the last motion that I want to make, and I want to make sure that our legal counsel is okay with it. We used, Mayor, if you recall, back in the 90s when we had such an increase in graffiti, I want to make sure we distinguish the difference between graffiti art and just defacing public and private property. There was a program that we had where anybody caught doing graffiti would be required to do community service and clean up graffiti. I want us to look at what that would look like. Obviously, with our legal counsel weighing in on what the restrictions and parameters with that would do, but I think that would reduce a lot of the calls that we have, 30,000 calls for service for folks, and then use it as an opportunity to offer these kids a job with, you know, the program that we have that the mayor is running through. So I want to make that motion. And Council Carbasi, you were interested in pursuing that. So with that, thank you again, Director Mosier. Appreciate the work. Seriously, let your team know that they're doing great work. The neighborhoods are looking a lot better with tree trimming, with the sidewalks, with the street paving. That's what our residents want. It's like the old window model, right? The folks tell us, like, yeah, you guys talk a lot about policy, but if we look out our window and we don't see the difference, then it really is no difference in the eyes of our residents. So thank you again for the work you're doing. I look forward to working with you this year on some of the other projects that we've got in the books. President?
Thank you, Councilmember. City Manager, did you want to?
I did. Councilmember Chavez, I appreciate your comments about your intent of not being adversarial, and I can tell you that going into this budget process, that certainly was never our intent to be in an adversarial relationship, but I know you're saying that you didn't want it to be adversarial, but you know, when we have 3 council members holding a press conference, and we see headlines that say mayor's budget DOA, and that you don't feel that the mayor has appropriately allocated revitalization to South Fresno's infrastructure. So we, as an administration and a council, made commitments in the last 2 years to public safety, to police and fire, that have eaten up an extraordinary amount of resources of the city of Fresno. So, and as we needed to do, and it was the right thing to do. And as a result of that, we only have so many resources left over. And of those resources left over, absolutely this administration dedicated those resources to South Fresno by far. You know, you saw the slide in Scott's presentation. District 3 was the #1 beneficiary. District 1 was the second. District 5 was the third, and District 7 was the 4th highest level. And District 2 and 6, you know, obviously they're glaring at me because they were left in the dust. Their items combined don't even come close to what we did. And, you know, we talk about priorities, and I get that, and your constituents are the mayor's constituents. So we did prioritize what available resources were available. And I do think in looking, how we determine what the priorities are for your district from what you tell us and how you are spending your resources. So in looking at how you spent the $1.5 million per district in infrastructure, I would have never been able to tell that paving was the top priority because that's not what you spent the money on. But here we are now, and we'll, as you said, we'll get through it. We'll come through a balanced budget. We'll get in the room together and we'll figure this out. But you know, we certainly were not looking to have an adversary. We still aren't. But it doesn't help when that type of language gets thrown out in the public, and you know, when the mayor's out of town, and you know, we didn't respond. We didn't. We kept our mouths shut, and we just said, let's just focus on the work. But I look forward to it, and the mayor looks forward to getting through this process in a non-adversarial way. But I just, you know, for somebody and for an administration that has dedicated so much effort to being, trying to be equitable and in the spirit of One Fresno, that one hurt a little because we felt like you're saying that we didn't care about South Fresno, and I think our budget reflects that's not the case. So once again, look forward to working together. We absolutely will get through this, and we'll have a great budget at the end. And, you know, look forward to the continuing non-adversarial discussions.
Well, and I appreciate those words, City Manager, and I think one of the reasons why you see not just myself, but a lot of us so passionate about this, I grew up in South Fresno. I know it's not your fault, but that neighborhoods and those neighborhoods have seen generations of disinvestment. And I see this as an opportunity for us to invest in those communities. And this precedes a lot of the work that you guys have done. This was never an intention, and I think I'll use the same, phrase you did. I think this makes us better. And I think it is important to have these discussions, because if we don't have these discussions, then we leave everything else for interpretation. 2 years ago, we came up with a list of projects that were included in Rebuild Fresno. We gave you guys a copy of it. You had a copy of it, and then those projects did not get included into the budget. So when we have this document that is now public, and I had one meeting with the mayor months ago about the budget when we were starting to have a conversation. We didn't know how much money we were going to have for the budget. So I think if we're going to have that conversation, let's have it early so that we know exactly how much money is going to be on the table and we're realistic about expectations. But if we just have this conversation not in the public, I think that's where sometimes the miscommunication is. Like the mayor is not obligated to give us the budget before that. It's his recommendation, right? But then it's also our job to weigh in and make sure that those priorities get included, because we're going to get the calls. And yeah, the mayor's office gets some of the calls, but we get most of the calls. Why? Because I see the people when, I'm out shopping at Vaughn's or Foods Co., or maybe I'm at, a burger place at 2 a.m. sometimes. But we see our residents on a daily basis, and I think that's why we're so passionate about what we're trying to do here. But I think this is a good discussion to have. I really do.
Councilmember Arias.
I know that.
I just want to point out that the vast majority of the money going to District 3 is funding sources from the state and the federal government. Just the way we're asking the state to invest $250 million, the TCC money that came from the state, the money that we invest as a city is the general fund dollars. As has been indicated, very little general fund dollars going to public works. And yes, you're right, City Manager, we have made public safety a priority. We have stood with you there. But it's unfair to say that the city has made South Fresno a priority. It's more accurate to say that the state and the federal government has made South Fresno a priority. And thanks to those grants and those resources, our staff is executing that work.
Councilmember Bredefield.
Yeah, I want to piggyback on what the city manager was saying. Can you put up that chart? Okay, so, I want to be clear about the funding and where money goes. You have a chart that shows the paving and concrete repairs by district. The city manager alludes to it, but I broke it down by percentages. So District 3 gets 23% of the funding. Now, that would be great if there were 4 districts, but there's 7. If it was 4, you would get a quarter of it, and that would be fair. But you know what? I don't have a problem with you getting 23%. District 1 gets 19%. District 5 gets 17%. District 7 gets 16%. District 2 gets 7%. And my district gets the least, 6%. Now, for a council that always talks about equity, it doesn't seem very equitable to me. But the fact is, South Fresno has a lot of tremendous need, and I've always supported those needs. And I just want to continue to destroy the false narrative that the southern part of our city gets ignored. These numbers don't lie. There's $51 million here, and a quarter of it goes to District 3. For me personally, I don't have a problem with that, and I could get criticized for that. But the fact is, there is a lot of needs, and the administration put those needs there, and I've been here 6.5 years, and I've always been very supportive of it. So when people say that, South Fresno's ignored and North Fresno gets everything, frankly, it's total bullshit, and I'm sick of it. And I'm sick of this false narrative that goes out there every single time. District 4 got 12%. That's Central Fresno. That's not equitable. That'd be equitable, and my district would be equitable if we had 15 districts, but we have 7. So how is this decided, how this gets determined to go into districts, Scott?
Yes, and Council, so the predominant funding source here are the federal and state grants. And it's not the federal government or state government that really selects the projects and says, Fresno, we see you have this big need here. We're going to give it to you to this project. It's really the projects we apply for on grants. How successful are we coming back? So the local funds that we bring forward to the council and is decided are things like the SB1 gas tax, vehicle license fee revenue dollars. And as far as pavement repairs, the item that will come before you as the council on the 15th is the SB1 plan, and that proposes to allocate 25% of the SB1 to Council District 3, for example. A lot of that is tied into our TCC match and the obligations that we have to repave all the streets around Church, MLK, with the area that was previously committed to. But it really depends upon grants. I want to point out on the District 2 and District 6 numbers, the biggest portion of those, the biggest chunk of that, really lies in one federal grant project, and that is the Blackstone Avenue repaving from Minarets up to Knees. And even in that area, that will actually be the first time Blackstone has been repaved since it was built by Assessment District 100, the River Park, Universal Park, that whole project. And even though the private properties, the buildings, the businesses look nice, they're very popular and frequented, when we put our kind of blinders on and look just at the pavement, that's in very, very poor condition. So, you know, and really beyond Blackstone, there are just so many needs. I mean, I'd want to highlight back to our pavement management presentation the council heard in early 2022, over $500 million citywide just on asphalt, not even counting sidewalks. And Councilmember Bredefeld is in our conversations, as I often will share with you, there are so many needs, right? Just in any of the 7 districts. We could spend our entire budget, all the dollars, and we could put them all in District 6 and not address everything.
Right.
We have streets like Cedar Avenue that are just falling apart. And the only thing that we have in the 5-year plan is we were able to capture a grant for Herndon to Alluvial through Fresno COG and our federal dollars. So that's a great lift. That's a couple of years out for the construction phase. But what about the other 1.5 miles that is over 10 years beyond when we should have been out there doing a grind and a surface overlay?
Yeah. Well, again, I appreciate that, Scott, and I appreciate the mayor's budget, because these dollars do get directed. People make decisions about where they go, and I don't feel like I should get 1/7 of the pot. I think we should be looking at where the greatest need is, and there are great needs in the southern part of our city, and so I support that. During the pandemic, Councilmember Carbasi and I made motions to take $30 million that could have gone in our district to create health centers for Southwest and Southeast Fresno. That was the right thing to do, and we did it. So we really should get away from this bogus narrative that this is, a city that just focuses on the north, and all the rich everybody in North Fresno is just rich, and the streets are paved with gold, because it's a lie. And we have tremendous needs in North Fresno. We need as much support there as any other part of the city. So hopefully one day we'll get past that. I've been here 6.5 years. We haven't gotten past it yet. And all it is a way to divide the city. One final thing in terms of is it a 2-man crew that has been developed for repairing potholes?
There'd be 2 different crews added. One is a 2-person crew. That's more traditional, just small isolated potholes, filling those, both from those that are reported and also proactive, going out and filling them. But then the larger crew, a 5-person crew would be added, and that is basically a breakout and patch crew. So we're talking about streets that have numerous potholes in a location. For example, you have, say, an intersection that's failing, lots of potholes, ruts, that happening. It doesn't make any sense to go out and just with a small crew and just shovel and fill those potholes. What's really needed, what's proposed in the budget, is that larger crew to break that whole area out and then come in and do what we call a patch pave for that area.
Well, okay, I'm glad that we've got these crews. Clearly, it's a big issue for people. When I talk to people, one of the main things, aside from just public safety, is their roads and feeling like, they're having to swerve to avoid potholes because of all the rains that took place. But roads is a big issue. I'm hoping we can finally address it with Measure C, where we really put the emphasis on repairing roads as opposed to just constructing new highways. I think that's the way we can do it. I think, what did you say, there's $500 million or $1 billion in deferred maintenance for streets throughout the city?
$500 million just on asphalt. The presentation we made to the council about a year and 3 months ago found that just basically to tread water, if we want to keep our same average condition of street that we have today, we really need to spend $30 million extra per year over 10 years. And now we're really 2 years in. Thankfully, Mayor and the Council's commitment through ARPA, there are a number of street projects for rebuilding, repaving. That will help. But even with that, we're not at that pace, treading water. When we update that again, our average conditions will potentially be going down because it's not just a one-time shot that's really needed to address these, to actually hold it together. And this is not just a Fresno problem, but cities like Bakersfield, Stockton, Modesto, Sacramento, they actually have very close to the same average pavement conditions that Fresno does.
Sure.
Clovis is better. Our average is a 60 right now. Clovis is a 72 on that 0 to 100 scale. But that's the level of investment that's needed to sustain it. To improve it, we ran a scenario presented to council. How about if we want to go from a 60 to a 70, which is kind of borderline between fair, at risk, up to good, just the very bottom end of good on average. That requires about $50 million extra per year over what we've historically been doing. So that's a lot of funding.
Sure. Well, thank you. And Scott, thank you to you and to your entire staff and department. You do tremendous work in the city of Fresno, and I know all of us up here greatly appreciate it and recognize it. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. And we'll be sure both, comments like yours, Councilmember Chavez, will be passed on to the folks who are really the boots on the ground and really working to make a difference every day. Thank you.
Director, do you need a chair? We have 3 more council members to go.
Are
you good?
Thank you, Council
Vice
President.
Can I make a couple motions? I forgot to add that. I would like to, first one, fund $800,000 in construction costs to finish the pickleball facility at Rotary East Park at Sierra and Cedar. This will update the number of courts, add amenities, and meet the ADA accessibility requirements. Second one, I'd like to provide $52,500 for 3 code enforcement cameras to catch illegal dumping. And the last one, fund $3 million in infrastructure projects in District 6. Number 1, $2.1 million for repaving of Herndon, Cedar, Sierra, Millbrook. $425,000 would go to repaving First Street between Herndon and Sierra. $150,000 repaving Sierra between Fresno and Freeway 41, and $150,000 repaving Thesta between Escalon and Bullard, which would involve 17 sidewalk, curb, and gutter projects for $169,500.
Second.
Thank you very much.
All right, up next is Councilmember Esparza.
Morning, Scott. Scott, to what extent, if any, do we have a long-term financing plan to address the deferred maintenance, not just on the asphalt, but also the sidewalks, curbs, and gutters?
Let me start by saying in terms of long-term plan, first off, we recognized many, many years ago that the city does not have the resources to take on facilities built by new development. So for example, new neighborhoods, every council meeting, based on pace of development, every meeting, we're bringing subdivisions and commercial projects into the community facilities district. So that means those new residents, new neighborhoods, they are paying. We talked about the PG&E bill right out of our budget of dealing with $2.1 million increase in PG&E. They're paying 100% of that for new neighborhoods. They're paying for the street, the slurry seal, future curb gutter sidewalk repair from concrete damage. Even the local street name sign replacements, all of that is funded through the CFD. So that's the first component to ensure that they're sustainable. Second, in terms of long-term plan, we just continue to participate in those dialogues, both with fellow large cities at the state level. I am part of a group that meets monthly with cities like Los Angeles, San Francisco, San Jose, just the top 8 on those long-term needs. I know our mayor's office, the team's engaged in similar discussions, and then also locally with just the stakeholders on a potential Measure C. Again, I can't take a position yes or no on that, but certainly we can present our data from the studies and reports, what are the needs that are out there. But absolutely, there's more funding needed to really address these.
So we don't have a plan, long-term plan to address the built-up deferred maintenance at this point?
I think our plan is to do the very best, be good stewards of the resources that are provided. The proposed budget, it is a balanced approach. We have many worst first type of projects. For example, in your district, First Street. That's not one that a pavement management system would say, put your $3 million here and it will bring the average condition up the most. But it's desperately needed. So we have a number of those projects and then also some allocations for preventive maintenance. So that is the plan. Again, the needs in our neighborhoods and street infrastructure are so great. Literally, we could spend just a vast amount of city resources on it, but I would not recommend that as really a balanced approach. There are tremendous needs in public safety, park maintenance, and programming. So even though those dollars are there, we'd recommend this as the best balanced approach, given what we have.
Yes, Scott, I think that's a very good summary of sort of the state of our commitment, right, to the deferred maintenance on the infrastructure. Much of that infrastructure, while it is spread around the city, much of that infrastructure seems to be concentrated in the central and southern parts, the older parts of the city. And I think your statement goes to the fact that a lot of what's been set up here actually has been accurate. I mean, different sides of the same coin. I think there has been, at least in my time here, since we came on council, a concerted effort and some teamwork with the central and southern council members to push resources down into these older neighborhoods. And so, to Councilmember Bredefield's point, I mean, it's absolutely true that a lot of resources have gone that direction. At the same time, it's not enough, not even close to enough. I take offense to the city manager's method of trying to determine our priorities by looking at our 1.5 million and how that's spent. And 1.5 million, Scott, that's got to be what, maybe half to 3/4 of a mile repaving, off the top of your head?
Depending upon the street condition, that's correct. Projects like, for example, the First Street, which is really a reconstruction. That's not just a top surface replacement. It's so far gone, that's over $3 million. So yes, that would be about a half mile if applied to, say, a major 4-lane street, worst condition. So I'd add that. The other thing I want to add on strategy, and did want to mention within our department, we do have 2 staff dedicated to grants. They are very, very busy, very busy staff. Wherever we can, we bring outside firms on board to help with that effort. And then there's the team of engineers who puts concepts, cost estimates together. We have a federal call for projects through Fresno COG coming up. We'll have an item before you in August. So there's a new opportunity on federal dollars to bring it in, including a lot of major street repaving. So that's been a big part of the strategy, maximize the amount of federal and state dollars that are coming in for Fresno.
It is, and that's good. I mean, it's a small commitment from us to be able to garner more resources. But the public can understand why if a council member has $1 million or 1.5 million, how we're not rushing to blow it all at the beginning of the fiscal year on half a mile of repaving when there really are a number of things that come up throughout the year in public works that are unaccounted for. My district, a lot of these tree trimmings and palm tree trimmings and other such things that your department brings to us and say, hey, this wasn't accounted for in the budget. But it's come up, it's an issue, and so as you alluded to with the larger budget, we take our public works budgets typically, I can't speak for every council member, but I assume they were all kind of thinking similarly, and we're trying to allocate it in a kind of more optimal way, as opposed to taking on half a mile at a time. But that is what we're doing. I mean, we're bringing down state and federal resources, we're doing the best we can. But this is really one of the most resource-intensive tasks, or most resource-intensive mandates that we have as a municipal agency. And so, all this to say, go back to my original point that I made at the press conference on Friday, that I made earlier this week. We need a long-term financing plan. The fact that you know the numbers and deferred maintenance means that we have sort of the list, and we know what we have to do, and we know where we put the money. So and that much is accounted for, but we just don't have a way to finance. We're sort of taking it day by day, fiscal year by fiscal year, allocating what we can, and I think this budget is an opportunity to really kind of dig our heels in and figure out, how much debt we're willing to take on to tackle this problem. If we had, say, $500 million tomorrow for the asphalt portion, how long do you think it would take to build up capacity to really tackle, the $500 million in asphalt if we had the dollars tomorrow?
So with that, we'd be outsourcing that work. A big challenge would be just for the local construction industry, because things tend to reach an equilibrium based upon the regular investments. How much is the city of Fresno putting out to bid, Fresno County, Clovis, Caltrans, District 6, those operations. So if we were to put out, for example, a $50 million paving contract and then follow with another $50 or $100 million paving contract, the big challenge would be who's going to do that, and who's going to engineer and design those projects in the short term. We have one project, recent grant award, Shaw Avenue repaving. Very excited to be able to bring those federal dollars. This is from Fruit, past Palm, and kind of the east end of the Fig Garden Village area. We put out an RFQ, and actually we got insufficient response, and we're going to have to put that out again. The private firms are so busy with this state of the economy right now. For example, in a recent conversation with a local engineering firm, they actually have 30 vacancies. They're trying to bring on 30 engineers and CAD draft people and technicians. So everybody all together, there's a lot of dollars out there and resources. So I think, to answer your question, that would be a multi-year delivery, just because do we as a city, if we could put it out at one time, would we want a large multinational contractor to come in and just kind of do all the work and then be gone? I think one goal is to build up the local construction industry, the workforce. So we would have to really strategize on how that would be delivered.
Yeah, that makes sense, Scott. That makes capacity issues. Obviously, brain drain's a whole nother can of worms we don't have time to get into today. But again, to the administration, as soon as we come to some conclusions on the memos that I requested in terms of bonding capacity through the electorate and/or bonding against our assets, I'd like to ask the council to take into serious consideration, a long-term financing plan, how much debt are we willing to take on to really catch up and deliver for the residents. This is, at least in my district, among the number one issues that are brought up on a very regular basis. I think folks in Fresno will be thrilled to see the bulk of that work done over the course of a few years. We have done a lot ever since we launched Rebuild Fresno originally a couple years ago with the record amount of resources that was provided to us. But even with all that, it seems to just still not be quite enough. And so, again, to say that everybody up here has made great points. They're all, I think, accurate in their own ways. But the bigger picture is, despite bringing a record amount of resources at District 7, a lot of residents just they don't feel it. They're not seeing it. Their neighborhood isn't done. The main boulevards they travel up and down to get home to work are not finished. And so, for as much has been done, I think residents are still saying to us, to all of us, that it's not enough. And so, I think we owe it to them to at least explore these options and figure out the feasibility of taking a real and effective, tangible bite out of deferred maintenance.
Councilmember, we were just discussing, we're going to prepare a more detailed report which lists all of the assets that are encumbered and what aren't encumbered and what the financial situation is in order to talk about maybe some sort of bond thing, which we'll just go into it in more detail as to what is actually feasible, more so than the memo that we provided.
Yeah, well, we'll take a look at what's feasible, and then this council, based on sort of the values of our residents, will decide, are we willing to max out the city's credit cards on fixing all the roads, sidewalks, curbs, and gutters. I have a feeling the answer will probably be yes, right, from residents, but we'll have to see. I do have some motions. To the clerk, do I have to read these aloud, or can I send you an email with my second from Chavez?
I think we should get them on the record. Yeah.
All right, here we go. Deep breath. So we had a motion to fund design and construction of a roundabout on Washawn and Fountain for $260,000.
Second.
Motion to fund the installation of street lighting at the intersection of Willow Avenue and Tulare Avenue.
Second. From Gary.
Motion to fund the installation of street lighting on Tulare Avenue between Chestnut Avenue and Peach Avenue.
Second.
Motion to fund the installation of an in-pavement lighted crosswalk at all intersections of Rowell Elementary School.
Second.
Second, third, fourth, and fifth on all of these. Motion to fund the paving of streets at Tulare and 5th, Tulare and 6th, and Tulare and 7th.
Second.
Motion to fund the paving of the Home, First, Pine, Millbrook neighborhood.
Second.
So Luis has an ongoing second. Motion to fund the paving of the Chestnut, Tulare, McKenzie Winery neighborhood. Motion to fund the paving of the winery, Tulare, Willow, McKenzie neighborhood. Motion to fund the paving of Peach Avenue from Olive to McKinley Avenue. Motion to fund street lighting along the Washington Avenue and 4th Street near the cross streets of 1st Street and Belmont. All seconded by Chavez, Arias, Butterfields, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. I think that's it for Public Works. Yes, for now.
All right.
And we'll email those in so it's more clear.
Thank you. Councilmember Carbasi.
Well, thank you to everyone, staff, and the public for their patience. Scott, I'm going to make a few statements. If you want to sit down, get a few minutes. I'll start with the end, and then we'll go backwards.
Hey, Mike, can you talk a little closer to your microphone so I can hear you down here, please?
Mike is closer to the mic.
Thank you so much.
So I want to say I really do think, and I think the public would agree, this has actually been a much better year. The tone of the council has been a lot more conciliatory. I think we're working better. I give a lot of credit to our council president and vice president. All of us, to a degree, we've all been a part of that process. So in regards to the press conference, I really didn't want to talk about this old debate of North versus South and funding issues, but unfortunately, because of the press conference and because of some of the statements made and the coverage after that, now we're here. And so we have to have some contention. And because my residents see those comments and they start asking questions, and just like all of my colleagues, I have a responsibility to represent them. And like some of my colleagues, I was born and raised in my district, so it does get very personal. These communities, these neighborhoods are special. So I do want to point out, now, the comments Councilmember Esparza made are totally reasonable. That's the example of someone that's advocating for their district. I can work with that. Some of the other comments, though, I think are extremely unfair. They're made to divide. They force this narrative. But here's the reality. Even before I started going on the council, the amount of investment that has shifted from our local government, state and federal government, to South Fresno, to some of our most challenged neighborhoods, is unbelievably changed. We are moving in a great direction. That's why, and my colleague, Councilmember Rutherford, alluded to that, when we got the first round of initial federal dollars, we asked for 1/3 of it to be dedicated just to Southwest and Southeast Fresno. And that was the right thing to do. But when I hear statements continually, when my roads are crumbling, today I have a press conference in a little bit to announce a repaving on a road. It's been 27 years since it's been repaved, and that road is next to a school and a park. And I have to fight for years to get to scramble and scrape money for that. That's unfair, because my residents also pay taxes. My residents work hard like anyone else, and a lot of my residents used to live in Southwest and Southeast Fresno. I answer to them too. I do want to point out the hypocrisy that one council district gets as much money as presented by the administration as districts 2, 4, and 6. Is that equity? So what I've learned, I did meet with the mayor, I think you met with all of us to get our priorities. I'm glad to see my priorities were in the budget, but I've learned it's not about being advocacy anymore. Apparently we have to be greedy to get what we want, and this is because of what's going on with this council. And I don't want us to go backwards. I don't want us to regress. I want us to move forward as a group. But apparently I got to put all kinds of things on the board and fight for that, because the narrative now is North Fresno isn't getting enough because of what happened as a result of this press conference. And it's really unfortunate. This is how we move backwards. I also want to add the point that, now Scott, I'm ready for you. So I get to serve on the Council of Governments as the mayor's alternate, and one thing I've learned, how much of our capital projects does Measure C fund? I mean, is there a rough, I'm sorry to put you on the spot, I didn't ask you beforehand, is there a rough ratio? I know we have federal dollars, but is it fair to say Measure C makes a significant impact to a lot of the capital projects?
Absolutely. Measure C, we leverage that wherever possible. So it depends upon which type of Measure C. The Measure C trails, for example, is all consumed and integrated as the match, for example, Midtown Trail.
Right.
So even though we collect about 1.3 million of Measure C trails revenue per year, that goes into ultimately delivering a $22 million corridor through the federal and state grants. Absent Measure C, I really don't know how the city of Fresno would have matched that project. That would have been a tremendous amount of general fund to generate. And we have over $5 million in Measure C on that, from trail funding on that project. By comparison, our Measure C, our ADA allocation, we put that into the curb ramp ADA compliance program. And then Measure C street maintenance predominantly funds our internal city crews, where we take on that work. It also funds things like restriping of roadways. It funds our pothole program. And only during the really good years does it actually kind of overflow, spill over enough that it exceeds our capacity in-house, and then is used to fund standalone capital projects. Measure C is absolutely the grant match on everything that we do. Bike lanes, for example, we talked about protected bike lanes and those projects. Measure C bike lane revenue is providing the match on those federal and state grants.
I mentioned Measure C because one of the things I learned through COG is in some cities, Measure C accounts for over 50% of their public works budget, and that shocked me. So when I hear a lot of these smaller rural cities in our community devastated that the measure wasn't passed, and I understand it's a whole process, it makes me very frustrated because and I'm sorry, I've got to single you out because we wouldn't be here if you hadn't made these statements. The same person, I'm sorry, I have to, the same person who's spewing this out there, council member, okay, you were a part of the negotiating team for Measure C, then you voted against it, now you're claiming there's not enough money for Southwest and Southeast Fresno, and then you want me to give up more from my district. I've been extremely patient over my 5 years, but my patience, like my roads, is wearing thin. My district grew the most of any district in the city. That's why during redistricting, I had to shrink. That means people are using the roads in Northwest Fresno. And we don't have an east-west freeway. We just got an we just got an estimate for Shaw. It'll cost $21 million from Palm all the way down to Polk to repave and reseal that road. That's a lot of money. And without something like Measure C, it'll take me years to accumulate enough money to take care of that. It's not right. So I really do hope we learn from this experience. This is just a hiccup, and we look at reality and admit the fact that there has been tremendous investment and there will be continued investment north, south, east, and west in Fresno. But frankly, I'm going to ratchet up a notch because that's what I have to do now if this keeps getting worse and worse and worse. So let's see what happens. I'm sorry, soapbox done. Now let's get back to business. Okay, so Scott, I just want to talk about the security gate real quick. I'm curious to see what the new plan's going to be because I do worry about employees if they have to go, they're already across the street, having to go all the way to the front of the building, or if they have to go to the back of the building, how we're going to have security and how much more it's going to cost. So I look forward to seeing that. What I would like, and I might have already sent the request, if I can get maybe a cost estimate on a phased plan over a couple of years to really put a gate around that whole lot. That way, all the employees that park there benefit, not just the charter officials. I'd like to request that. And then let's talk about the Conservancy real quick. I think, so I'm fortunate this year to be the chair of the Conservancy. So I will wear that hat for a moment, and I want to apologize because I believe in the past, under different leadership, some information may have been shared that wasn't quite accurate. I would like to set up a meeting with our new interim director and our staff and Public Works, and you've been great, your staff, Melissa, Jesus, everyone's been great at meeting with the Conservancy, and we're excited about River West. I just want to make sure we get on the same page.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And again, Councilmember Carwasi, on that, one good thing is, and we know how state appropriations and revenues fluctuate. We do have the Audubon and Del Mar traffic signal agreement. That funding is secured through the Conservancy, which is great news. And then the River West project, as it's designed, we can phase that if at some point during that process, if the Conservancy has less than the funding needed for a build out, there may be some opportunities to split out components, deliver them first, subject to available dollars through the Conservancy.
Excellent. We look forward to that conversation. So back to my city council hat. Let's see if I'm missing anything. I probably am missing a few things. I'm going to get some motions on the board, and this isn't exhaustive. I'm waiting for a few estimates, but I know you guys are working on that. So let's get a few things up here. So I would like to allocate $550,000 to repaving Weber Avenue to Camp Pashayan. Thank you. $500,000 for the intersection upgrade at Barstow and Grantland.
Second.
Thank you. And thank you for your mention of Vision Zero. In honor of that, I would like to allocate $150,000 towards a memorial dedicated to victims of traffic fatalities in Fresno. Thank you. Let's see. And then $210,000 towards the next phase so we can repave Van Ness. Thank you. A mill and pave and slurry seal at the neighborhood, Herndon Alluvial west to Van Ness, and that will be in the amount of $855,000. Thank you. Installation of irrigation equipment on a vacant land strip between Barstow and Bryan, west of 99. That'll be $50,000. And I believe that was a former budget motion that didn't make it through, so I'm going to put last year, so I'm going to put that back up. And I amended the Beechwood one yesterday, so at this time, those are all the motions I have, and
Did we get a second on that irrigation equipment?
Yes, thank you. And I'll send those over to you guys. And then the last thing I want to say is, so we do meet every month, and I just want to state, I really appreciate the relationship that my office, and I know all our offices have that, but you've been very responsive. There's lots that we need to work on, all of us, I understand that, but there's a lot of great things happening. There's a lot of people, if I start thanking people by name, I'll forget people, but everyone has done a great job, and Jill Aiello is very patient, and she's a fantastic member of the team, so I just thank you. It's hard to choose a favorite department in this city, but I gotta say, you guys do a great job, and I'm so grateful. I mean that. The people can directly see the things you do in my district, and now we're gonna have more stuff, so thank you.
All right, council, so what we're gonna do now is break for lunch, come back at 1:30, and we're gonna finish with my comments, motions, and there are a couple others that have some public works related motions as well. We'll see you back at 1:30. right, I'm going to call the meeting back to order. It's 1:35 PM. Director Mosier? Yep.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. Did you get a chance to rest your feet?
We did, so we're good. Ready to continue on.
All right. Director, my first question for you is in regards to median island maintenance. It looks like for tree trimming, we have a cycle of doing that about every 10 years, trail maintenance every 60 days. What about median island maintenance? Do we have a regular cycle for that?
And Council Vice President, yes, we do. We've actually been able to, post-pandemic, get that back to a 90-day landscape maintenance cycle. One challenge, though, we are facing this year is with a very, very large amount of winter rains. Our pre-emergent and process did not work quite as well as it normally would. So we are, in just that amount of water and saturated soil, we are dealing with a little bit more on the weed side this year than we ordinarily would. But yes, we've gotten that to a 90-day cycle. That is funded by the community sanitation fees. And in the proposed budget, there is a general fund subsidy of the median island maintenance program.
Okay. Thank you for that. For the alley gate program, it looks like there's $25,000 budgeted for repair and maintenance of existing gates. Is there money allocated for new gates as well?
Council, no. As far as new gates, there are no dollars appropriated in the Public Works Department budget for that. The long-standing practice for alley gates has been those have been funded through council district infrastructure dollars.
Okay, and what's the cost to install, I guess, one gate at each end?
That it does vary on the alley. Let me see. Looking for. It really depends, Council, upon the materials selected. Ranging from something like in downtown, Chinatown, Fagan Alley Gates, it was selected with Councilmember Arias's office to go with a wrought iron treatment for better security. That was upwards of $40,000. Some that are more chain link are much lower. We can provide that number shortly. We have just recently transitioned that program back from the Department of Public Utilities, and thus far we have not processed a new alley gate, so we will have to get back to you with that exact cost of most recent ones.
And I'm just wondering too, if $25,000 is enough for ongoing consistent maintenance based on historical trends. Maybe that's a DPU question.
Based upon historical trends, the alley gate program in public utilities was exceeding $50,000 a year and upwards of $100,000. So the approach with this, with the $25,000, is that the department's budget would be able to pay for the first $25,000 in the fiscal year of vandalism and repairs. But after that point, we as Public Works, we would really be out as far as a revenue source for those, and we would be working with the respective council district office as far as the repairs.
Okay. And do we need to keep alleyways under our control and maintenance? Is there any plan to relinquish that land back to respective property owners?
The excellent question. The ideal process would really be to vacate the alley, in which case, because what happens is typically alleys are 20 feet in width, and generally speaking, those alleys were created, and what we call the underlying fee, who really owns the ground underneath it? That's generally owned by both property owners. Some of the alleys are all owned by one particular side, one adjacent owner, but the idea would be to vacate them. The challenge is dealing with to be able to actually close it, is we have property owners who have rear carports, rear garages where they access. That makes that very difficult, coupled with overhead PG&E wooden poles, and then our Department of Public Utilities is in the process of moving water mains out to the street but we have quite a number. A lot of alleys have sewer, they have water. So that's really the big cost, is to truly vacate and eliminate the alley, just close in the fences, as we wind up needing to get all the utilities out.
Got it, okay. Pressure washing, that is that's housed in your department? Pressure
Yes,
washing?
it'd be housed in our department, very similar to the Fulton Street District pressure washing. Difference being here, this is proposed as a contracted vendor service so that we could basically bid that out, RFP, to a service vendor and be able to get them on board much more quickly than it would be for us to acquire a pressure washer, a new light-duty truck, hire employees. We could quickly deploy with the vendor.
Okay. And this one is for the Tower District area, but I think everyone's definition of what the Tower District is different. So will you commit to working with us, myself and Councilmember Arias, in terms of what defines the boundary of Tower District pressure washing?
Absolutely, and we'd seek to work with your offices both on that and then how far the dollars go, as far as perhaps some areas of the Tower District need a little bit better frequencies. There will be some hot spots that we would want the vendor to address. So most definitely, but I think the intent is really that kind of that commercial core business and entertainment district.
Along Olive and Van Ness.
Along Olive and Van Ness, yes.
Okay.
And to some degree, then that would also include things like Wishon
and
Fulton,
Fern.
yes.
Fulton, okay. On page 11 of the PowerPoint, no, page 10, it talks about Polk Avenue widening Shaw to Gettysburg, Ashland widening Polk to Cornelia. Are these projects fully funded, or is there still a funding gap that we need to be considerate of?
In terms of the federal grant projects, like Ashland Avenue, for example, it is fully funded. Not all of those funds are being proposed in the FY24 budget, and that is simply because the federal grants that are paying for the projects, they are programmed, the funding is secure, but it's programmed in a future federal fiscal year, so we make our city fiscal year budget to match. But they are shown, they are reflected in the 5-year capital improvement program that's before you in the proposed budget documents.
Okay.
So they are fully funded.
Okay. And then when we talk about widening, will this include repaving of the existing roadways as well?
That depends upon the particular project in question. So for example, on Ashland Avenue, that is widening, adding the lane. That does not involve, let me ask Randall Morrison, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't believe that includes touching the existing pavement.
Some of it because it has to be realigned to
Okay. So where the street is being realigned to both avoid utilities and conform with the adopted plan lines. Polk Avenue is a good example. There is quite a bit of pavement resurfacing with that project to again make the elevations, the grades match, but it's not reconstructing the entire street. And
Okay.
our department, we can provide more specifics on any particular project as far as how much is repaved or how much is just widened from the existing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because Polk from Shaw south to, I would say, Ashland is pretty bad. So in considering the widening part, it sounds like we need to allocate funding to just do the repaving of the existing roadway as well.
Yes, and actually there's a second parallel project for Polk Avenue, which is the northbound widening on the east side. That is only currently funded for design, but when that goes to construction, we would anticipate that's very similar. We're going to have to replace or overlay the existing pavement. So ultimately, between those two Polk Avenue projects, everything would be repaved.
Okay. And then if I missed it, I wanted to go to the Blackstone McKinley Underpass project. I understand there's a current funding gap with that. What is that amount?
The current estimated funding gap is close to $60 million. It had been closer to 80 But recently, both this council and then the Fresno County Transportation Authority moved some funding, regional Measure C money, back away from the high-speed rail heavy maintenance facility and into the originally rail consolidation program, but now the railroad grade separation program. So that has helped close that gap. We do have, as a city, we do have grants pending with the state of California. If they were all funded, essentially we would get there. We would get there to full funding on construction of the project. So we're continuing to pursue those opportunities.
And have you guys begun to acquire those properties around the area that you need to take?
Council Vice President, we have completed appraisals. We had to hold off on any acquisition due to some of the state funding that's coming into the project. We're restricted from starting that acquisition until it's the California Transportation Commission took action. So we are now slated to be making those first written offers, and we anticipate having some acquisitions both this summer and fall moving forward. So it'll be a very busy time for our Public Works real estate team and also our outside real estate right-of-way consultants to acquire those parcels.
Okay. I might have more questions, but in the meantime, I want to make a few motions just to kick us off. I want to do a motion for $65,000 to close a funding gap to complete the Yale Avenue paving project.
Second.
And then the Councilmember Carbasi and I are currently underway with a study to identify top 10 intersections and then to match those with proposed improvements. So I'd like to make a motion to dedicate $500,000 to go towards funding those recommendations that come from the study. I would like to make a motion to allocate funding to pave the residential streets at West Brown between North Hughes Avenue, North Crystal Avenue, and West Cornell Avenue.
Second.
Director Mosier, the Tower District string lights, I understand that we are currently not maintaining those. Those are being maintained outside. I would like to get a memo from your office in terms of what it would take to bring those in-house and the cost for that.
Very good.
I know my office just spent about $2,000 replacing a lot of those light strings, so just ongoing, we'd like to bring that in-house. And then the LED lights for the historical, I don't know what we call them, I call them pineapple lights. It looks like we're dedicating about $200,000 to transition those lights from the current light bulb to more of an LED energy efficient light bulb. It says it's for the Tower District, but would that include the Lowell neighborhood, the Fresno High neighborhood, the Porter Tract? Because these historical light poles they're beyond just the Tower District.
So we can provide a boundary map of that. That is basically the area north of starting Olive Avenue and then north up encompassing both the Tower and the City College neighborhood. So, and that's as far as the $200,000 would get us. So if there were a desire to address other locations, say for example, South Tower or South Van Ness Industrial District, Chinatown, others, it would require additional funding.
Okay. Has the city ever done a project that integrated like textured stamp paving to kind of give like that European stone look of roadways or sidewalks?
The city has implemented decorative concrete paving. We have both a number of downtown Fresno intersections, Cedar and Shields, Ventura, Kings Canyon, Cedar, a number like that, but we have not utilized textured asphalt paving.
Okay. What you just described, those were for roadways?
Those were for roadway intersections. So
Okay.
some examples right out by Chuck Chansey Stadium, Tulare and H Street had that, Van Ness and Tulare, quite a number of downtown intersections. Those were all built right around the time that the stadium was originally opening. And then, of course, couple of redevelopment agency capital improvement projects before the RDA went away. That was one by UMC, Cedar, Ventura, Kings Canyon, and then Cedar and Shields. It was basically an intersection treatment where within the area of the crosswalks, the old asphalt was removed, and then actually reinforced concrete, colored concrete with various patterns was built.
Would you say that that would be considered a form of traffic calming, a traffic calming design measure?
To actually implement traffic calming, we would likely need to look at things more like curb bulb outs, really kind of tightening up the intersection, reducing it. If we were simply leaving an intersection as it is today in terms of the geometrics where the curbs are, but we replace the paving, it really depends upon what that texture was. If it's smooth and just concrete instead of asphalt, that I would suggest that would not provide traffic calming, but to actually get it more textured, European, Boston type, more cobble, that treatment, that would provide some traffic calming.
Okay. I'd like to explore doing this in school zones as a means of traffic calming. I'm thinking specifically off the top of my head, the Fresno High area, because we do get a lot of speeders along Echo Avenue from McKinley to Weldon. And we have a number of businesses in the area too, so it's just a very walkable area, very high frequency of pedestrians, and potentially just want to get ahead of avoiding, God forbid, any future pedestrian vehicle collisions. Can your department provide my office a memo what it would cost to fund textured stamped paving for the Fresno High area on Echo between McKinley and Weldon? We'll email that to you.
And we could provide that memo if that's council direction. I would also offer just that our staff in traffic operations and planning, Jill Gormley's division, we'd also be glad just to look at that from more of a traffic calming perspective. Are there other tools that could be effective for traffic calming and reducing speeds in that area?
Okay. In the meantime, that is direction just to provide that cost estimate. But yeah, that would be great to look at that as well. City Manager, we have a study, I believe, currently going underway, an assessment in regards to the current condition of the Tower Theater. Do we have anything budgeted into this budget in terms of how to address any potential required improvements that need to be made that comes from that study?
So of course, Ruthie is taking a call with our financial advisor to talk about bonding issues. But what I do know is the revenue, the profit that is being generated off of the concerts is going into a special fund to be putting back in to make improvements to the Tower Theater. So I know that for sure, and I know that we have had some profitable events. I don't know off the top of my head if there is another pot of money. We'll have to get back to you on that.
Okay.
Oh, Brian, do you know? He doesn't know, but we'll have to get back to you on that. But I do know the profits being generated is to stay in to offset costs for the property that we own.
Okay, thanks. I would like to make a motion to allocate the funding to Slurry Seal Fruit Avenue from Clinton to Dakota. And my last motion is to update the landscaping frontage median island along West Avenue from Shaw to Norwich Avenue. All right. That's it for now, Director. Thank you very much. Councilmember Arias?
Thank you, Director. I do have a couple questions for you. I know we replaced or removed the pedestrian historic light posts on Fulton Street as they were being vandalized, and then we added the additional higher light posts on Fulton Street. But there was a commitment to replace those historic light posts. Do we have any update on where we're at with the replacement of those poles? I know the bases are still around in many of those spots.
And Councilmember Arias, the focus thus far has really been on getting the lighting restored in that area. We actually are not fully complete with that yet, with everything in Brewery District and the surrounding area in both downtown, South Van Ness District. So our team's focus has been there, but we can report back on a potential timeline to bring the historic post-op lighting back online. The concern is, again, if we put the wire back in, how do we avoid vandalism to those decorative posts?
Yeah, I know it's been a couple of years. You don't know, do you even have a cost of what it would cost to put those historic pedestrian poles back?
We can put that together.
That would be helpful.
And many of the posts are still there. They simply do not have the wire in them anymore. There are a few that we did remove because they actually had become a hazardous condition, wherein because of so much vandalism, the saws,
the integrity of the structure has
yes,
been.
the integrity. So we were very concerned about one of those lamp posts then actually falling and
The reason I
injuring
ask is
someone.
I have a request from those property owners for overhead lighting, similar to Tower District. And before we go down that path, I wanted to see whether pedestrian light poles were going to return. If they're not, then overhead lighting becomes the next best solution. So I will make a motion for $500,000 for overhead lighting for Chinatown and downtown Fresno. And
Councilmember, do you mean like the twinkle lights, like that are in the tower?
yeah, those, is there an official name for them?
String lights?
String lights, thank you. Twinkle,
string
string.
lights.
Same.
I know they might be cheaper, I don't know, but there just isn't enough light at night in that corridor. Those pedestrian lights did give quite a bit of light. The ones you guys put for the cars are good for the cars, but there just isn't enough on the sidewalks. So, okay, thank you, Director. I do have some motions for your budget. Motion to allocate $1.9 million for the road repaving and concrete repairs for the residential area of Southwest Fresno from Jensen, Elm, Church, and Kirk. A motion for $4.1 million to repave the unfunded streets as identified in memo response direction number 8. It's a tower area from Weber, McKinley, Palm, and Olive. I think that's the last section in tower that we need. And a motion to allocate $200,000 from the Beautify Fresno budget to do pressure washing in Chinatown, similar to what we're doing in Tower and downtown. And a motion for $2.4 million for Chinatown area for road repaving and concrete, which is not being completed by the TCC project. All right, thank you, Director. And just for the record, I know at some point we're going to get to priorities, so my top priority is to finish up the tower area in this budget cycle, so it would be the $4.1 million for those residential streets. I'm trying to prioritize as much residential neighborhoods that in my district primarily depend on the general fund to be repaved, since there's no facilities maintenance districts in the older parts of the city. Thank you, Director.
All right, Director, I think you're done.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Council.
Good work.
You and your team are very appreciated.
He deserves a raise, Georgiana.
Council Vice President,
Yeah.
excuse me, Henry Fierro. Is it possible, council member, the motions you just made, could we get that via email? Okay. Thank you.
All right, guys, we finished one department for the day. Yeah, am I being hazed?
Just in case people didn't think that neighborhoods were important to us, we spent a whole...
Okay, up next is the fire department.
Oh, I know. Councilmember Carbasi told me I look smarter with these on, so I thought I'd give it every shot I could. Good afternoon, Council Vice President, Billy Alcorn, Interim Fire Chief, Fresno Fire Department. Oh, real quick, I've never ran this before, so click the clicker and go. Okay, all right. Okay, so before you is our FY24 budget presentation. I will start off with the mission statement. The fire department is a professional organization that protects and puts service above all else with the core values of teamwork, trust, and commitment. The department is committed to the overall mission of creating a culture of excellence in fire and emergency medical service delivery. The department strives to be an innovative and progressive organization to meet the challenging demands of the city of Fresno's over 540,000 residents throughout 116 square miles, as well as training and improving firefighter safety. This is our current organizational chart. Fire chief, underneath that is the public information officer, emergency preparedness officer, the CERT team, and then the Fig Garden Fire Protection District. There's an executive assistant that works underneath the fire chief. Our divisions are the operations division, the prevention and support services division, training, EMS and safety division, personnel investigations division, and then business and fiscal division, with most of our employees residing underneath the operations division. So our accomplishments, when we put this slide initially together, there was 45,000, oh man, I keep messing this up. When we put the slide together, we had over 45,200 incidents through May of 2023. I ran stats this morning and we were at 46,100 incidents. So that means over about a week, we had over 1,000 incidents or calls for service. Some other accomplishments is in February, we were awarded the 2021 SAFER grant for 24 new recruits, and we started that drill school on March 27th of 2023 with the anticipated graduation in July of this year, 2023. The goal of that grant was to add an additional two-person medical squad, and that'll go at Station 9. And then 6 engines will increase their staffing levels from 3 personnel to 4 personnel, leaving 2 additional engines in the city without 4 personnel. We completed and occupied the permanent Fire Station 18, and we did that groundbreaking a few months back. Capital improvement projects that we've been working on is purchasing the property and starting the design of Fire Station 12. Selection of a design team for Fire Station 10. The property's already been identified at Clinton and Armstrong, and that'll basically move our current Station 10 near the airport out to Clinton and Armstrong. And then collaborated with the State Center Community College on the co-location of our regional fire training center. So moving from the location out by PD's training center, co-locating at North and Willow with Fresno City College. We've also invested a ton in training of new fire prevention inspectors. So really it was the FY22 budget that allowed us to bring on 11 new fire inspectors. In FY23 we hired 1, but really this last year we've been working on training them, providing them a ton of training. So we did Inspector 1 training, and it's a series of courses for 12 of our inspectors. We did that with in-house instruction, which was a really big thing for us. That means we had our own trained people internally that could deliver that training versus sending them to Southern California or Northern California to receive that required training. We promoted 4 inspectors from the Inspector Level 1 to Inspector 2, which allows us to do more than just general inspections. Allows us to do more of the complex work, plan review, that all of you probably get phone calls on. Some more accomplishments is we adopted a social host ordinance which enhanced our ability to address the illegal fireworks in the city. We increased the fines. We transitioned, or currently transitioning and migrating to a new software program for occupancies inspections, pre-fire planning, incident reporting, and hydrant management, which combines a couple of programs all into one and is going to allow us to be a lot more efficient once that fully rolls out. Increased staffing levels from 81 to 95 over the last 2 fiscal years, and that's 95 people on duty per day. That's how we operate today. Just real quick, that is without the battalion chiefs being included in that. If we included them, it would be 99. And then in July, when we bring our new SAFER folks into the field, the goal was to get up to 103. We provided a safety officer course for all of our captains, and we provided a command and control course for all officers in the organization. And officers is chiefs and captains. Going over the budget, I'll read the notes down there, is the personnel proposed budget is increasing almost $5.5 million over FY23 due to the contractual obligations for MOU agreements, the addition of 4 sworn staff, as well as a civilian personnel manager. A non-personnel proposed budget is increasing by $19 million, largely due to budgeting the remaining amount of the $25 million grant that we received for the Regional Training Center. We also included the increase in PG&E expenses increases, the dispatch contract with Fresno County, some software contracts, the nozzles that we have on our fire hose, and self-contained breathing apparatus maintenance programs, and then lease payments for apparatus and SCBAs, which we'll get to that. The interdepartmental proposed budget is increasing $1.4 million in large part due to the facilities, fixed charges, and then several ISD and fleet charges. And the biggest piece of that, or the biggest component that's new to this budget, is the facilities piece, the general services piece of that. 2024 budgeted positions, so 4 new sworn positions that includes 2 captains, 2 firefighter specialists, and then a new civilian position that includes the 1 personnel manager. Most impactful items are the contractual obligations that includes our dispatch contract with Fresno County. I don't remember the exact amount of years, but for about 3 years or so, we've gone with no increase in that contract. It's remained the same, so it hasn't changed at all. And then this year, we agreed to a new 3-year agreement, increasing that contract. Our utilities budget increased for PG&E, the equipment budget for nozzle replacement and the SCBA maintenance program. And if you have questions about, well, hey, we're going to potentially authorize money for new SCBAs, we still have current stuff that we have to maintain throughout the fiscal year. So $36,000 for a contract for our hazmat team, and then urban search and rescue teams for toxic gases. Our supplies budget includes $350,000 for personal protective equipment, basically turnouts, the PPE that we wear, due to them reaching their 10-year expiration date. All of our gear has a 10-year expiration date on it. A technology budget, which includes maintenance agreements for the department's software, and then leases that include apparatus payments and SCBA replacements. Some federal and state grant funding. So SAFER, we have $7.3 million coming in for SAFER. We've got 4.8 remaining in ARPA, and so the ARPA money that we have left is for replacement of radios. There was allocations for Station 12, some building improvements, fire investigation unit training, gates at Fire Station 11 and Fire Station 13, and then non-reimbursable costs associated with drill school. The state grants down below is $22 million for the Regional Training Center. That's what's left after already going through certain portions of the design process. And then Homeland Security money, that's money we get every single year. It's the state Homeland Security Grant Program, and we're one of many agencies in Fresno County that receive that funding, and that $251,000 is our allocation. So ARPA needs going forward, one of the needs that we have is to reallocate or reappropriate some money out of ARPA back into cover some overtime associated with drill schools and then just general overtime. It should have been included in FY24, and there was a timing issue. I don't know if I hit that correctly or not, but...
You're good.
Okay, all right, we'll talk about that in a minute.
I don't want you guys to have to take a shot if I interrupt, so.
And then the last slide is, community outreach. We hired a community outreach specialist in October of last year, and she's done an outstanding job really engaging us more with the community and getting us out there in the community. A lot of plans for different things that she's trying to tackle that haven't completely come to fruition, but we've increased our recruiting efforts to promote the fire service or fire department as a profession. She's helped us apply for different grants associated with fire prevention and safety. We're relaunching our public education programs, smoke alarm awareness, elementary school fire education program, and other youth fire education programs. Increased engagement in social media messaging. That's a combination of our PIO and our community outreach specialist. Last year, we received a grant for an inflatable safety house, and that's been a huge hit. It takes a handful of people to set it up and operate it, but it's been a huge hit. We partnered with a skateboard company. This is through the Fresno Fire Chiefs Foundation to give helmets out as they give skateboards out to youth in our community. We give them helmets. It's been a really, really cool program. And just a handful of overall community engagement. We're talking about opportunities with partnering more with Valley Children's, American Ambulance, doing hands-only CPR out there. There's research demonstrates that quick CPR saves lives. Fire extinguisher training. And I think that is the end of my presentation. But anyways, thank you. Thank you to the team behind me for helping prepare this budget, the boots on the ground that deliver the mission of the fire department every single day. And thank you to Georgianne for helping me out over the last few months. So.
All right, thank you,
Vice
Chief.
President,
Yeah.
can I just really quick, so thank you to Billy for stepping in. He had to step in the interim chief role just as budget was being prepared, process he hadn't really been involved in. Mike Getty, the longtime business manager in the fire department, retired at the end of the year. Yvonne Dedmore stepped in over. So frankly, they did an amazing job. 2 newbies having to put together a pretty substantial budget. So thank you to their effort. I know they were supported by the team, but they did a great job given that they had a very short tenure on the job.
Yeah, that's great to hear. Thank you for your work, Interim Chief. Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Chief, for that presentation. Just a couple questions with regards to right now as it stands, whenever there's a call for service, an emergency, something that happens, are our fire folks responding, or is it the American Ambulance folks?
So it'll depend on the priority of the call, right? Depending on the nature of the call, when the call comes in, depending on the words that are used, right? If it's I use the term priority 1 or priority 2. Priority 1 calls, we will respond to. If it's priority 2 or lower, we don't respond to those calls.
What's the difference between those, just for the benefit of the public?
I'll use I'm difficulty in breathing and chest pain usually quantifies as a priority 1 call. That'll get you an ambulance and a fire response versus I'm having leg pain, which is going to be a priority 2 or priority 3. Now, if it's leg pain with difficulty breathing, it's going to get bumped up to a priority 1 call, which will once again trigger the fire engines or a squad and an ambulance response.
Okay. In the past, we've gotten kind of a map of just where some of the fires have occurred in our district. Have we seen an increase in some of the structure fires, whether they're residential or businesses or anything that's been abandoned? And I mean, I like to request just kind of an update on that, because that was helpful to kind of help our offices with regards to that. But have you seen an increase, decrease, or is it the same as it's been?
Yeah, so I mean, over the last handful of years, we've seen a significant increase in our total fire calls. Now, that could be debris fire, vegetation fire, structure fire, but our total fire call volume has gone up significantly, as well as the medical aid call volume. And as far as the heat map based off of council district and where calls are occurring, we have that. It's populated probably weekly by our GIS specialist, and I have no issues sending that back out again. I just haven't done that. So if that's something that you guys would want, I'd be happy to send it out.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Even we want to give you that space, as our city manager mentioned, that you kind of was just trial by fire, no pun intended, for you. But you guys have been doing a great job, and I do appreciate the fact that whenever we do have community events, we have our fire folks that show up and support. We just had our farmers market kickoff over in by Covenant Church in Southeast, and our folks were there. That's important, so that community knows that you're there as a partner. With regards to just the level of calls that you've gotten, have you seen those calls come from particular areas, or is it just kind of all over the city?
You know, I think call volume increase occurs all over the city, but if you look at the heat map, the call volume is really concentrated in the center of town, right? The downtown, kind of the core of the city. I'd look to Chief Simonius or Chief Fulmer back there, Chief Chu. I mean, would you agree with that statement?
I agree that the majority is the core of the city, as well as.
We can enter it into the record.
Yeah, I would agree with the chief that the majority of the call volume for both fire and medical aids is the core of the city. A lot of the fire call volume is including the older housing stock in the city as well. So that's generally the core of the city. I can't say it's just south of Shields, but it slows down once you get north of Shaw Avenue, and that's due to the houses aren't as old, so there's not a lot of degradation in the materials that the house was built with, and it's just there's a higher density in the southern part of town as well.
Okay. And then what kind of you referenced it a little while ago, Chief, with regards to the outreach and informing the community about the fireworks. I think it's June. I started hearing them probably about 2 weeks ago already. You got folks that are doing the rockets that go up and throw sparks. What does that timeline look like as far as the informational PSAs and everything?
Yeah, so I actually believe we have a press conference or a PSA scheduled next week. Chief Balderrama and I do to kind of push that message out. We've had multiple meetings over the last month partner up our investigations team with police officers and basically start identifying what that rollout's going to look like leading up to and after the 4th of July.
And then with regards to when that does happen, I know last year that obviously that occurred. What is our protocol for responding to these folks that are shooting up these rockets? When we show up, is it the ticket right away? Is it a warning? And if so, how much is that ticket?
So the social host ordinance expanded our ability. I mean, most times when you go into these locations, they see you coming, right? Especially if it's a fire. Usually our fire engines don't go out and do it, but if a fire engine's coming, they're pretty hard to hide, right? So police vehicles or our investigator vehicles can usually roll in. It's hard to identify the person that had it, right? So the social host ordinance expands our ability to at least cite where that is coming from, if we can identify it. But increasing the fines to 2,000, I believe it's 2,000, 3,000 and 5,000 in a rolling year. So 2,000 for the initial offense, 3,000 for your second violation, and 5,000 for every violation thereafter in that 12-month period. I think those can deter it. We're obviously on social media in advance of the 4th of July, trying to hit anything being sold in advance, and I think all those efforts help. But I mean, I've been in Fresno now for 2 4th of Julys, or I've been with the City of Fresno Fire Department for 2 4th of Julys now, but my previous experience, 4th of Julys get worse every single year, and it's really, really hard to, once they start going off over here and you dedicate your resources that way, you turn around and they're going off behind you. You know what I mean? It's such a challenging thing to address, but we're doing what we can.
The progressive fines, are those, so the 2,000, 3,000, then 5,000, that's attributed to the address that you're responding to?
That would be attributed to either the address, if we could pinpoint it there, or the person that we either confiscated the fireworks from or that we witnessed doing the firework.
And then for those folks, and we're going to forward it to whoever we need to forward to, but there's already folks that have gone across state lines or other places and have brought back fireworks and are selling them. What's the fine for those individuals that are selling the illegal fireworks in the city?
So the fine structure, I believe on our end, as we issue the citation, would be the same. Now, I don't want to speak for the police department, but I believe that over a certain quantity could be a different type of fine, but I'm not 100% sure on that, Councilmember.
Okay, yeah, let's just check. I'd like to get that information, for folks. There's a couple of videos that I forwarded where I live over by Huntington. There were a couple of palms on fire. I think it made the news. I suspect with the rain we got and the vegetation growth, and now it's drying out a little bit. I think we're going to be a lot more busy. I think you're going to be a lot more busy, and your team's going to be a lot more busy. So I'm sure you're making plans for that accordingly.
Yeah, we're fortunate. I think that it falls on a Tuesday this year, but the weekend, before leading up to it, I mean, we anticipate to be very, very busy.
Those are all the questions I had. Thank you, Chief. Big thank you to your team. They've been great to work with over on our side of the town, and we appreciate the work that you guys are doing every day as first responders. I just want to confirm that because there was a little bit of a discrepancy, but thank you guys for the work you do and your team.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. No one else is punching up. There you go. Oh, I should have just let you go. Huh?
I know.
Councilmember Rutherford.
I just want to thank all of you for the work you do in our community. It is greatly appreciated. You probably don't get enough kudos, or maybe you do, but people in my district, and I know throughout the city, greatly appreciate our fighters and our fire department, and I know this council does too. And so I read through your budget and requests, and I think things are moving along. This council got the SAFER grants along with the mayor increasing the staffing levels, and so just want you to know how much I personally and my constituents appreciate all that you guys do.
Thank you.
And ladies, thank you.
Appreciate it.
I still see no one punched up. All right, Councilmember Arias.
Now that my colleagues have warmed you up, Chief, let's get to some real questions here. I'm always nice. But we're highly compensated and competent leaders, and we got questions. As my colleagues have indicated, when I first got on the council, there was a history of not funding fire at the necessary level. The former city manager and the former mayor, who are no longer here, were an obstacle to that SAFER grant. This council, I think Member Perea wasn't here yet, but we overturned their decision on numerous occasions to prioritize the fire department with firefighters and classified personnel. And so my hope in doing that was that not only would it strengthen the fire department and get us to more of the national standard for ratios, but that we would also get better service. And that's the spirit in which I ask these questions. We've given a record amount of money to the fire department. Are we getting a record amount of service to the customer, which is our residents? So with that said is, have your response rates, response times improved in the last 2 years?
Yeah, so yes, the question is yes. So I'll start with response time. So we always try to go off of it's called NFPA 1710. It's a national standard. It's the standard that most fire agencies try to adhere to and meet. The goal of NFPA 1710 is to get a first unit there within 4 minutes of receiving that alarm. And so we have actually had a 3.4% increase. We're still a little bit lower than we want to be, but we have seen increases year over year on our 4-minute response time.
What's your goal, your internal goal to get to response times?
It should be 90% of the time. So we should be meeting that 4 minutes 90% of the time, and we're at about 76% right now.
Okay, and you're fully staffed? We
have the academies and drill school right now, and come July, we will have rolled out four people on every engine except for 2 and a new squad at Station 9.
Okay, so when do you anticipate being fully staffed?
Oh, I think once the drill school is completed, we should be fully staffed. We did release 3 people in drill school, and we lost 2 people due to one was injury and one not showing up the morning of drill school. But so fully staffed, I guess, to answer your question, to fill those positions again and do an attrition drill school would probably be 6 months from now.
How many of your officers do you have on long-term medical leave?
Oh, I just had those stats. I think we have about 12 to 13 people on long-term. And when I say long-term, there's variations of long-term, 4 weeks to 8 months. But I believe it's about 10 to 13 people, and actually one just came off this morning. And so
is that an average or normal ratio for a department, or is that above your normal?
So it sounds like, talking to the health and wellness officer, it sounds like our numbers of long-term injuries are up, but according to our statistics, our reportable job injuries are down. So long-term, as many people being off for this period of time is higher than usual, but as far as our reportable medical incidents, our injuries at least, they're way down from, I'll just say 2019, we had 102 reportable medical injuries, down to 54 in calendar year 22.
So in layman's terms, less injuries to officers, but more officers are out.
Correct.
On medical leave.
Correct. We've got cancers, surgeries, and things like that, yes.
Okay. Your fire training facility, I learned today that it's been relocated from southwest to southeast. When do we anticipate, which I fully understand and support the rationale for it, how much infrastructure, how much money do you put underneath the ground versus above ground, things of that nature, but when do we anticipate the first drawings being available for review or the designs?
So we've got some conceptual drawings that we just, about 4 weeks ago, kind of finalized a conceptual drawing. Because we had to move from the original facility to the new one, the design team that was contracted had to change a ton of plans, and there's going to be some monies needed to be allocated to adjust those plans that we didn't necessarily account for originally, and so we're working through that process right now, trying to figure out, what do we actually need versus what are they saying they want to do for that whole project. So final plans, you think?
I think give us a conceptual plan date, and then, kind of when you think you get to.
And I'm more looking for, when do you have something ready enough to show the council? Is it when you get ready
where the
to work
buildings are gonna
construction?
go.
Right.
Things of that nature.
The recent memo that went out shows a site plan that's as of the beginning of May. So they came to us when the meeting.
I just sent it out this morning.
It was just sent out just because of the request recently. Okay. And that site plan kind of shows where Fresno City College buildings are at and where we're going to post our buildings at. We're working through the contract part before they'll even start drawing at real buildings yet. So once that goes to you and you see you see that item, and there will be an increase in cost for their contract. But once we've seen that and they've approved to do that, we imagine we could probably see plans for each of the buildings within 3 or 4 months after that for the initial plans.
City Manager, when do you anticipate construction commencing?
I don't know that.
Are we a year, 2 years, average ballpark?
I would say that where we're at in the design process, it'll probably be a year before we break ground on actual buildings.
Okay.
There's an MOU that needs to be developed between SCD and us, and the plans need to be developed.
Thank you. I've gotten a lot of requests for a fire station in the south industrial part of the city. As you know, the city authorized a ton of thousands of employees to be housed in those distribution centers, but didn't build an additional fire station there. The fire station designed originally to serve the rural residential area of the town has been serving those facilities. Are there any plans to build an adequate fire station in that area?
You know, we've had the discussions with Chief Donis. I mean, I know it's part of the long-term plan, but other than just talking about it among staff or, you know, our team, we have not had any future discussion.
And
is it a need? Yes, it is.
If I recall, we waived most of the impact fees for those distribution centers when they went up. So is there any money in the budget or impact fees for such a facility?
No, the ones that are funded in the budget is 12.
Which is located where?
Ashland and Marks.
So that's more residential use, right? Residential neighborhood?
But you want to talk about the service area for the new 12?
I believe you're talking about the southern area of the city, right? The Amazons and things like that in the southern portion of town. I think that's what you're.
Yeah, but the Ashland and Marks is in that residential area?
Yeah.
So
I mean,
that would
it's
allow.
going to serve a handful of different things, but yeah, there's residential in that area.
And that would allow more subdivision growth, right?
Yeah.
Housing?
Yeah.
So what about the South Industrial Park? We built all those facilities. When do we anticipate building a fire station to serve them?
So that's we have a few fire stations that are on the list that need to be constructed, and we asked the fire department to prioritize based on calls for service, and Station 12 and 10 rose higher on the list. So it's still on the list, but we can only afford to fund so much, so.
So we're prioritizing based on calls for service, right?
Well, Station 12, I'll talk about Station 12, right? That's been a plan for a handful of years now. That's moving out of basically a temporary house, if you will, into a new fire station. Fire Station 10 is moving us to where the new developments occurred in the southern area, so Clovis doesn't have to keep coming in on our mutual aid, if you will, to cover some of our calls.
Which serves residential development, right?
Right.
So residential development northwest, residential development southeast.
Yep.
How are we dealing with because what I'm being told is that your fire station doesn't have the apparatus, the equipment needed to serve a facility that's housing thousands of people 24 hours a day. So when do you anticipate doing that?
Yeah, I think it's a goal to get it on the radar, but you know it hasn't been presented to city manager or anybody else yet. I guess the thing is to get done with 12s and 10s and then start planning the rest. Not get done, but you know get those moving and then start planning for the next build out of stations. So.
I'm not interested in deprioritizing those two. Those are on their path. What I'm trying to understand is, did those developments not pay any impact fees?
So they're citywide impact fees. They don't just go straight into we don't do impact fees by geographical area. They go into one citywide pot.
Okay.
So I understand what you're saying, but just to clarify, can we ask him what?
It's not like parks, there's a regional fee for parks in that area.
No, there's a parks impact fee, and it goes to fund neighborhood and community parks citywide. Okay, same thing, our impact fees are citywide impact fees.
What we do for development is we require them to build a park as part of their development, right?
So it depends. Some developments who have a CFE build like a small pocket park, and that's different as opposed to, for instance, we went through this with Park West, remember? And so that he'll be reimbursed from the park impact fees. So they pay into the park impact fees, and then depending on the size of the park that's required by us, if they're required to construct a park, then they get reimbursed from those impact fees.
So I'm getting requests to authorize more distribution centers in that part of town. There's a South Central Industrial Plan being developed to greenlight more industrial development. Right. These facilities house thousands of people. They have highly sophisticated electrical equipment. robots, X, Y, and Z, solar panels that get set on fire on the roof. Is the city planning to authorize those projects without a new fire station?
So I think what I would want to hear from Billy is like, how are the Amazons and the Ultas being served now by what station? And so I don't know. I think I want to understand how they're being served now and if there's a deficit in serving them. And then obviously as more come online, I'm guessing as part of the environmental, I don't know if Jennifer's here, we'll have to evaluate, you know, how we're going to serve future development.
And the reason I'm asking is, as that plan comes forward, there'll be mitigations that we can include in the plan.
Yes.
And what I'm hearing from the developers in that area, the companies in that area, the residents in the area, is that the fire station is not equipped to address it. I've heard it from the fire union, that you guys don't have the right apparatus, the right equipment. So I'm trying to understand, do we need to make that a requirement of future development for a new fire station to go in? Or are we going to simply allow 50,000 new employees in a hub with the same station that was built? How old is that station?
Well, I'm assuming you're talking about Station 7 and Station 15 is my Station 7, Station 15.
Because Station 7 also serves the landfill and the recycle centers, right?
Yeah. I mean, to your point, yes, we eventually do need a station there. I don't think there's been any development stopped. I don't think there's been any delayed responses to that location. I know when Chief Donis was here, she had conversations with property owners that were looking at potentially giving land and stuff like that. But beyond that, we have not had any real, I'm looking at Chief Simonius.
We have had conversations going on and on about the industrial triangle and how to best serve that area for many years. We haven't had anything put forth to us. We've asked over periods of time to let's look a little bit harder. Let's find a piece of property. Let's do the things that we need to do. When you get south of Central Avenue, there's a little piece of Fresno City that is an area that can't be served by our current configuration of our municipal code. So there is a need down there, and we see that. But like the chief said, we have prioritized everything based on the calls for service, and so it fell down farther in the list.
I understand. But Chief, what I'm struggling with is, on a daily basis, you guys tell a housing project, a business building, in order for you to be built, here are our requirements.
That is correct.
Right? Because we have to be able to respond. We have not said no. You're right. We haven't said no to any distribution centers. Yet we know there's a deficit in service. We know there's an aging facility. And I guess what I'm asking is, why aren't you guys insisting on a new fire station as part of thousands of, more folks showing up to be there 24 hours a day?
Well, currently, the closest fire station to that development area is Station 7. And all of the area that Station 7 serves falls within the guidelines for being able to develop in that area. The system that we use as a fire department is a system of resources that work together to respond to an incident. And so it's not just one engine that goes to a fire call. It's Engine 7 will get there first, and they will start deciding what resources are needed to provide service to that incident. So we have other resources that are coming in as well. Would a closer resource to the industrial area be a benefit? Yes, it would be. But as we measure things, it's not as much of a benefit as the other ones that we need to. Because on the east side of town, where Station 10 is going to move to, we're building outside of a 3-mile limit, which is outside of the parameters. And we have a certain number of homes that can be built outside of that before we have to put a fire station there.
Yeah, and I'm not looking to, again, trade off those pending fire stations. What I'm looking for is an airport model. If, the airport has their own fire unit, the airport pays for that fire unit. If we're going to have 100,000 people in distribution centers within a quarter mile of each other, 24/7, why aren't we as a city, or you as a fire department, requiring their own unit, their own station, to be paid for by that development, versus us having to take from a residential neighborhood to be able to cover that? Because in my experience, when that fire broke out in the recycle center, you're right, everybody in town was there. But it was also clear that there's some pretty unique equipment that's needed for those facilities. Those facilities have significant security, limitations constructed into their design. a significant amount of flat flammable equipment, battery systems. They're not your residential house that, has fire sprinklers. So that's what I'll be looking for in the South Industrial Plan and from the fire department on what are you going to ask for if we greenlight, thousands of new folks being there 24/7.
As far as timeline goes, as the city manager stated, the impact fees that we get from houses, from industrial, from commercial, and all the other resources for the impact fees go into one lump sum.
Yeah.
So as we can afford to build from that lump sum without going into extreme debt, bonding for additional things that we don't want to pay for over 30 years, we're using those funds up. So when those dollars, and we can have Public Works analyze that again for us and project out how long it would take to pay for a station, and then we can give you a better answer as to when we would be asking for that money to do that.
What my fear is that we're going to greenlight all these distribution centers in this industrial triangle. They will pay into a citywide fund.
Mm-hmm.
It will fund new fire stations in residential neighborhoods in the fringes of town. And when a fire breaks out, we're still going to be depending on that old firehouse that was built for rural residential, not for distribution centers, to respond to it, right? So I'm asking us not to think bare minimum is how do we, if we're going to do this job center, then do it the way we would a unique, massive project of 2 million people, which the airport represents. I don't want the nickel and diming from Peter to pay Paul. So that's
Councilmember,
what I'll be looking for.
I think we'd have to look at the way that we impose fees. I don't know that that's so much a fire department issue as much as it is the structure of our fee system, because what you described exactly could happen. It goes into a citywide pot, and those funds are spent as projects rise up on the priority level. If you are wanting to do something different, then we'll have to get the appropriate study done to impose, a specific paid-for center, and that's currently not the system, but we can certainly look and see what our options are.
And I want us to look at that option because I don't want to take away from residential neighborhoods, but I also know that you guys are not equipped to respond to a fire that has 5,000 people in a building. You just...
But do remember, those facilities have pretty sophisticated fire suppression systems within themselves, as opposed to a plane coming in hot with an engine on fire, to the airport. At least we have the benefit of having very sophisticated fire suppression systems within those large buildings.
And the uniqueness is, as we learned from the Amazon fire, they also have a lot of layers of security. And our firefighters don't have security access to all their robotics and server rooms and everything else, right? So that's why I think an airport model would work better if we're going to be greenlighting this kind of development, because the costs for servers are not going to decline for you guys. They're going to increase across the city as the population grows. So I want to make sure we're prepared for that. And it shouldn't be at the backs of the general public. It should be the burden of the cost should be on those who are developing these distribution centers.
Yeah, understood.
Thank you. One other, I do have a request, and this could be later. I would like a memo with the amount of your officers that are multilingual, if I can get that information. As you know, we're a city that speaks nearly 100 languages. And as people call the department and firefighters respond, I want to make sure we have language access addressed with the line folks and not relying on pedestrians to translate, sensitive and dangerous information that's timely. So if I can get that list, that'd be great. Thank you.
I was actually in anticipation of a couple more questions from you, Councilmember, if I could just share what your investment of our fire prevention inspectors has done. I don't know if you remember about 18 months ago, we were behind quite a bit on our general inspection program. That's our annual inspections in facilities and stuff. And so from 21 to 22 calendar year, we had a 133% increase in the general inspections that were completed. Now, I understand that 21 had COVID times, so things were shut down. But if you go back to pre-COVID times, we are still doing 3,000 plus more inspections a year now than we were prior to that. So I think that's been a huge investment that council has made in the fire prevention program. I know oftentimes that calls get made that, hey, we're behind, but we have been turning projects around. We've been meeting with people on site. I think the division's doing an outstanding job with the resources that the council has provided. So just wanted to share that.
Thank you, Interim Chief. And I will tell you, there are two things in my radar for your department that are concerning for me. So you have my attention on these two fronts. One is the radio system.
Yep.
And the requirements that you guys are putting on development.
Yep.
Because the telecommunication system is outdated, to be nice to the city manager. We cannot sustain that level of subsidy for public and private housing because our network doesn't work. And I know you guys are put in a position to force developments to put in equipment so that your folks can communicate with each other in case of a fire. But I do think that's the one place where I would argue it's our long-term planning responsibility. And secondly, is inspectors. You know, I'm used to businesses and residents and donut shops calling me about permitting and planning. I'm not used to them calling me about fire inspections. Right. And that has become a very routine experience for my office in the last 6 months. Yeah. So I don't, as I tell folks, I'm not the Jeff Roberts for my district. Right. I'm not a full-time consultant for, businesses to get through City Hall. And I don't want to get to know you on a more personal level from multiple calls over inspections. So keep an eye on it because I think that's a growing area. And it goes back to, are we giving better service in return for more investment? And I do recognize that there's more cost for service as a result too. So I will give you grace this time around.
Appreciate it.
All right, up next is Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you, Chief. Okay, so just to start with this first part. So last year, I did make a motion, which actually didn't make it through the final adopted budget. It was concerning ballistic vests and helmets to be equipped in all department apparatus. Can you tell us, what does that equipment do, number one, the function of the equipment, and then how do they affect a response to a critical incident?
Yeah, so unfortunately, fire service in the last handful of years has had to prepare for the active shooter type incidents, right? The critical incidents, and so a lot of agencies received grant funding to purchase ballistic equipment, helmets, plate carriers, and then usually a tourniquet kit on the side. And so we have tried through a couple grant processes to get those for our engines, and trucks and apparatus. But as of right now, we do not have that, right? So what does that mean for us if we do get that? Is that, we're not going to go in the hot zone. It's police's job to go neutralize and mitigate the threat, but we could potentially get in quicker and sooner to pull victims out, to start treating them, stop the bleeding and things like that. But as of right now, without that equipment, we basically stay out in the cold zone, if you will, and wait till everything is completely done before we can go in. So that would just allow us to get in a little bit sooner with that equipment.
So, and not to be dramatic, but we have to plan these things, be practical. So if it was, let's say, a perceived school shooting, and you're on site, you have to stage farther back. It would potentially affect response times because of the concern of safety of our firefighters.
Right.
Okay. So I was speaking to Council Vice President about this as well over the budget process, and so what I'd like to do is repeat my motion from last year and get it back into the hopper. I will, of course, email this motion. So the motion will be to equip all fire department apparatus with ballistic vests and helmets, and that is for $160,000. That is the estimate I had last year. If things have changed and will cost more, come back and let me know, please.
Okay.
Thank you. So now that that's done, I want to talk more about staffing now. If you can tell me a little bit about the recruitment process. I know we've discussed this before. Of course, a few years ago, when I came in 2019, we really pushed the SAFER grant, and I think it's been great. But tell us more about how recruitment works right now in the department, and then we'll talk about drill schools after that.
Yeah, so when we go out to recruit for firefighter, first I'll talk about our recruitment, right? We have a recruitment team that consists of about 20 plus people, but really our entire department recruits for the agency, right? Every single day when we're out in the public. But we get into high schools, we do career job fairs, we go to...
Council Vice President, we just lost quorum. Got to pause for just a moment here.
Where's the bell? I didn't get any names wrong today, so no bell for me. It's okay, just to punish my colleagues, I'm going to start all over again. No, I'm kidding.
All right, officially back to a quorum.
Okay. So we're going to talk about staffing again. You were just going into that, Chief. So.
Yeah, so basically it starts with the recruitment process, and we've done a handful of different recruitments, and I'll speak over my last 2 years here. We've had 3 drill schools. I think this is the 4th drill school that we've done in the last 2.5 years. Yeah, but how does that process start? The process really determines the need, and so we've done everything from certain requirements all the way to no requirements, just to have a general population academy come through to diversify the department, if you will. So folks that don't even have any fire experience can apply, and that changes, right? We go back and forth based on our needs, but we recruit at high schools, job fairs. We go to the Fresno State athletics programs and talk about the fire service there. We have the Girls Empowerment Program that goes on every year and gets tons and tons of campers. We've done open town hall recruitments, basically open it up, advertised it, answer any question the public might have about the career in the fire service. We have our Explorer program that is aimed at 14 to 20-year-olds to get them interested in the fire service. We have ride-along programs, and then I know the group's attended numerous diversity conferences over numerous years, and so that's kind of the recruitment efforts where it starts. And then as far as the academies, this last academy that's I guess the recruiting efforts, right? And then we go out, we recruit, we put them through drill school. Based on what we're looking for depends on the length of the drill school. From there, they graduate, they go out into the field. So when I was hired in Fresno in January of 2021, we had 81 people on duty, 81 firefighters on duty per day. That's gone to 95, and then the goal is once that this academy were to graduate, we would go to 103 firefighters on duty per day. So I mentioned a little bit earlier is that in this academy we started with 24 safer positions. We actually started with 26 to try to help the attrition that we've had. We have about 16 to 17 vacancies just in our relief pool. So we started with 26. Day one, one of the individuals didn't show up. Somebody got hurt. We were down to 24, and then we've released 3 people during this drill school. So we will actually be short, not achieving that 103 right off the bat. Which means that one apparatus is not going to get that extra firefighter until we're able to put an attrition drill school through and then staff that piece of equipment.
That's very helpful. So minimum staffing right now, which has gone up since 95, the goal is 103, and I think that was mentioned recently at a city-wide function. Okay, so what is do we have like a typical average expected attrition in drill school?
It varies, and I've had this conversation, since I've been here. I think we've done, like I said, 3 drill schools. This is our 4th going through right now. The last 3 drill schools, everybody passed. So everybody passed. But prior to that, we would have, about 20 to 30% not pass drill school, and that could be people showing up on day 1, this isn't for me, and leaving, versus performance issues throughout that academy. But so it kind of varies based on a 20-person drill school.
How many did we need to get to 103 in this drill school? Because you said we may be we're going to be 1 short.
Yep, so we needed 24 people to graduate drill school to meet that 103.
And we brought in, how many were in 26, you said?
We started with 26. We are down to 21 right now.
Now, I know you weren't chief when this decision was made. My question is, why were there only 26 when we know, I know last 3 were good,
right,
but we can have a 20 to 30% attrition rate.
Right.
So we should have had a lot more. We should have had, what, another 5 or maybe 30 people?
Yeah, and I think, honestly, there's a bunch of different ways I'm sure that we could do it, but I think it mainly comes down to how many people you can fit in the drill school room, right? So, 26 people in there, you're cramped, you're pretty cramped. So we could have gotten creative and done a little bit more, but I think the easiest answer as to why we didn't have more was really just where were we going to put more people? And if there's another reason, that was really what it came down to.
And I can understand that. That's practically, that makes sense. I'm just wondering why the goal was 103, and then we have not enough people in the drill school, hope and prayers, and then for some reason this one didn't have as many pass.
Yeah.
I'm just a little confused. But again, let's just keep going. And feel free to comment anything you want to say.
Yeah.
Do we know what station's going to be affected then?
So what station,
if we're going to have be down 1?
It's going to be a conversation with the local, right? You know, the crews have gone through their draw process, which means they pick what unit, what stations they go to. And so in that short period of time where we won't have that extra body, it's really going to more than likely be determined on who did not draw those positions, right? So, and obviously there's hazards associated, data and all that stuff would go into that decision making as well.
My concern is I only have 2 stations in my district.
Right.
So if one of my stations ends up being that one, I would appreciate it if you and city manager can let me know as soon as you find out, because I want to make sure we do something about that.
Absolutely.
And naturally, I'd be concerned about it as a council member.
Absolutely.
Awesome. And we've talked a lot about this recently, about stations, and you were amazing. You guys were just great, and you really helped out and solved my problem. So let's see, we've got that going. You answered all these questions. See, I can't stump you even if I wanted to. What is the plan then to get to 103, and when are we not going to get there in July? I think that was what was said to the public.
Yeah, so no, it'll be past July. So to get to 103, so when we were given the SAFER grant, right, they provide funds to pay for employee salaries for 3 years. And so when we lost those positions in drill school, we essentially don't have money to staff that extra body on one of those engines. There's a handful of ways to achieve it. Usually overtime's the word, but SAFER is not paying for those positions. And so the decision was made that we would expedite our recruitment process to bring in an attrition drill school because we have so many vacancies in our relief pool. We would throw new SAFER positions into there, and then as soon as we graduate that drill school, we would plug those positions into the SAFER.
Right. So what I'm going to ask for, assuming we want to get to that 103 number, I'd like a memo, so this is a direction, a memo, that how much in cost and overtime would we have to have in order to keep that raised minimum daily staffing in July to 103. Does that make sense? And I'll email that over.
Okay.
Okay. And then I think you covered it. Is there any impact to SAFER or losing federal dollars? I mean, we're pretty set, right? There's no issues with that?
No.
As far as, okay, this is just a matter of just didn't have enough people get through drill school.
We just didn't pass enough people in drill
I
school,
got it.
yeah.
I understand.
Yeah. And we'll ask for an extension. And to be honest, for the last probably month, we've been going back or we've been trying to get SAFER just to give us a call to answer a handful of questions. And I don't know if they're busy or they've got us on auto delete or something, but we have not received any calls back. And there's about 4 of us in the building trying to reach out to them to ask questions. But the goal is to get an extension so we can maximize that 3-year funds for those positions.
Okay. And then part of that memo, if you can let me know, if we don't go the overtime route, then what are the other options? What is the new target date to get to 103?
Okay.
That would help. And I think I had one more question, but you're lucky. I got it all jumbled up in my notes, so I may not have it for you. I do have a motion that I'm going to make. This is related to Station 2 in my district, which is located at Herndon and West, just behind the CVS. I'm going to make a motion to allocate $100,000 for any TI or any improvements necessary so that it can sustain 4 firefighters at a time. Thank you, Council Vice President. And I think at that time, that's all I can think of. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman.
All right, Chief, that wasn't so painful, right?
No.
Yeah, it was
That's
easy.
it?
I have one last question.
Say that.
Sit down.
I was kidding. I'm running.
One last question, Chief.
Yes.
What's the status of the old firehouse that you guys had off of Grantland, the retrofitted home?
Yeah,
What's the
so
status of that?
that's another one Chief Simonius was working on. I believe we were working with the real estate division to prepare to sell is the last I had heard on it.
Has the city declared that surplus yet?
Not yet. That hasn't been declared a surplus yet. It has to go through affordable housing. Because it's over a certain dollar limit, it's got to go through that process first, then be declared as surplus. And then if it doesn't have any other use, then it gets sold.
So city manager, so the council will have to declare it surplus formally, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Before anything goes up for sale?
I
Right.
believe so.
And where would the money go once it's sold?
Well, you're asking the wrong person.
Is it? Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm really hoping it goes towards our new facilities that we need to build.
Well, I think we might have other plans, but thank you, Chief.
All right, Councilmember Karbasi has one last question.
Oh, okay.
I appreciate the patience of the Council Vice President. So one more thing. North Central, they just opened the station at Bullard and West, which was active when I was a kid. So that's the white fire trucks are back.
Right.
So do we currently have a contract with them, anything for investigations or anything like that? Because I've been hearing things, but I want to be
Yeah, so I actually met with Chief Henry a couple weeks back about really just to get to know each other, right? You know, just to get to know each other a little bit, learn about his department. He obviously has a wealth of knowledge about the city of Fresno after serving 33 years here. But basically just talked about needs, right? And one of his immediate needs was assistance with his fire investigations program. And so we discussed establishing a contract for services. Obviously that takes time. What does it look like? You know, there's a lot of legal stuff that would go into that. And so, you know, he called, I believe it was last week, and basically said, hey, I'm more than likely going to have a real need due to either a vacancy created or a retirement. And, you know, basically what I told him is, hey, if we have availability, our investigators are incredibly busy, but I said if we have availability, we can help out in the short term until we can figure out some type of contractual agreement. So
What's the time frame on that, Chief?
I can get back to you on that. I don't know how much work's going to actually have to go into it. So what do I think of short term? I'm hoping that, well, there's a couple things, right? So it really depends on, I guess, the use, right? If this is a weekly or daily type of call, there's a master mutual aid program out there that.
I apologize. I mean, do you think you'll negotiate something before the end of budget? And the reason why I ask is, my concern is if I'm with all due respect to North Central,
Yeah.
Fresno Fire is my priority.
Absolutely.
So I want to make sure that we have the bandwidth, and if not, we have to make a change to get more bandwidth. That's all I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, I don't see us, I'm a pretty optimistic person, but I don't see us finalizing any type of contract before the budget's over,
Okay.
the budget process.
All I'll ask, and I'm not going to make it a budget direction just because I think the timing is beyond that, but if you could just stay in touch with me, I'd appreciate that
Absolutely.
so I can know where we're at with that as it moves along. That's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Chief, for answering all of our questions.
Right.
You did a great job on your first budget.
Appreciate
Just
it.
want to extend my appreciation to you and the men and women for the Fresno Fire Department. I've had the chance to do 2 ride-alongs the last 2 4th of Julys, and so it's just very interesting to kind of see firsthand, and on those days especially, you feel like you're in a movie. Just
crazy.
It's constant. It's very constant. But also appreciative for your work over the last several years to diversify the firefighter force and to increase the number of women within your department as well. So thank you very much. And yeah, that's it. Good job.
All right, appreciate it.
Parks. All right. We only have 4 more departments left, so we're going to push through. We're going to get through all these today. Dinner will be served as well. All right, Director Aguirre.
Good
The floor is
afternoon.
yours.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. Aaron Aguirre, Parks Director. Thank you for allowing us today to present our 2024 budget. I'd like to thank my team behind me for all their efforts putting this budget together and then the ongoing efforts for the team behind me as well as the team out in the field. I'd like to start off with the Parks, the mission statement. Parks Department is committed to enhancing the quality of life for the community by providing safe, clean, accessible parks and community centers, offering diverse programs and recreational activities for fostering meaningful relationships, partnerships. Next slide you'll see here is our organization chart. As you can see, kind of the 5 pillars of the department: our administration, our operations, our maintenance and capital improvement team, sports, recreation programs, as well as our community services. Fiscal year 2023 accomplishments, new parks and facilities. Many of you were aware of the Futures Senior Center that was acquired last year, the Paul Capriello Center that was just opened last week. Excited to open that and offer our first ever teen center, Keats Pocket Park, and then of course the link at Blackstone Senior Center, kind of the first dedicated senior center in our inventory. In addition to that, capital improvements, over 25 capital improvement projects were completed during fiscal year 23, and we have 20 capital improvement projects in construction or pre-construction. And then, of course, the 14 different engagement events throughout the year. Those include ribbon cuttings, groundbreakings, and various community meetings. Continuing with accomplishments, our program improvements, our senior programs rolling out and resuming our hot meal program across 9 sites. Camp Fresno 2023, as of May 25th, we had 900 confirmed campers. I can confirm as of last week, we've actually crossed the 1,000 mark on campers for this upcoming year. Expansion of our bicycle and pedestrian safety program. Previously, it was to our youth. We've extended that to our seniors, and also the renewed partnership with Fresno Unified, utilizing their pools for swim lessons. Other improvements include our customer service, ongoing improvements to our registration process, both online and in person. That was something that we heard loud and clear from the community. It was hard to reserve a field. It was hard to register their child, so we had an upgrade to our rec track system to alleviate some of those concerns. In addition to that, the proactive communication that continues to happen in the department through social media and other avenues. And then again, another accomplishment, local, state, and federal grants. You'll see there the different grants we have here. CalVIP 4, Interrupting the Cycles of Violence, the Burn Discretionary Grant, the Cooling Center Program, FMAAA, and then of course, as I mentioned, the Bike and Safety Program. So total parks budget here, as you can see, has obviously increased since 2021 with the introduction of Measure P. This year, proposed budget, $133.4 million. Again, this table reflects the consolidation of all funding that supports the operation and capital activities in the department. I just want to note that of that number, $34,600,000 is a carryover from FY23. Going through the budget positions, as you can see, back in FY 2022, kind of when I came on board, the department had 72 positions. With the commitment of the mayor, the administration, and council, our proposed this year to be at 159 positions. That's the investment back into parks, thanks to Measure P and the council and the administration, building back up the programs and services and expanding those programs throughout the city. In this year's budget, you'll see 12 new positions. 2 of those are on our accounting side of things. Those will really be for the posting of our transactions, reviewing of payments, requisitions, things of that nature. And then, of course, the 9 rec specialists that will be to expand programs. And I say expand in the sense that getting out of kind of the temporary mold, oftentimes we were reliant on temporary employees. So 2024 most impactful items, just wanted to highlight 7. I know there's a lot more, but the Dolores Huerta Park, formerly known as Milburn and Dakota, we are proceeding with that park, and we anticipate construction beginning in FY24, at least being awarded in FY24. That is a Prop 68 grant. All funds have been appropriated in the FY24 budget, and look forward to, as I mentioned, getting that one up and running. In addition to that, South Peach Avenue Park, that's the 49-acre site over off of Peach and the California alignment, 7.8 of ARPA. We are in the process of moving that along into construction drawings and looking to award later part of FY24. Radio Park Rehabilitation, another Prop 68 grant. That is moving along. And again, that'll be another FY24 project that we award and hope to break ground in 24. Senior Activity Center, as I mentioned earlier, we have a combination of Measure P funds and some CDBG funds for that site. We anticipate seeing later part of this year, early part of 2024, the demolition of the existing supermarket. And then we have the Milburn Overlook design, $274,000 for the redesign and reimagining of that location. And then finally, just highlighting the utilities, the $4.1 million that goes into operating parks. That does include a portion of public works for the irrigation. So as I mentioned, federal state grants, you'll see federal grants, we have about 13.1, 10.4 of that is ARPA, 2.5 is CDBG, and then of course the Burns grant, the 128,000. Moving on down to the state grants, majority of the 14.6 is our Prop 68 grants for Milburn, Dakota, and Dolores Huerta Park. So new programs in the department, Park Rangers, I know was introduced last year. That is something that we will continue to work with the police department on and furthering that program. Again, that program will ensure city parks are safe and enjoyable throughout the community for our folks. Assist patrons through outreach and education. and then also the locking and unlocking of parks and doing security and interior patrols throughout the days and nights. Also on here, warming centers, 400,000 identified for the warming and cooling centers. And then finally, I think as Scott mentioned earlier in his presentation, the enhancement of landscaping and irrigation. We anticipate the irrigation crew and the additional mow crew to really impact our parks, give them that kind of well manicured look that the community and all deserve. So objectives for FY24 in the Parks Department, you'll see the three kind of pillars there: restore, refine, and reach out. So restoring, as I mentioned, back to pre-2008 levels, maintaining our current facilities and providing programs and services to the community, and then provide safe and enriching activities at parks and park facilities. The refined portion of that is to optimize our customer service, our safety, our compliance, the reporting and monitoring of our fiscal and programmatic operations. And then the reach out, rich engagement with the community regarding improvement projects, our Measure P initiatives, and the access to our programs and facilities. And then finally on that bullet there, make it easy for the public to get to know the Parks Department, engage in park activities. So being out in the community, being out in our parks is a goal that we have throughout the department. Next slide here is regarding Measure P, our highest needs. Just want to highlight the two expenditure categories. Category 1, the improve and maintain existing. Total budget for FY24 is the $22 million. As you all know, 50% of that has to go into the 50% highest needs, so that's 11, just shy of 11.1, and the other 11.4 is the non-high needs. Category 2, new parks and facilities, 10.3, and that's split down the middle, 50%, 5.1, almost 5.2 in both high needs and non-high needs neighborhoods. Just a glimpse of the high need neighborhoods, category 1. Some of the projects, operations, are capital projects totaling 18.9. We can get into some of these, I expect, as we get into questions, but just want to throw those out there for you all. And again, category 2, highest needs, as you'll see, total funding, almost 11.1. Highest needs, you'll see property acquisitions, designed for some basins, and then highest needs, new park development, 8.5. This next slide here, you all received a tray memo back in January. These were the recommendations from the Pratt commissioners. There's 13 recommendations here, so you'll see on the left-hand side the actual recommendation, then you'll see on the right how that lines up with our budget and how that is reflected in the FY24 budget. I can go through these if you'd like, but just wanted to highlight that was part of that January tray memo. And then just last night, June 6th, and the week before, May 31st, we held 2 additional Measure P budget meetings with additional recommendations. Those were memorialized in a tray memo given to you all this morning, and be happy to discuss any of those with you. And just wanted to note that the commission last night did recommend the approval of the Parks, Public Works, and Public Utilities budget on a 4-2 vote. Excuse me? Who voted against it? Commissioners McCoy and Commissioner Singh. So I'll go through some of these recommendations from the previous, just to kind of remind you of what we had through there. Recommend $50,000 for a youth program focused on civic education. Number 4, recommend the Parks Department incorporate funding to improve security at the Fresno Art Museum. The recommendation of $1 million be set aside for organizations to apply for funds. Oops. Number 6 was recommending $250,000 for Jaswat Singh Karab to look at a cricket league or some sort of a cricket field. 7, developing and considering soccer fields at the vacant Church and Orangewood site or at the 49-acre park site. And then $2.5 million for MLK, the West Creek Village development. And then recommending funding for youth and adult programs. Then recommending $250,000 be budgeted for volleyball courts, outreach, and design at Vinland. And then the final three recommend the Parks Department budget include $250 for planning, design, and construction of facilities to support field hockey and the construction of field hockey with field hockey leaders, and then recommend $600,000 for the youth activity fee waiver, and then finally recommend budgeting for increased activity, availability of cooling and warming centers throughout the city. With that, that concludes my presentation, and myself and staff are available to answer any questions you all may have.
Thank you, Director. First up is Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Director. Before I start on the questions, just some feedback. I don't know if this is just a design flaw, a timing flaw, but is there any way that we can make adjustments for next year so that we're not getting the commission's recommendations the day of or the day before? Is that, I don't know how we do that, but I'd like to see them at least 30 days before budget hearings.
So,
no, but they just voted on them yesterday.
so
budget
initially we have our
motions.
first kind of round of budget recommendations. Those start in October, and then we have a second round in November. Those are the recommendations you received January of 2023. And then once the mayor rolls out his proposed budget, we then take it to the commission a week later, once we have the ability to look at it, kind of dissect it, present that. And then the week after, we're back here presenting to you. So there's really a short window to get that to you. So typically, if we meet with PrAC on a Monday night, we try to have those recommendations to you probably 7 days before our budget presentation. And that's just based on the fact that we have to.
So there's no way to improve getting their final motions or recommendations prior to the day of budget hearing?
We had the special meeting yesterday, so I think a week ago,
The reason I say city manager is I don't think any of us paid attention when the recommendations came out, whenever they came out in January, because the mayor's budget doesn't even come out yet. So at least I don't pay attention until the mayor's proposed budget comes out, because
think
some
we
of them might be in there.
I think we can improve by a week, because the meeting that we had last night was a second meeting that we probably could have gotten covered in the first meeting, so we probably can get you a week. We can squeeze a week out of it.
Right, had it gone without yesterday's special meeting, we would have probably had the recommendations to you by June 1st. So to city manager's point, it would have been a week in advance.
And I'm giving the same feedback to like the people like CNC, getting emails with 15 project requests a day before the budget hearing. It's really of very little value, because these are a significant $1 million request, and we have to be able to compare to what's in the budget, what's not in the budget, what's a trade-off, what projects would go away, and it just seems to be very, rushed, and it doesn't really allow for the discussion to occur.
Hey, Aaron, isn't this really, that when you do it in October and November, because I listened in on those are really the opportunity for the community and the PrAC to suggest what you recommend to the mayor, correct?
That's correct.
So really, some of these advocacy groups they also proposed items during the initial October, November that you move forward in January, correct?
They do, and we also have an ongoing hearing to allow outside of the October, November dates. We keep that on, so as additional folks come through and have recommendations, we then kind of put those together.
So maybe that's a confusion, because when the hearing's open for a long period of time, people are just submitting new stuff, and
But those are intended to go towards the commissioners so they can make the recommendations for the second round.
Okay. I'm just letting you know, as the person who reads this stuff, I'm reading it the day before your hearing.
Sure.
And I'm not paying attention until after the mayor's budget comes out. So it's not doing any justice, really. On park rangers, Director, what is the status of the park rangers? When are they going to be online and on the ground?
So I think Chief spoke to this yesterday. I know we have 3 that are in the in the training process right now. I think the goal behind that is sometime in July to actually have them off on their own in our parks. They are actively working with my staff as well as PD, learning our inventory and learning our assets, kind of learning from our managers and supervisors where the hot spots are and what parks, as well as working with PD on various trainings.
And we're upping the recruitment. We did a recruitment which we had a tremendous response to, but the success rate or attrition rate or whatever was really, really high. And so since the chief has done such an amazing job on recruitment, he asked to be a little bit more involved in the recruitment on that to spice it up a little bit. And so his team is going to be helping with the next recruitment to try and make sure we're getting really great qualified candidates through.
Remind me, how many of them are we employing?
So the first round or the initial will be 20 park rangers.
And of those, 3 of them are filled currently?
Correct. And I believe he has a number in the kind of the background stage right now.
He
that are
mentioned
working
3
through.
yesterday.
3 in the background. Thank you.
All right, so it'd probably be, a year before we're full staffed? Best case scenario, worst case scenario?
I would say worst case scenario. I hope it's not a year.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm just trying to get my constituents some accurate information. If it's gonna be, give us another year, then give us another year. The South Tower Park, is there sufficient resources for it going out to bid? Do you anticipate bids coming in higher? Are we gonna have to delay it and take from Peter to finish it up? Where do we stand with that?
So I think right now, the way we sit, based off of some conservative estimates, that we feel confident that we would be able to award when it.
We got 4.
Sorry.
All right, so you have enough money. If it comes in $500,000 over, where would that money come from?
We'd have to work with city manager and looking at potential options, maybe some underruns of other projects and or maybe some other delays in.
Are you going to make me wait till next mid-year to reappropriate money for it if it comes in higher?
Councilmember, I'm sorry, I was distracted. What are you talking about?
The South Tower Park.
Oh, South Tower.
Is appropriate at 2.5 and change. My question is, if it comes in at $3 million, are we going to wait till the mid-year budget to make that whole, or are you guys going to find money within an existing project to get it to bid and construction on time?
Where are we in that project? Do we have the final number?
Right now, we have a conservative estimate. We have money identified in the FY24 budget for it.
Are we at design? Are we at
We're in
construction?
design right now, correct.
And
so
are we construction documents yet?
We are in 60%.
60%? Are we
Correct.
holding to the estimate? So I think are we going to get to 60 to 100? Is that what we're waiting for?
We're going to go to 90 as a next.
Okay, so I think when we get to 90, it depends how much we're off. I mean, ideally, we prefer if we can find savings within a project that came in under budget and do it internally and not wait until mid-year. But I think it just depends on the amount.
This is where I'm trying to get ahead of things, right? Everything's coming over budget. We're not seeing savings on any capital project. I don't want to find out that it went over and then wait a whole year to reallocate money. So what I'm asking for is, if you have to reappropriate money from an existing project in my district, please do that. I'm sure you have to bring an AAR forward, but do not wait for mid-year or some other artificial timeline to get that thing, to remain on track.
Understood. And I think to city manager's point, when we get to the 90% drawings, that will come with a construction estimate. And at that point in time, we'll know pretty quickly here that we're in or with that outside of budget.
Okay, I do have a request for information. I'd like to get a breakdown of how much Measure P money we have received total in the coffers as of today. How much of that Measure P money has been appropriated to a particular project or a funding source, and how much of it has not? And then also how much interest has been generated from the Measure P deposits to date.
Okay.
If you can get that. And I tried to find that myself and I couldn't ascertain it from all the different budget lines and documents. And
sure.
My math probably would have been wrong anyways. And then the manager would have ringed the doorbell. Because, when you don't provide information, you let me make it up. It's a fun day. We got so much stuff to do today. It's long. Director, the Roding Park Roding Park tennis surface, I don't know what you guys are at. There's been debate back and forth. Is it, I don't know what foosball, what multi-purpose, where are we at with that?
So I think you're referring to the northern courts there?
Yes, the ones that have been non-operational for years.
Correct. So the plan going forward would be to, has that been procured yet?
I know I volunteered to make them into some kind of whatever, that thing that old people play.
So
Nelson, what are they? Pickleball.
Right.
There you go.
So we will be coming forward with an award for the design of those 3 pickleball courts. Again, those the scope would be dedicated pickleball courts. As you know, a tennis court typically can hold 2 pickleball courts. So right now we have a footprint of 3 tennis courts there. That would give us 6. We would reconfigure the lights and some of the fencing. So that's the plan going forward with that. So right now, if Roding has 14 tennis courts, then we would take those 3 offline, and then we'd have 11. And we have had the conversations with the tennis group out there, and they are supportive of that.
Yeah, they've been non-operational for years, so it's not like they've been used. But I was surprised by the price tag. Is it that expensive to resurface and repaint lines?
So that one's not going to be a resurface. That's going to be, as I mentioned, we've got to kind of reconfigure. We've got some of the corners there that need, so that's going to be almost a demo redesign in a whole new facility. So it's not like we've done in other cases where we resurface, repaint, and away we go for $30,000. This will be a whole new construction.
Okay. Thank you for that. Of the motions that the commission made, which ones, in your professional opinion, Director, you think are worthy of being included in this budget?
You're going to put me in hot water with the commission.
Heck yeah, you're the one that's been spending the last year with them, not me.
They already think he's got it out to, got it out to get them.
Just give him Georgianne's phone number. The buck stops with Georgianne. Yeah, and the reason I'm putting you on the spot, Director, is I literally just got him yesterday. I have not paid attention. I don't want to do a disservice by recommending or opposing ones that don't make sense. The one I did see that I'm not a fan of at this point is they're asking for $1 million on top of the set-aside for CBOs. And, this body put $10 million for community-based organizations from ARPA. We've also have funding here for numerous organizations in their general fund budget. And we have the set-aside. So from my perspective, I think it's premature to do another set-aside when there's not a specific purpose for that resource. But on the others, Director, what do you suggest?
I think some of these in here, again, I know they requested an urban forester position. I know Public Works has 2 dedicated arborists, licensed arborists. I'm not quite sure the difference between an urban forester and an arborist, but something I can probably ask Director Mosier about. I think the youth fee waiver program is something. I know they requested $600,000. I know that was something we kicked off last year. We do have a carryover balance that we're looking at extending. I know last year we had about $300,000. That's something I think could be expanded upon in the sense that we're looking at offering additional sports. Right now we have kind of the typical sports, like the biddy basketball. We have t-ball, football, and I forget what the other one was. But in those cases, we'd like to look at possibly doing something with rugby. That's a popular sport that we're seeing out in the community. And a few other, field hockey and cricket is something that's come up, and being able to. So I could see something there expanding on the youth fee waiver. As you know, a lot of needy youth in our community that we're trying to reach. So I could see something with the youth fee program being expanded upon.
Before I go to the other recommendations, City Manager, maybe you can help me, or Ruthie. How are we handling these recommendations formally? We received them yesterday. Are we expected to take a vote on the commission's recommendations one by one? Or is it like being received as public input, as any other member of the public? Are they expecting that we approve and reject individually their recommendations? I know this is the first time around, so what process are we required to follow?
I'm going to ask City Attorney's Office, Councilmember.
Yes. Yeah. Guide me
I'm
before
going
we
to
get in
invite
trouble.
Christy Costa up to address the question.
So these recommendations are just for your consideration, for you to include in any motions you may have to amend the mayor's budget, and they're based off of public input over the year.
And the commission does not expect us to formally respond to their request, right? There's no
I don't believe that there was a formal response last year. There isn't anything that requires a formal response.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So the free entrance to parks for a day, is it my understanding that you guys are going to pursue that?
That's something that we've looked at, and I don't believe we incorporated, but we put some costs of what the impact would look like. So if that's something that you wanted to recommend through a budget motion, one of the things just to highlight on that one, they did recommend National Parks Day, and then a second day, but yet to be determined. So there really isn't clarity on that one. I believe that motion could possibly be left up to you all for that.
So if we were to make a motion to recommend one free day at the park admission, the financial impacts are about $11,000?
Correct. And then again, that's the regional parks.
Regional parks.
Right.
Okay, thank you. The arborist, I think you noted we already have 2, right, Public Works?
Public Works has 2 arborists on staff. I just don't know the difference between an urban forester and an arborist. I don't think we have that job classification in the city of Fresno.
Okay.
Can we ask Scott if he knows the difference between an arborist and an urban forester?
And I'm
If he
not sure
knows-
they're asking for what they're asking for. What,
I don't know. Do you know, Scott?
is one qualified on trees, the other one on bushes?
Good afternoon, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works. Just having been present and participating in the Parks Commission meetings when the urban forester proposal has been suggested, I would envision that if we were to add one, it would be more of a management position, kind of at the same weight or level as like citywide ADA coordinator, active transportation coordinator. It really is described, that came specifically from Commissioner Cummings on the Parks Commission. And what was envisioned was someone looking at the parks, at the urban forest, and being an advocate, proponent, and really driving that effort to add lots more trees within the city. But we've effectively done that. I mean, we have a certified arborist for the expertise, and then we have a management team. We even have a community coordinator who, within Public Works Landscape, who's very involved in volunteer tree planting events, CAL FIRE grants, and making all that happen. So we believe within the budget that we have that covered.
Okay.
But
So they're looking more for a senior advocate-ish versus a worker bee that has a technical support, the expertise?
Again, this is my paraphrase of it, so I don't want to attempt to represent the Parks Commission, but really it would be senior advocate and someone who has that working knowledge, who's an expert and at a senior level and driving that initiative. But we believe we've met 1,800 trees, exceeding the 1,000 tree initiative. So we believe the team that we have collectively is getting there. But that was the recommendation.
Okay,
Like the Lorax?
thank you for, yeah, that would be good. Recommend funding consideration for 2 additional soccer fields on the vacant city-owned fields of Orangewood, Church Avenue. That's very specific, I'll leave that alone. $2.5 million for MLK Park. Don't we already have 10 million set aside?
Right, that's for the TCC portion. And just to note on that one there, that 2.5 was identified as general fund, not Measure P dollars, specific to general fund on that one.
Oh, okay, yeah. We already have 10 million secured for that, so let's move on. Recommend funding a youth adult program, provides music, film, play, dance training for Fresno residents. What are they trying to get to?
We believe in the Parks Department with that there, more of kind of the programming for the music and the arts, and that I think can be addressed with once the cultural arts plan is adopted through Category 5. I think those can kind of fit better into that. We do offer some of those programs in our shop, but I think they're looking for something a little bit kind of above and beyond what we've offered.
Okay. And I'm skipping the ones that are very specific to parks that are not in my district, because that's for other members to resolve. But $250,000 for hockey? Well, What's the rationale for that?
Are you on number 6?
Number 11 in my PowerPoint, recommend to include 250,000 for planning, design, and construction of facilities to support field hockey with consultation of hockey leaders.
Right, so that one there is we're developing the South Peach project. That's something that has come up through the community for that specific sport, so we feel as if that might be something, based on the data that we're receiving, that might be accommodated in that design, so.
Is South Peach, that's in D5, right?
That's correct.
Is that different from 49 acres?
Same site.
All right, then I'll leave that alone. Youth Activity Waiver Voucher Program, that's one that you indicated you have carryover funds, right?
Correct.
And how much was expended last year?
About 120,000, and so we're carrying over about 180. And again, when that was rolled out, we have 2 of the other programs that will fall into FY24, which will then consume that 180. Not completely, but again, that's where we would expand into some of the other sports.
So do you anticipate any more money for that?
Right now, I think with the programs we have, no, but to expand and get to a program eventually, we will need additional dollars.
Okay. Do you anticipate any additional cost, city manager, on the warming and cooling centers beyond the 400,000? Warming and cooling centers, there's 400,000, I think, is budgeted. Do you anticipate any additional cost?
So we are finalizing an RFP to be on the street. And it is our hope that we get out of that business, but of course, in the eventuality, generally, that would be enough money, but as you know, last year, when we made the changes to the ordinance, that extended operations, it cost us more money, we had the storm. So I would say 400,000 is enough if we go back to our old standards of the temperature, the 100, right? 105 degrees. If we want to keep at the current resolution, if we're going to continue to operate, I'm not sure it'll be enough.
Okay. Do you feel you have enough information for us to make a motion to make an adjustment today? Or is that an AAR
I think
later?
it's a mid-year.
Mid-year?
We've got plenty to last us till mid-year, and like I said, I'm really hopeful we can get out of that business.
Okay. Director, your $11,400 estimate for a free day at the park, does that include Granite Park?
No, that's just vehicle entrance into parks was the motion to allow vehicle entrance into the parks. It was not paid admission into Granite Park.
Okay. All right, I'll make a motion to adopt recommendation 1 for a free or 2 free days at regional parks, waiving the parking fee entrance, funded by Measure P. Thank you. I do have some motions for parks in my district. City Manager, is there money in the budget for Storyland and Playland? I know there's some funding, I think, identified, but I think you guys are doing it for security fencing?
So we do have money identified for Storyland, just over $1 million, and that will take care of some of the ADA path of travel as well as some of the fencing needs that.
Anything for the exhibits?
And it'll help them with the exhibits, the preparation of new exhibits, and even some of the older exhibits they have.
Okay.
And just so you know, we have helped them throughout the year
Yeah.
as part of this with the hand washing stations and hot water, things of that
Yeah.
nature.
So I'll come back to that motion tomorrow, but I do need to speak with you because I want to make sure that it includes the 2 additional exhibits that they want to add, but I don't want to prematurely change your budget recommendation. I do want to add $250,000 from Measure P for the cricket field at JSK Park and at Regional Sports Complex. The Tetsi Wills Park construction, is that in the budget? The, you know how the charter school left?
The eastern portion?
The eastern portion of the green space?
So in the FY23, I know we came back with an amendment to include 100% construction documents. Construction is not included for
Do you have
that
an
site.
estimated cost?
We can get you one. yeah, as we develop those plans, I think we're moving into 90% here soon. We can get you an estimated construction estimate.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion to allocate $2 million for the completion of that construction of the green space.
Okay.
And then I'll adjust it as you guys get me a better estimate. Thank you. $6 million for San Pablo. I found that pretty expensive given the physical space and the cost as compared to South Tower Park. Is there any adjustment to that? It's a lot of space, a lot of money for under a freeway.
Right. So I think the design has a lot of hardscape, a lot of concrete, a lot of benches. I think it had a skate plaza, so some specialty type items. We could look at paring that down and maybe go into maybe more like skatable features rather than raised decks and kind of stairs, maybe more of a kind of what we have at Romaine and maybe Cary Park, more modular, and maybe having benches that are more skatable, things of that nature that could potentially reduce that cost. But I think a lot of them are the specialty designed for the skate element.
Okay, I'll make a motion for the $6 million for the San Pablo Construction Park, knowing that there might be some adjustments, because I do think that's on the high end.
Okay.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to identify Basin XX, which is an actual name of a water basin, as a high priority, highest needs for the joint use agreement with the flood control district, to make it a dual purpose green space and water basin.
And we're working on that. There was money last year in 23 to convert those with design into usable green space. So we have been working with flood control on that, XX as well as FF. I know these names aren't too creative, but
do you have money yet for the construction of any of those joint uses?
We have designed for those bases. We have a basin in pretty much each district that will have design, but we do not have construction dollars.
Okay. Councilmember Carbasi, I think it was you and Councilmember Bradfield working on the basins. Do you want to set aside money for construction now?
And Council President Maxwell, sure. If you want to go ahead, I'll support your motion.
All right. Well, I'll make a motion for the $1 million for construction of that basin, and then I'll wait to hear from my colleagues if there's other basins that are ready for us to secure construction money for.
That's Basin XX?
XX.
Okay. Thank you. Second.
And XX is Jane Addams?
Jane Addams.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
McKinley and Hughes, yes.
Yeah. That community's been asking for a park for a long time, and the only thing is the basin next door.
Yeah, and I think on that one there, Councilmember, it already has the turf, has the irrigation. So I think we looked at sports fields. It has a backstop.
Yeah, Councilmember Sterling put all that in way back in the Stone Age.
Yeah, so we kind of have some initial thoughts and scope for that. And again, it would kind of be green space soccer fields, potentially baseball and things like that.
And I would just ask you to move as fast as possible. There's no need for a whole lot of thinking on design and whatnot. It's ready to go, I think. Right. I do want to make my last motion is for $1 million for the remediation of the contamination in the Maxi Parks green space, for us to remediate that contaminated ground now versus waiting to do it later. That's my last motion. All right. Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
And you guys got a lot of work to do. So good luck. You do have a good team.
We do.
You've been very responsive.
We do have a great team and great partners, so thank you.
Up next is Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Vice President. Aaron, thank you for a lot of the outreach that you guys have been doing with the community meetings, especially the 49 acres. As you know, we've had that ongoing conversation with the residents. We definitely do appreciate that. I want to hone in a little bit more down on the topic of the park rangers. You gave a little bit of an update. I think you mentioned 3 in the queue with some folks coming back online. Hopefully it's not a year before we have all 20 deployed, but I want to hone in a little bit more on what their role will actually be in the park with regards to supervision, with regards to the security, with regards to what their parameters and authority will be for being stationed at a park. And I believe to start off, it will be one ranger assigned per site, or will they be rotating through sites?
So the way PD has this structured right now, the 20 park rangers will report to the 5 policing districts. So you'll have 4 in each policing district reporting up through the captain. At that point, they will go through and kind of patrol the parks in that policing district or policing zone. And work with our staff on any issues and needs that we may have. We'll have that constant communication between the two departments. Anything that they're seeing, anything that we're seeing, to make sure the information's getting to not only the park rangers, but also to the sworn officer. So that's kind of the beauty of them being in those districts. The morning briefings, anything that they're hearing from us and seeing can kind of be elevated up and kind of expanded across the policing district.
What will be their time shifts? So what time will they go in and what time will they go out?
So I think initially with the 3 that are coming on board, it's going to be a little bit different than the initial plan. The initial plan was 7 days a week, and they were going to start at 6 a.m. and work till midnight. But I think there may be a bit of a shift from that. So essentially 6 a.m. they would go and lock all of our parks, kind of make that perimeter sweep, interior sweep, check the restrooms, and then at that point move on anyone illegally maybe camped or anything that they may see that is outside of our rules and policies, and they would kind of work through them on that. Again, their main focus is not so much the enforcement, it's more the engagement, the education, the outreach, being visible, special events, concerts in the park, holidays, we have Easter Sundays, a big event, not just in the regionals, but even our outside parks. So having a presence amongst all of our facilities and getting to know the regular park users.
Yeah, I did get a couple questions as to what that's actually helpful with regards to what their job description and role will be. So essentially our park folks that are stationed there at the site will work closely with them. Any issues come up, they will come in and do what they do. And then you said 6 a.m. to midnight was the initial, but that might change the...
Correct, and I believe that's once they get to the full 20. So as I said, as they start kind of gradually coming in, you may have a different schedule as far as it may not be 6 to 12, it may be, that may be a 4-10 of some sort.
And then with regards to the maintenance and the cleaning schedules of the site, what is going to be the standard, so to speak? So how often will our restrooms get cleaned at the sites, for example, the Mosqueda Center or the Tetuel Center or other community centers? What will be the schedule?
So on our community centers, we have a requirements contract in place, and those are cleaned daily by our vendor during the operational days and hours. As far as our neighborhood parks and regional parks, those are cleaned daily as well. Our sections, as you recall, we had the reorg, so we have zones A, B, C, and D, all the neighborhoods, parks that are in there. They come through, they start at 6 a.m., they go through and clean the facilities. They'll clean them in the morning, and then they'll make one last sweep in the afternoon before going home for the day. So the goal is to get them.
When we say clean, what does that actually mean?
So they're going through, they're emptying trash cans, they're replenishing soap, hand towels if there's any hand towels there, and then cleaning toilets with various like water hoses with soap and chemicals, correct, and the floors as well.
Okay, I want to make sure that, because oftentimes we get pictures from folks that go into the restroom, there's no paper towels, there's no, so when we circle back with the folks, they say, well, they're only supposed to come in once a day or whatnot. You're telling me they're supposed to be in there twice a day, and there's a very specific checklist that they have to do. And I think what would be helpful is, for the benefit of the public, when you go to Target, there's a checklist at the entrance that says, this person came in and did that. That might be helpful in working with our folks, just so the public sees that and knows that there's somebody that's attending to it, particularly in the areas where it's highly used. That would be helpful.
And I think one of the things we've had in the past where, we did have not a clipboard, but some sort of mechanism where we could put those get vandalized. So one of the things we're looking at, as I mentioned, kind of moving towards technology, would be QR codes. And I saw this at the Fresno Art Museum, that folks could then click this QR code or take a picture of it, and it would link them directly to the Parks Department that, hey, there's service needed here in this restroom. So those are things we're looking at to implement, because I agree. We're trying to make things a lot more automated, to know exactly when staff was there. I know we're moving towards kind of a GPS unit to see kind of tracking how we're getting through our parks, where we can be more efficient.
The next couple questions I have, and I don't know if they're directed to you, Aaron, or city manager, or administration folks, but I did meet with our arts and culture folks. Obviously, there's a lot of dialogue going on. I would characterize it as a little bit of disagreement. But it's not adversarial. It's not adversarial at all. What is the plan? I think one of the main concerns, and I met with them for quite a bit of time, but I think if we could just sum it up, I think for them they wanted more input with our consultant. I believe we have a consultant out of New York or the East Coast somewhere, and what they're trying to do is they're trying to obviously give this arts plan a Fresno approach, right? Because ultimately it's going to be led and sustained by them. So what has been the issue with them communicating with each other? Is it us filtering that? Is it them not having access? Because from what I understand, and I want to make sure that we're clear, has that happened or not happened?
So I also have met with the Arts Council, and that was one of the issues that was brought to my attention, specifically that there was a feeling that the staff was, in essence, whispering in the consultant's ear and being, overly involved in the drafting of the plan. And I had a meeting specifically with the consultant in charge and asked to, how did the process go? How was the public involved? How were the arts community involved? And I specifically asked the question, that comment was more about one specific recommendation. It had to do with the Parks Department having its own arts division. And I said, where did that recommendation come from? And he explained his process. And I said, did that recommendation come from my staff? Did they ask you to put that in? Were they heavily emphasizing that? And he said, no, that was my recommendation. So, I've obviously have talked a lot in different media outlets about, I understand there's a lack of trust between the city and the arts community, but I feel very confident in saying that the staff was not overly involved in that specific recommendation. And I think, and Aaron can correct me, I believe the staff's role was more of a logistical support to the consultant of helping, to secure the locations for the meetings and perhaps the Zoom links and those types of things. But I think, the Arts Council ran the RFP. We paid them to do the RFP to select the consultant. They were on the committee to select this consultant. We actually were a little nervous because this consultant was from out of state, and we were nervous about being criticized for not having a more local flair. And it's my understanding that this consultant has done these plans all over the country and came very highly recommended. So that was the plan we went with. I know that specifically, Lilia, the director of the Arts Council, felt that the Arts Council was not involved enough in the interview process. And I went back and I asked staff, how were the people determined as to who the consultant was going to interview? And they gave me the list and the documentations of all of the PRAC commission meetings where it was the commission and the Arts and Culture Subcommittee that selected the people who were going to be interviewed, which included representative of the Fresno Arts Council. I believe it was board members. For some reason, it wasn't Lilia. I don't know why she wasn't recommended by those folks to not be interviewed. But when the plan came out, and I think people were maybe a little bit surprised by the recommendation, she said, well, I wasn't interviewed. And I said, she said, I would like to be interviewed. Great. We made arrangements for the consultant to get on a Zoom with her and be interviewed, just her one-on-one with the consultant. So, at every step where items were brought to my attention, we've tried to be responsive to that. But yeah, there definitely is a mistrust, I think, is just to be very frank, between the arts community and the city. Only time, and actions will repair that. But, the fact of the matter is the Arts Council will be the grant-making entity. Yes, we need to enter into an agreement with them. It's not done yet, just because it's on my list of things to do. We'll get through these budget hearings. They can't spend any of the money until you adopt the arts and culture plan, which won't be to you now until probably July. And so to me, I'm like, okay, let me get through budget hearings, then let's start getting in the room and hashing out the agreement. As long, we have to have that agreement in place well in advance of you getting the agreement to approve. So I want to make it crystal clear. The Arts Council will be administering the grant-making program. Yes, we will enter into an agreement with them to do that. We have not started that, but it's not because we don't want to, it's just because on my to-do list, I haven't risen to the top yet.
No, and I appreciate that, City Manager. That's what I wanted to hear. Obviously, budget's a busy time. What I don't want to happen is for us to get to the point, and I'm glad you mentioned that we still got to go through some more conversations, because at the end of the day, I think and it wasn't just her, by the way, it was folks from other, arts and theater and that type of organizations, where I think they're so passionate about arts because that's what they do, and they're really good at it. And I think the more we include those voices, I'm glad to hear we're not opposed to including that, and I think it would be helpful to have a conversation with those folks, the sooner the better, and you just mentioned it's on your to-do list as soon as we get through the budget, but I just wanted to make sure that their input was included, just so that when it comes to council, we've kind of crossed our T's and dot our I's, and we don't have a line of folks saying we weren't included, we could have done this or that, because I think this is something positive. I think we've not been in a position to invest as much as we have, and it's through the generosity of, our taxpayers that we can do that. I just want to make sure that the plan is inclusive and it is led by them and sustained by them, and ultimately they'll have that say based on the language that we have for Measure P, and having all the checks and balances that we will. But I appreciate that, you saying that, City Manager, and engaging them.
And one thing I want to add is the plan that comes to you to adopt is to be recommended by the PRAC, not by the staff.
Right.
It will be their recommendation. So when they after the public comment period expires, they'll have all of the public comment, they'll have the input from all the various arts and culture organizations, and they can go through the plan and they can make adjustments to the plan however they desire, and it's their recommendation to you. And then the council, you're the ultimate authority, and what you decide to keep in the plan is totally up to you.
No, I totally appreciate that, and thank you for clarifying that, City Manager. And Aaron, I'm sure your team's great at doing the outreach with our folks and doing what we need to do. I won't ask you any questions to put you on the spot like my colleague did on that end, but thank you guys for that work that you guys have been doing for quite a while. Those are really the bulk of the questions I had, with just one outstanding one in the conversation about the flood control properties. Right. Earlier we talked about the trail that we're working on in Callaway with Chestnut between Church and Jensen. I would like to get that flood basin also identified as a future park to complement the work that we're doing. It's right across from St. Anthony Claret. Back in, I believe it was 1998, there was an agreement to have that already set with flood control, but it did not materialize, so I'd like to enter that, and if I could, I'd like to make a motion to include it as a future site for a park, like the conversation that Councilmember Carbasi and Member Bredefeld were working on.
So just so you know, we got a list of all of the basins, and the first filter that we do also is the recharge capability, because we have some basins in town that are amazing recharge ponds. So what we don't want to do, especially given in a Sigma world, we want to make sure that we're not converting, we're going open eyes. We don't want to take a huge recharge opportunity off the table to make it a year-round park. So,
absolutely, within those parameters.
Okay. Thank you.
I'd like to include that on there. I'm just going to make a couple of motions, and might as well have them now, City Manager, so we can start vetting them. I'd like to put in the, under the umbrella of the community services, the same amount that we did last year for the Immigrant Legal Defense Fund. I'd like to put that in the hopper for $100K. City Attorney, was it, oh, he stepped out. Was it $100K, Raj, or was it was it 100?
It was.
So I'd like to make that motion. And then also I'd like to make a motion for our organization, Centro La Familia, that has done some work with regards to the notario fraud and the work that the Immigrant Affairs Committee has been doing for $75,000 for that work as well. Get a second, put it in the hopper. And then Vice President Perea, I don't want to steal your thunder, but do we want to make the motion that we discussed on the resource? I don't even want to wait till you go. Hold off? Okay. All right. That's all I have, Aaron. Thank you again for the work your team has been doing. They've been amazing, really, to work with. I think the turnout that we've had at a lot of the meetings have been because of your team, because of our OCA folks, too, that have been very helpful in bringing folks out to participate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Before we go to Councilmember Esparza, we are going to change things up a bit. So after we finish with parks, we're going to jump to Convention Center and the Grizzlies Stadium, and we're going to start with the Grizzlies Stadium. We also plan to break at 5 o'clock to do dinner from about 5 to 5:30, and then we will resume at 5:30. But the plan is to get through the rest of this tonight. Councilmember Esparza, the floor is yours.
All right, Aaron, I don't have too many questions. I think our regularly scheduled meetings with between Parks and our office have been very productive and gotten a lot of questions answered throughout the fiscal year and kept up to date on what's happening in District 7. I am going to hit us with a few motions, though. First one is to motion to fund the design and construction of a new play structure at Lafayette Park for $350,000. Second and third on that one, thank you. Motion
That
to fund.
350,000, is that what you said?
350, yes, 350.
Okay.
Same thing. We have the same joke. Yes, 350, yes. We all have the same thought. Motion to fund the design of a skate park amenity at Manchester Park for $190,000. Motion to fund year-round senior activities for $482,000. Motion to fund a city-run Play Streets program for a total of $200,000. And motion to fund the acquisition of property at First and Clinton for the expansion of Radio Park for $1 million. That'll conclude my motions for this department, at least for now.
All right. So, Director, I'm looking at page B112 in the budget. It talks about different senior programming. It talks about the different locations in which senior programming will be occurring at. But I don't see anything for the Link, which is the new senior community center in my district. Was that unintentional, or what's the plan for the Link?
So the link is actually open for seniors, as I mentioned. It's Monday through Saturday. It's one of our only senior centers open on a Saturday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Those 6 days a week. So it might have been an oversight on our end, but that definitely is one of our facilities that we are proud of and are investing in, and do have a good turnout on a regular basis, on a daily basis. So we have our list of calendar, we have our events throughout the week, and we have our regular, what I'll call customers from the housing unit as well as the surrounding neighborhood.
Okay, so that was just an oversight?
Yes.
Okay. And then touching on the basins as well, I would like to make a motion to turn the McKinley and Weber Basin into a neighborhood dual-use park, contingent upon whether or not just taking recharge in consideration.
Right.
But that is something that, that is in District 3. However, it borders almost entirely District 1 neighborhood. So I think that would be a great location for a dual-use park. So that's a motion.
Second.
Okay. So on budget page B121, it talks about $8.5 million dedicated to the development of new parks. Have these been identified yet?
Excuse me?
Do we know where this $8.5 million is being allocated towards?
So right now, it's unallocated, but could be used for high-needs projects such as like a church in Sunnyside, some areas we're looking at. But currently, right now, it is unappropriated, the
Okay.
8.5.
Okay, and then can you remind me the definition of high needs, or who developed, I think the council did, but can you just educate me a little bit about what that means?
So based on the ordinance, section 7-1508, identification of high-needs neighborhoods, no later than January 1st of 2022, we were obligated to identify that new definition, which we did. With the commission, we adopted the new definition based on highest needs neighborhoods after conducting a public process. That will be updated every 3 years, so that will be starting up sometime late in 2024 to be adopted the following year. The city and the commission created a weighted index incorporating the following data and development of the definition. So that there's A through K, so one of them is existing conditions of parks and facilities based on needs assessment, data in the plan, the proportion of the population that lives within walking distance half mile to a park, park acreage per 1,000 residents, population density, neighborhood youth and senior population, neighborhood safety, neighborhoods of concentrated poverty, pollution burden as defined by Kellen Virus Screen 3.0, preterm birth rates, years of potential life lost, and then finally neighborhood composite mortality rate. So all that was looked at when defining that highest needs definition.
Okay. And so Quigley Park did not get included as part of that definition, or doesn't meet those standards?
What park was that?
Quigley Park on Dakota and Ashland.
So
Fruit in Dakota.
So when we went through the different criteria, we came up with different percentages. We had a 25, I think a 50%, and then I think we even had 75% to see what that looked like. Our recommendation was 50%, which would have had a few additional parks in there. I think Quigley might have made it in there. But when we took that through the process, ultimately 33% was approved by council at that time, and leaves us with the definition that we have in hand till, as I mentioned, 2025.
Okay. So Quigley Park is a project that my predecessor had prioritized, and unfortunately she was not able to make a lot of traction with that. It's one of my priorities moving forward too, and so whether we find general fund or Measure P money, I would like to make a motion to allocate $9 million for the design and construction of Quigley Park. Thank you. And then I've gotten a lot of feedback about multi-use courts. Do we currently have any in the city of Fresno?
We do. So currently we have Vinland Park off of Gettysburg and D4. That is actually going into kind of resurfacing mode right now, but currently we have tennis and pickleball. We will go and resurface that in the next couple of weeks. That will now have 3 additional sports. We'll have pickleball, volleyball, and tennis. In addition to that, Rotary East off of Cedar and Sarah and D6 also has tennis and pickleball lines as part of kind of a multi-use look and feel.
Okay. The cost to do that, it's what, 50, 60,000?
So I think the Vinland part to line up the 3 is about 37? 37. Vinland Park, the resurfacing, 37? Resurfacing in Vinland is about 67,000. Oh, 67,000.
67 to do a multi-use.
Correct, and that's 2 tennis courts there, Councilmember.
Okay. The ones that the advocates have been talking to me about include basketball, tennis, pickleball, badminton, volleyball, lacrosse. It sounds like there's just different types of multi-use courts.
So I think all those sports on one section could be a little confusing with the amount of lines.
Yeah.
In addition to that, I think just the infrastructure, think about basketball with the pole that you have to have in place. That pole would sit kind of where the baseline of a tennis court sits, or pickleball. So I think in some of those cases, multi-court sports make sense, but they've got to kind of gel together. Mm-hmm. And oftentimes, we aren't just going out and just saying, hey, we think we need to put pickleball, basketball, and volleyball here. We'll get public input, and we'll see how the courts are being used, and then at that point, go out and kind of determine what that needs to look like. And we've done that with Vinland as well as Rotary East.
So if I wanted to set aside money to do that, is 70,000 reasonable?
Based on today's numbers, yes.
Okay, then I'd like to make a motion to allocate 70,000 to do a multi-use court at Lions Park. And that is it. Did you have a couple more? Okay, Councilmember Karbasi.
We'll rapid fire this. So, 3 motions. Thank you, Councilmember Esparza. The first is to allocate $50,000 to upgrade the monument sign with lighting and other improvements at Logan Park. Thank you. The next is to allocate $150,000 towards a fireworks show to celebrate Diwali in 2023. Thank you. The event is to be held in Council Districts 1 or 2. Yeah, thank you. The other motion will be to, if I can get a memo, a tray memo on the cost and timeline to convert the tennis courts at Logan Park exclusively to pickleball courts only. Thank you.
So,
just a memo on what the cost.
but not.
อุตส่าห์เตาอีได้แม่หมอให้เตียของไกลเดินหนุ่ยย่อเลยจ้ะ
What she said.
โอ้ลีของเราหายซึ่งมา
So just so I'm clear on the memo, this is a reconstruction, it's not a resurfacing, correct?
Well, I apologize because I'm not too familiar with this issue. What's the least costly?
The resurfacing. So
Yes,
essentially, right
correct.
now, the tennis courts would,
Resurfacing.
okay, perfect, thank you.
All right, Director, I believe that is
Okay,
it.
Director.
Okay. All right, thank you, Director Aguirre, very much for your time and for answering all of our questions. You and your staff, your work is very much appreciated. And just thank you for all you're doing and everything you're about to be doing with all these fun motions.
Great, and I thank you all for your support, and city manager and mayor as well, so thank you all.
Yeah, thank you. All right, up next, we're going to hear from Grizzlies Stadium.
Council President, the way the presentation is done, it actually starts with Convention Center, so Henry will just go through the slides real quick. It's only 5, and then we're just, okay, so skip to Grizzlies and go through those slides only then, Henry. Just Grizzlies.
Director, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Council Vice President and council members. Henry Fierro, Budget Director. So starting with the Grizzlies Stadium, just wanted to start with the mission statement. The Chauncey Park is a versatile and multi-purpose venue that is home of the Fresno Grizzlies and attracts a diverse range of non-baseball events that significantly contributes to the city's economic and cultural diversity. So, I'm just going to hit a couple of the accomplishments. First one is there was the installation of a new 2,000 square foot video board and 120 plus surround sound speaker system. In addition, we have the Musco LED lighting system that meets the Major League Baseball standards, and then also replacement of the natural grass playing surface with a new irrigation system. And again, there are other accomplishments, but I just want to touch on a few of them. In addition, there has been, with the Grizzly home games, we have accumulated a total paid attendance of nearly 262,000, including playoffs. Also, as far as non-baseball events and concerts, we have a total attendance of almost 113,800. And then lastly, the community outreach efforts donated an additional 24,000 tickets after completing 35 Wild About Reading assemblies in 11 different Central Valley cities. So these figures that I just mentioned underscore the growing popularity of the downtown Fresno Chichansi Park as a community gathering place. As far as the FY24 budget that's assigned to the stadium, you'll see that for FY24, we have a total of $7,028,000. And really, you'll also see it on the next slide, that is comprised of debt service, operating, as well as capital. And really, the change between the amended to the proposed, it has to do with the capital. So some of the most impactful items in the 24 budget, as I mentioned, is, for example, the debt service. That's almost $3.2 million. And with that, just for a little bit of reference, that debt service payment continues, and last payment will end in fiscal year 2031. And then as far as operations, we have contractual utility payments as well as parking pass-throughs. And then for state emergency repairs, we've set aside $707,700. And then finally, we also have anticipated capital projects. You'll see that it's $2,366,500, and that includes a variety of projects such as the female-only locker rooms, side-by-side batting cage, and the replacing of the single shared undersizing batting tunnel. So with that, Council, that ends the stadium presentation.
Councilmember Arias.
Do we want to also introduce that we do have
Derek Franks.
Derek Franks from the Grizzlies here?
Director, how much do we owe on the stadium?
You mean as far as remaining? I don't have that figure in front of me.
That's fine. If you can give me the following, the information for the following questions. I don't want to put you on the spot. What's the outstanding debt for the Chichansi Stadium? What's the outstanding debt for the Convention Center and Sound Arena? What bonds, if any, are leveraged against those two facilities, or those Convention Center meaning William Sorian, Sound Arena, Valdez Hall, the whole complex? That make sense?
And garage?
Garage, yeah, that's part of it too, I think.
We're going to give you the report of all of the city-owned assets.
Would that report also cover any outstanding debt?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, that would be helpful. When was the last time we audited our partners, the Grizzlies?
He doesn't know this.
That was last year. So there's an audit done every year.
I'm not speaking of the financial audits that we reviewed.
So the last time we audited would have been 2 years ago 3 years ago, because we've been here too, yes, 3 years ago, when the movement from 3A to 1A occurred.
I don't think we did an audit during that time. When we renegotiated the agreement, there was no audit done.
We'll get back to you. We'll confirm and get back to you.
Yeah. Timing. Other questions I have. I see the breakdown on attendees for baseball. How many baseball days do we have on the contract? Do we know?
Does the city have, you mean, or does the Grizzlies have?
How many, so you generate 260,000 attendees to baseball, right?
Derek, can you come on up?
Yeah, so there are 82 regular season games, plus we played in the playoffs. And I forget how many additional playoff games we had. Derek?
Yeah. The current schedule is 66 home games, 66. And we played 4 extra at home last year.
Okay. So about 70?
Yeah.
How many concert dates did you have in the same period where these 113,000 attendees came from?
It's approximately 12 or so.
12. Okay, thank you. All right. And then we can get this later. We don't have to do it here. Director, I know the budget proposes the city invest some money for some improvements. Can we get a memo on how much the ownership or the organization is going to invest in the stadium, if any? I don't know what our agreement reads. I know we're just outlining the city's investment. You can get that back to me. Those are all my questions today. Thank you, Derek.
Thank you.
Oh, one last question. This might be for Assistant City Manager. I know in last year's budget we included a free fireworks show to try and deal with all the fires in the city. I know we're selected McLean. There's been conversations because I know Grizzlies do free fireworks show too. Have we concluded those conversations yet?
Yeah, so Derek, why don't you explain a little bit about, from the Grizzly side, but what we're gonna do is, with Fresno Street East and Tioga, again, close the streets, so there's plenty of entertainment and food, and then I believe it's 7th or 8th inning, you're gonna open the Inyo Gate, right?
Yeah, at that point, we'll open the gate, so anybody who's not a paid attendee can come in, and post-game, we allow all the fans and any attendees to go onto the field and sit and watch the show, so everybody can get in free at that
All
point.
right, perfect. So it essentially becomes a free fireworks show.
Right.
All right, great, thank you.
Thank you, Derek. Councilmember Butterfield.
Yeah. Hey, Derek. What are the requirements of Major League Baseball in terms of these improvements that we're making?
Yeah, if I may speak to the improvements, just to educate the group a little bit, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. I appreciate all of your time. The new requirement, essentially when Major League Baseball reshuffled the system starting in 2021, part of that came with new facility standards for the entire league. You know, the previous version of minor league baseball was 160 teams. That change, of course, led to 40 teams being left out of the system, so we've already seen a cutback in the system. But we have until 2025 to meet the new facility standards. And the facility standard is a really basic, about a 7-page scoring rubric. And essentially it covers everything from square footage of locker room space, number of showers, number of toilets, and the list goes on and on, the playing surface, the lighting standard, et cetera. And it's a very black and white scoring system that gives you deficiency points based on the areas that you don't meet compliance. And so we are allowed, by 2025, we are to be at 9 points of deficiency is the allowance. There's a grace period where by opening day of 2024, we can be at 19. So going into this process, our official original score was 111 of deficiency. Of course, we mentioned that we've done the playing surface and the lighting standard, and there's some things that were done prior to, like the expanded netting and some things that were done in prior years that got us up to the standard, advanced us on the standard. We've went from 111 to right around 70, and this next phase of doing the clubhouses and the scope of work that we've outlined will get us really close to that 19 points with a few miscellaneous things to do going into the following season to meet compliance.
Okay. And what do we need to do, and I don't know if you can answer this, I mean, we had AAA baseball for how many years? It was 18 years, 19 years?
Yeah, from 1998 to 2019 was the last year we operated. 2020, we were supposed to.
And I don't know if you recall what the paid attendance was during AAA. I know it was more than 261,000. Did you see the drop-off when you went to single?
We've seen, I think, because of single and post-pandemic, I think the two factors have impacted us, and I think across the league we've seen teams in recovery from the pandemic still has been slower than we anticipated for most teams.
Okay. Well, I mean, for me, I'm obviously a tremendous supporter, I think as most people are. I was here getting the stadium built along with the city manager, who was my chief of staff at the time. And, we at that time were always talking about this is not about ticket sales. It was about creating an environment for revitalization that I think many would agree has taken place. And we have buildings that have been renovated. We have Sebek Khachatorian, who's bought buildings, renovated them. We have hundreds, if not close to thousands, of apartments that weren't there before that stadium was built. It is clearly a jewel in the downtown. I've talked to many people as I walk neighborhoods who love the stadium, enjoy taking their family to the stadium. It's a great event. It's a great experience when you go. I think people feel very positive about it. And so this council and many councils before have supported this. The debt service ends in 2031, which is some 7 years, 6 or 7 years. It was a 30-year debt. The stadium is still here. Those who opposed it at the time were saying, you know, it would go empty. I was very disappointed with Major League Baseball when they pulled AAA, because when we did this deal, there was never any illusion or even possibility that they would switch out AAA for single A. There was never any talk about that. And frankly, if that had been the case, I would have been much more concerned about supporting something like that, but there was never anything about that. So unfortunately, we became AAA and lost that. What's the possibility, do you foresee, and I don't know if you can talk about it, the possibility of getting AAA back to Fresno?
Yeah, I think, you know, I know as much as anybody who follows baseball knows about that likelihood, because it's not an ongoing discussion that we have. But I will say that, you know, we fought relegation with the city of Fresno and the change. Up until the bitter end, we were Team 120, and we're nearly left out because we pushed together to maintain our AAA status. You know, I would say that we believe we've got a wonderful AAA facility in a really great market that, you know, I think a lot of the circumstances of what happened with the change to single A was, a lot of that is timing and geography and things that I think, as we look at 120 teams that have to meet a new facility standard by 2025, with the penalty by then being that you can lose your franchise, or you lose your franchise if the teams that do not meet the standard will be relocated, or you know, something will happen. That's the ultimate penalty by not meeting compliance. And so you know, I think, you know, if people look at that and think that there's a chance that there's change because of that in the future, I think we're well positioned to be I mean, obviously the greatest single A facility in the country, and one of the best AAA facilities, quite frankly, especially once we get to the point where we meet all the new standards, which we're awfully close to being to that point.
Well, I appreciate that, and you know, hopefully we can get back to AAA. I think people really enjoyed it, but single A is a good experience as well. If people want to come out to the park and enjoy a great family experience and event, it's been a tremendous community asset with other events that take place. So, you know, I remain very supportive. Of course, will continue to be. I think the entire council will. There were, you know, people don't remember years ago when this whole debate was taking place, but some people would have been very happy leaving that an empty lot and just dirt. It's been something very special in our downtown. It remains very special in our downtown, and I encourage people to come to the events that take place, whether it's soccer or concerts or baseball. It's a great venue. The stadium is first class, and it was first class as AAA. It's first class now, and we're going to make sure that it remains a first class asset for the citizens of Fresno. Thanks, Derek.
Thank you.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Hey, Derek. Thank you so much for being here today. I just wanted to offer you kudos. I read online that the Grizzlies are offering a free baseball day to the Bitwise employees that were furloughed.
Yes.
And that says a lot about the care the Grizzlies have for the community, especially because so many of them worked in downtown. That means a lot to me.
Thank you.
I do want to state this. I have to admit, I am not the biggest fan. I mean, I like baseball, but I don't have much experience with it. I'm more of a soccer person, so go Greyhounds. Some Ted Lasso fans will get that reference. But I always treasure when I get to go to the games. One, it's an amazing community event. The culture around baseball games is so inclusive of everybody. It's a lot of fun. And those special nights you have, whether you're the Tacos or the Zamunda team, it's awesome. And I've always enjoyed that. And whenever somebody comes here from a different delegation or from out of town, I always take him to a Grizzlies game, to the stadium, because it really is a jewel for this city. And to see so much happen around the stadium, what I don't want to do is take our foot off the gas. I think that I want that AAA status back big time. And I feel like because maybe some other communities haven't kept up their investment, we have a unique opportunity. It'd be great if, you know, the A's, we become their affiliate one day. That'd be awesome. But if that doesn't happen, having this as another option is huge. I think Fresno wants that AAA status, and I hope that this council continues that investment. So thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
All right, Derek, I see no further hands up, so thank you for your time. Thanks for coming down here.
Thank you.
Go Grizzlies.
Thank you.
Thank you, Derek. Appreciate it.
Okay, we're going to move on to the convention center.
Henry, you want me to handle this one? Sure. All right. I'll talk good about my folks, my friends down there. All right, I know I won't be up here 90 minutes for these guys, so let's go back in our slides. Oh, thank you. All right, we'll go forward. All right, the convention center made up of Soroyan, Valdez, Selin, and our convention center complex. Our mission statement is a professional organization with a rich history of hosting some of the most iconic events Fresno has ever seen. The department is committed to providing great events to the residents of Fresno, Clovis, and the surrounding communities by offering the multi-purpose Selin Arena to the state-of-the-art Soroyan Theater and the practical exhibit spaces available in the Convention Center and Valdez Hall. Located in the heart of downtown, just down the street from the beautiful Chachansey Park in Fresno, with access to parking, restaurants, accommodations, and services, guests will truly have a memorable experience in all that Fresno has to offer. As you see, the Convention Center budget is proposed to be $10.1 million for this upcoming fiscal year. This is a reflection of the amendment to the proposed. The amendment in the proposed was a reflection of the budgeting of book entries required for ASM expenditures last year. The most impactful items in this particular budget, there's $2.7 million for the debt service payments on the Convention Center complex, $1.2 million to fund the Convention Center operations, and $300,000 is proposed for upgrades to the audio and visual equipment within Soroyan Theater. And that's it for the Convention Center. We have with us this afternoon, late afternoon, the ASM team from our general manager, Mr. Jeff Wolf, and the finance folks, as well as our operations and sales and marketing. Here for any questions.
Great, thank you, Director. Colleagues, any questions for the convention center?
Director.
Councilmember Arias, you
How
are
are you?
recognized.
Hey, we were doing this yesterday.
Yes, we were. Director, I know we've had sidebars a few times on RFP for the catering contract. Is that this month, next month?
Yeah, so we solved that problem Friday, I think.
Yeah.
It's back in my court. I started looking through it again last night with all the pieces. I thought I was the collector of all the material. Turns out I'm just not only the collector, but also the guy who has to write it, and we will probably...
So the bus deserves to run you over?
Huh?
The bus will run you over?
Yes, the bus will run me over.
All right.
Yes, and we're looking at, I actually have an RFP that was recent from a Southern California city that we're probably going to model after ours.
Director, remind me when the SMG-ASM agreement runs out?
25.
25. So at what point do we start working on RFP for that?
Ooh, man, you and these RFPs for the convention center. I would assume that we would probably need to start looking at that based on what Jane had to go through, probably the end of this calendar year.
So we're pretty close to
Yeah,
beginning
we're
that
getting pretty
process.
close, yes.
Okay, and can I get a report or a memo on what is the amount for deferred maintenance at the Sound Arena and Convention Center?
So you're looking by building, or you're looking for the,
However you
however
have
we
it.
got it, okay.
I'm assuming we have some kind of assessment of what improvements need to be made.
Yes, yes.
And my last question is there any plans in and around the landscaping exterior of those buildings in the near future?
No, actually, Jeff and I have been communicating this week. We've got a dead tree, which is between Valdez and Sellen, that Vince Patlin and the Public Works team and the arborist have confirmed needs to come out, and we're also working on a replacement plan. And then Jeff has done a couple of other recent landscape updates in the area, particularly in the back between the garage and the drive and the docks, Soroyan and Valdez. We've done some things there, and we will continue to look at, we've done signage this year and many other updates to the external complex. It needs a paint job. And some sex appeal to it, some curb appeal to it.
That was my next question.
Yeah, it does
Anything in
need
the
some curb
plans?
appeal.
Anything in the budget for
Nothing
little bit
in the
of-
budget. We'd only.
I know.
Nothing in the budget. Only the AV equipment. At this point, when we did our annual walkthrough, we pointed out some things, Jeff and I, and we've been trying to tackle them. The problem has been we had a major, I can't even call it a leak, in the downstairs where the Pardini's office is, underneath the Valdez basement. The Valdez dock. We've had a major undertaking that's been underway for a couple of months in the repair of that drain outlet, as well as all of the damage we found, asbestos, et cetera, that we've had to pull out. So,
Can we get an estimated cost for an exterior painting of the buildings?
Sure.
That would be helpful. Last question, Director. Is there anything to your knowledge that keeps us from putting the Renzi artwork that has been taken down from that Manchester event hall in the exterior or interior space of the Convention Center Bureau?
no, not at all. It'd just be similar to what Henry said the other day. It's about location, size, complexity. Having just read about the fact that we were looking for a home, our buildings may be a possibility. I like the airport better, but because there's more folks in there. But if this is the place, currently the convention center is home to a lot of artwork, from the doors on the Sellen, on the Soroyan front entrance, and we've got the boxer and Billy there and some other things, and then inside of Soroyan we've got a lot of artwork as well as the campus itself. So it could be a space to use.
All right, thank you, Director.
Thank you. Nelson sat up, so I'm ready.
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza.
So Greg, in terms of our the revenues bringing in convention, the complex altogether, how does that compare? And you have to forgive me, I only grazed the numbers in this section, didn't get too deep. But how does that compare to sort of the what it's costing us on an annual basis in terms of maintenance and all that such?
So we were in January. I was projecting we'd be on track based on the number of bookings and our ticket sales, that we would be in a break-even position. This construction is really killing us right now, and so we're going to end up looking at it's a small deficit that will come up to, that we'll have to true up for this particular year.
On the general fund side.
Huh?
On the general fund.
Yes, but I'm very confident that based on the amount of work that the team and we've been putting in this last 18 months, and this is a brand-new team, basically, who've all been together now. Jeff, you've been here how many months? Nine. So Jeff's been here 9. He rounds out our team. But I'm very confident that with the return of conventions and events that we've been booking and the terms that we've been booking them, that we're going to have a very great year next year, and we're going to exceed our current what we're doing this year, which is far outpaced what we've done in many years past.
Okay, and then maybe I missed this question. I think this number should be well known, but what is our total deferred maintenance on the complex?
The total
deferred maintenance?
Yes, he did ask that, and we're going to get that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Are there any other council members punched up? Okay, I have nothing. There being none, I think we're going to move on to the next item.
We went third string?
Great job.
Man.
It's like the 49ers quarterback in the postseason.
All right, Brock, we appreciate it. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. All right. So we're going to move on to the next item. We're going to go back to personnel. Is that what the council president said? Okay. Great.
Come on, TJ. All right, personnel, you're up.
All right, thank you. I was wondering around 11 something, do I say good morning or good afternoon? Well, now it's good evening. Okay, so let's start with our slide. I'm TJ Miller, the interim director for Personnel Services. Our mission statement: the Personnel Services Department is a professional organization responsible for recruitment and examination, organizational development and training, labor relations, benefit administration, employment services, workers' compensation, property and liability, providing support to all departments that have a direct impact on the delivery of service to the community by our coworkers. The department is committed to the overall mission of providing and facilitating the delivery of effective customer service through collaborative and diplomatic efforts, employing the values of integrity, compassion, and respect. The next slide is our organizational chart. And first, I just want to make a really quick pause here just to let everyone know, in case they're not aware, that we currently in FY23 have 4,491 approved positions. In FY21, for comparison, we had 3,778. So we have increased 19% in our permanent positions. And so that is reflected throughout not only personnel, but the other internal services funds. On the org chart, you'll see my two right hands, Samit and Jennifer Meisner. Can't get what I get done without them. Thank you. I'll go through our accomplishments. Under the direction and leadership of Sandra Chavez-Martin, there are 11 staff assigned to recruitment and examination. They've conducted 325 recruitments, which is just outstanding when you think about what that means in terms of how many a week we're completing. They fulfilled and are in the process of fulfilling 1,400 requisitions, and a requisition is a request to fill a position. Our youth workforce grant is led by Susan Chudy and a team of three to assist her. And they have taken the youth workforce grant funds from the state and put it to not only good use, but excellent use. They facilitated employing over 180 youth in our city departments, and they've supported in the collaborated effort to launch the Ambassador Program in downtown and upcoming tower. Organizational development and training, which includes classification and compensation as well as training, is supported by Vanessa Perales, and there are 4 staff members on that team. They implemented a new learning management software that you heard ISD speak of, and they've delivered 21 learning and training opportunity sessions that served over 7,300 of our employees, and not unique because we do not have that many employees, but some employees have participated in multiple trainings. They've created 12 new classifications and engaged in 49 job specification updates, of which only 6 were unrepresented. So that means there were 43 of those specification updates that required meet and confer with the labor team, which is on our next slide. Labor relations is under my general direction. However, it's not possible to achieve everything that labor has achieved in this very robust year without the 3 extremely busy staff led by Principal Analyst Stephanie Hernandez. Labor has facilitated positive employer-employee relations and advised on active MOUs. We have 10 active MOUs currently. We've finalized 2 successor MOUs and are in the process of 1. Our employee services team is overseen by Philip Carbajal. He oversees 5 staff on the employee services team and 1 on the benefits team. Those 2 teams handle all of our onboarding. We onboarded over 1,300 new permanent and temporary employees this past fiscal year, which is just unprecedented. Processed 380 promotions, 880 separations, and 2,700 other transactions. The benefit team provides support for well over 4,000 employees, and a new product that's coming that you may have seen in your open enrollment is the Flex Spending Debit Cards, which is something that's been asked for many years. Along with that, they conducted a very robust benefits fair this past month. Continuing with the accomplishments, under the risk divisions, those are under Samit's general direction, but we have Steve Immersion, who is a principal analyst who takes the lead on the workers' compensation team. There was a 5% reduction in open claims count and a 25% reduction in costs and 48% reduction in 4850 claims, which are for public safety. The liability team is led by Principal Analyst Heidi Briggs and includes 12 staff. They settled and closed over 190 claims as of May 1st, 2023. The safety team is made up of 2 senior analysts supported by both Samit, myself, and Jennifer Meisner. They handle all of the safety training and processes citywide. There were 0 Cal OSHA citations in the calendar year 22 and 0 so far for 23. They also provide safety guidance citywide. Moving next to our total budget numbers. This was information in our budget was prepared by Janessa Seltzer. Our personnel proposed for FY24 is $10,252,000. Non-PERS charges are $14,355,700. Interdepartmental charges, $1,746,000. Contingencies, $38,777,700. For a total department expenditure proposed for FY24, $65,131,400. And that is to support, as I explained earlier, just over 4,600 employees in all of their activities. For FY24, we're requesting 5 additional positions. In our Human Resource Admin Division, we're requesting a senior HR technician and a limited management analyst. In the Human Resource Operations Division, we're requesting a permanent part-time senior analyst. In our Classification and Compensation Division, we're requesting a senior HR analyst as well. We're also requesting an additional permanent part-time senior analyst back in the Admin Division. We are requesting the permanent part-time to respond to the current labor market, where we've noticed a lot of folks have left another career, or they just want to manage their workload, and they have meaningful experience, and they could complement our workforce and have a reduced schedule. Our most impactful items: the liability contractual obligations, $4,130,600. This is in response to the liability and property increases that are made up of anticipated claims payment development determined by our actuarial reports, as well as increases to insurance premiums that are driven in a very hardened California market. Also note that the internal service funds build their budgets in December so that all of the other departments have the interdepartmental charges. So it's very hard to predict what the insurance premiums are going to go up because we do get our rate increases this month. Workers' compensation contractual obligations, $2,269,400. The increases are made up same of the anticipated claim payments development determined by actuarial reports. Other contractual increases include the increase in the workers' comp excess insurance premium as well as the increase in the administrative costs for our premiums. We have 2 line items to address, or 3 actually, for our classification and compensation. $365,000 for FCEA, $302,000 for CFPEA, and then $200,000 to start studies for IBEW and Local 39. We have the one Fresno Youth Workforce Grant in personnel services. There's $4,597,300 anticipated spend for the fiscal year. And this slide I'm particularly proud of, and I've been with personnel in and out for roughly 15 to 16 years, and we always struggled on the community outreach because we really are a department that serves our employees. But this year we had a lot of community outreach. Our Youth Job Corps is a community outreach effort in itself. We received over 1,600 interest forms, participated in community youth experience seminars, and we attracted those youth that want to come work for us. The other effort that we really ramped up this past year were job fairs. We hosted the first one in a long time here at City Hall. We had hundreds of attendees, and the next day we had a 300% increase in applications. So we are still seeing the effects of those, and we're monitoring to try to determine how many of those folks that attended were able to get a job in the following months. We've also participated in 21 external job fairs. The other exciting element is that the recruitment team is partnering with Parks at the senior center that's located at the link, and they assist seniors with applications, interview preparation, and job workforce readiness skills. Our focus in FY24 is to continue to provide outstanding and comprehensive customer service, prepare for the Tyler Munis, HRMS, and NeoGov recruiting implementation, increase career pathways and training for success, and leverage our resources to ensure the personnel service team exemplifies efficiency, effectiveness, and a harmonious work environment to demonstrate to our city of Fresno is the Valley's employer of choice. And that concludes the formal presentation. If you have any questions.
All right, do we have any questions from the council? Nope, yeah. You did
Council
such a
Vice
good
President,
job.
may I
There's no
say
questions.
something?
Yeah.
I just want to thank TJ and the team. As we know, TJ has been operating as Assistant City Manager, Interim Personnel Director, Chief Labor Negotiator. And I know she has a very capable team behind her who have stepped up, but thank you to TJ, who has had to wear so many hats and has done an amazing job at all of them. And, you know, looking forward to the success of the department to be able to get those other positions filled so we can have her full-time in our office. Loving that. But thank you, TJ, and to the whole team. You guys are amazing.
Yes, thank you, team.
Yep. TJ, actually, just one question from Councilmember Esparza, or maybe more than one. I don't know.
Yeah, we might have a couple. Yeah, we changed our minds.
They changed their minds.
So when it comes to onboarding folks into the city organization, what's the average timeline from start to finish for someone?
In terms of when they have been selected, so what we call onboarding is once you've been selected for a position, to the process until your first day in the department.
That sounds about right.
So that's the onboarding component. So once you've been offered a job, if you have, if you're the job seeker and you've said, yes, I accept this job, I need to give my current employer 2 weeks notice, there's 2 weeks there. And during that time frame is when we are checking background, checking references, handling the fingerprints, taking care of all the necessary information. And then we typically run new employee orientation every single pay period, the Monday that the pay period starts, to coincide with pay periods. And in the new employee orientation itself, it's a 2-day process. And that includes all of your mandatory training. We try to take care of that before we release the employees to the department for efficiencies.
So what does that kind of accumulate to then, from start to finish?
If an individual gave 2 weeks' notice and the pay periods line up, we can get somebody in-house in 2 weeks from when their offer was made if everything clears.
Okay. So I know you mentioned I think it was 5 positions you're adding.
Yes.
What is the sort of added value altogether to the city organization based on those?
The value add to that will be expedited processes in some of the things that we don't necessarily highlight here. For example, employee investigations, the timeline in employee investigations, discipline. There are a lot of things that aren't necessarily highlighted in an accomplishment, although they are hard work behind the scenes, so it will help expedite those processes.
Okay. So you'll be cutting timelines is what you're saying?
We will be cutting timelines. We will be increasing in the classification and compensation, which will increase those timelines, cutting those timelines, not increasing them, but decreasing those.
Yes.
And I would say that when an employee files a complaint, the sooner we can get resolution is better for all, that employee, the accused, the department. And so it creates a more harmonious environment. It makes them feel like they're being heard and we can get through problems quicker and turn things around and have a culture of understanding a little bit faster.
And one of the things of having so many more employees, unfortunately, the negative aspect is that you get more complaints and more grievances, more, maybe disciplinary matters that all require investigations. And I know both us and the attorney's office have had to increase our capacity on investigations because we really can't move forward with any sort of discipline until there's an investigation, and you have to have the right people and properly trained people to do the investigations.
Yes, more people, more problems.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Arias.
Director, walk me through the process for somebody applying to be a bus driver. I've been getting mixed messages. Some people go to fax, they're directed that way. Some people are directed here. Some people are directed to online applications only. What is the process for somebody to apply to be a fax bus driver?
Their first step should be applying online. That is our application process is an online process. Once they've applied.
Is that for all jobs or just fax?
All jobs. So once they've filed their application in the recruitment that they select, so it's a bus driver, then the analyst goes through every application that's received and determines whether or not the applicant is eligible, meets the minimum qualifications. If they meet the minimum qualifications, they're scheduled for an examination. It depends on the position. In bus driver, and somebody needs to correct me if I'm wrong, it's a written test? Online. It's a written online test now. So that's while I was at Parks change.
Do all our positions require written examinations?
No, all positions do not. Only classified positions, and that would be positions that are represented and are not at will. So Unit 14 is represented, but all of their positions do not require a test. They're appointable.
What's the point of requiring a test for those positions?
The test is part of the civil service process. So our employees that are in the classifications that are in bargaining units, they have a protected right to the jobs once they secure them. And part of that is that they have tested and they were placed on a list, and this is per our Fresno Municipal Code. They're placed on a list, and the employees our staff files a requisition to fill a position. They receive a list of qualified eligible employees, and then the department selects from that list, and once the employee has been selected from that list and they finish their probation, they now have what is called they have the right to that position, which is where civil service comes in, which is where the rights of noticing an employee for discipline rather than just going straight to the discipline.
So for a member of the public who wants to be a classified city employee, they must first test into the position or test into a list
Yes,
to be
they
eligible?
test for a position. If the position requires a test, which is the majority of ours do, sometimes the tests are a performance exam, think electrician. We have performance examinations.
How often are those exams updated?
The exams are updated, I want to say, every 2 to 3 years. Is that fairly accurate? We use a company called CODESP, and they service governments in terms of giving tests, and we're very cognizant and very careful on this, that we are not over-testing for positions. The goal is to test for the minimum competency. And that is a standard that we all use.
And that
then
standard doesn't apply to management positions or at will?
those, it could be in terms of the competency, but they're not a test, there's not a testing process for management positions. Those are at will, they are appointed. They can be appointed by the appointing authority. They do not have to come from a list, and in order to get on the list, you must test.
But they have to meet the minimum qualifications.
Yes, they have to meet minimum qualifications.
Degrees, things of that nature, years of experience.
Experience, degrees, yes,
Can you give
education.
my office a sampling of the tests that are required to be passed? I'm interested in 911 dispatchers, fax, bus drivers. I'd like to understand a sampling of what's being tested for these individuals to be on an eligible list. Because what I'm hearing from the general public is that that's become a barrier to be able to become an eligible list. And I'm hearing from staff is that we're having trouble finding people. So I'm trying to understand what is the obstacle and what is the value of this bare minimum exam, if that's what it is. If you can give me samples of those tests, that would be great for fax and for 911 dispatchers. Can you also provide our office with the total number of positions in the city of Fresno in 2019 compared to the total number of positions in this proposed budget?
I don't have 2019 off the top of my head.
Yes, yeah, you can follow up on that. It's not a now thing. My other questions around Tyler. Can you give me a idea of how the transition has gone? You know, maybe just a grade in your experience. Has it been a B plus, a C minus? Are we still in the yet to be determined? I know we spent quite a bit of money. It's been quite an interesting transition. And I know there's been some delays in the budget process because of Tyler. In your professional opinion, what's been the transition so
I'm probably
far?
not the best to grade it on the Tyler financial component, because that's the part that we have gone live with. We're currently in the Tyler HRMS building of that. But I would say
When would you be completed with the HR side of
the
it?
HR, we plan to go live either later this year or very early next year is our goal. And that is going to have actually more of an impact on direct employees, because it's going to be the payroll process, employee self-service. It's going to have tools that we don't currently have, which will be very nice to be able to pull up numbers. And a lot of times, for example, we may or may not be able to have that number for 2019 that readily available, but for that current moment in time, we'll be able to pull those things up very quickly, which right now we do not have all that. We have to build queries to gather all of that information.
Councilmember, I think one thing I can say is I do feel like the Tyler Financial definitely had some hiccups and speed bumps, and we want to make sure we don't make mistakes on the HR rollout like we did, kind of like, for me personally, I didn't know what I didn't know. Now I know, and I want to make sure that we don't make similar mistakes with the HR rollout, especially because it affects the direct employees. It was hard enough on the financial staff and the management staff that use Tyler Financial day in and day out, so I want to make sure we're anticipating those things.
Would you say that we are 80% resolved with the financial side of Tyler? Or is
Ruthie,
it 95%?
what do you think?
What would you say?
Yeah,
It's
not 95. I'd say 80. There still are some things that we are maybe wanting to make some tweaks to. There's still some things that we're hoping that it would do that haven't figured out yet, so 80.
Ruthie, do you think we'll be resolved with, get it 95% before we roll out the HR component?
I know that we will have made progress, and so that's good. Every day we're making progress. There will be a huge hurdle to close the year end as of June the 30th. That will be the biggest challenge with the conversion, frankly. And obviously, we've never closed the year end with Tyler. So I know that I just know we'll have even more challenges than we know that we have right now once we begin that process. So it's going to be a Herculean effort. Nonetheless, we have to have the books closed in order to move forward with the audit, and all of that happens well before the earliest anticipation date of the implementation for HR, which would be January 1st at the earliest.
It might be premature, but is there any indication that the city would not move forward with Tyler in the future, or is just the growing pains of a new system?
Tyler financial system?
Tyler in general.
Tyler in general. I mean, there's always that possibility, but not in the near future. No, we're married, and we're gonna give it a real good go for quite a long time.
And I know it's been arranged marriage for all you all who are new here, but we felt the uneasy transition. So
Yes, it's been quite challenging.
okay. Last question. Healthcare. We keep on referencing, as a city, the number of vacancies are hard to fill, the job market is tight. Is there any plans for the personnel department to take on the uncompetitive healthcare options that we provide? I know recently we made a lot of people upset when we stopped doing the Costco optometrist, but you can buy your glasses there, you just can't have an exam there. And that was a decision made by the board of healthcare. But that seems still to be the weakest link in our compensation package is our healthcare arrangement, and the decisions are being made by that board. Are we planning to examine that?
So I would say after the workshop that was done, we have had one board meeting since then, and we did discuss it about the need to go in and take a look at things. So I do know that the Health and Welfare Trust Board is looking at what other possible options are and looking how other government agencies have done it. So I would say that they are looking at it, took the conversation to heart. I should say we, because I'm on that board, as is TJ. So it's not going to be it's going to be something that we're going out and looking at the options costing, and then we'll have to go back and go to the bargaining. If there are to be any changes, we'd have to go through bargaining with each of those units. But I just want to make sure you know, they did take the discussion to heart, and we are discussing it and looking at what some possible options could be.
And as the two members representing the management and the rest of the city, I will tell you that the Costco decision was a tremendous bad mistake in my view. That decision is just creating chaos for employees and adding additional trips, additional headaches. I can't believe that the minimal savings that you may find is worth the disruption to employees. So
yeah, and I think what happened with that is the previous optical provider got bought out by another company. So this is the first I've heard of the Costco thing, so certainly we can bring it to the attention.
Yeah,
I didn't
before
remember
you
that.
could get your exams. And I had heard the complaints for months until I actually went and got my stuff renewed. You can't have an exam in Costco, but you can take their classes, which requires you to go find a different exam, and they're not easy. And the network that we have apparently is not one readily available. So it's those little decisions that just remind people that we don't have a Kaiser option where you can go get everything done easily. But those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. And that feedback is helpful because we do bring it to the board and discuss everything.
All right, thank you, TJ. Your team is
you.
amazing.
Yes, they
Council,
are.
Yes, they are. At this time, we're going to break for dinner. Please be back here promptly at 5:30. We're going to do our last presentation. DPU. All right, guys, it's 5:42. We're going to pick back up with Department of Public Utilities. What we're going to do is hear the presentation from the director today, and then we're going to hold questions and comments for tomorrow morning once all of our colleagues are here.
Just could you clarify? So before regular business, we're going to do the questions on the budget? Because as of this morning, Council President had told us that we were going to do regular city business in the morning and budget after regular city business. So I just want to make sure I have the proper staff in the room in the morning.
We want to make sure everyone has an opportunity to participate. Everybody that's not here. So afternoon.
So we were doing budget after regular business. So we'll start with the questions when we start with the budget stuff.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Yeah, normal city council business first, then budget, starting with DPU questions.
That's correct.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
Thank you. Director, the floor is yours.
Okay, good evening. Thank you, Council Vice President, Council, Brock Buki, Director of Public Utilities. I'm just going to go through this brief presentation for you all. Okay, mission statement. The Department of Public Utilities is a professional organization that provides reliable, efficient, and affordable water, wastewater, and solid waste services. DPU is committed to overall mission of delivering high-quality utility services professionally, efficiently, and in an environmentally responsible manner to ensure the safety of our community. Next slide here is just an organizational chart of DPU. We have the administration division, which consists of admin, which oversees all of the divisions and also includes the utilities planning and engineering group. Then we have the wastewater management division, solid waste, and the water divisions. And the three water division, solid waste, and wastewater are all just the operational facilities that are out there every day keeping things running smoothly. Accomplishments for the year. A big one was that we moved into the former Fresno B building. That was purchased in April of 2001. We made renovations to the facility and moved in there last July, and it's been a great facility for us. Freed up some room on the 4th floor for Public Works to expand, so they appreciated us moving out. Another accomplishment was hiring of a grant administrator. This is a crucial part of our mission. We're really anxious to kind of have a person dedicated that can do the processing of these grants and then really be diligent in pursuing these opportunities. So that was a great fill for us. We received money for a Water Smart grant. This is to install smart water irrigation controllers, and we can do that, have our crews go out there and install that for people as they call in and request that. And that was for an amount of $379,000. We kicked off design for the recycled water booster pump station and tank. This facility is needed to bolster our recycled water distribution system. As we get more and more connections made to this system, this tank will help ensure that we have consistent flows and pressures so that our customers, as we get more signed up, have consistent flows and pressures, sorry. We began construction of the new ultra-low NOx flare system out at the regional plant. We've had a temporary one in the place because we're exceeded capacity, and this new system will ensure that we meet all the air board requirements. We're making great progress on SB 1383 implementation. There's a lot to do there. We've been working with the commercial haulers to increase or have them look at what it's going to take to handle the organics, and we'll be coming to council sometime in the very near future to go through those contracts. We've also, had great success with Beautify Fresno. They had over 120 community-based events really phenomenal program of the mayor's, and it's been going really well. The last thing I'll mention too that's not on here is we have 3 large solar projects that are underway at our wastewater treatment facility, the Southeast Surface Water Treatment Plant and the North Surface Water Treatment Plant. Those combined will produce 22 megawatts of solar power once they're operational. Okay, this is just the overall view of our budget for the Department of Public Utilities. Our FY24 proposed budget is $389,610,000. Of that, we have $76.7 million for personnel. We have $260.8 million for non-personnel. That's design contracts, construction, utilities, chemicals to run our facilities, all that's in there. And then we have $52 million for interdepartment charges. Now for a bit of a breakdown by each division. So for the administration and UP&E division, we have a proposed budget of $8 million. Again, it's about $5 million, 5.8 for personnel, 1.1 for non-personnel, and $1 million for interdepartment charges. Included in this is $1.48 million for our DPU O&M facility. Some improvements still needed there. On the water division, our proposed budget is $179.1 million. We have $27.2 million, $3 million for personnel, $135.1 million for non-personnel, $16.7 million for interdepartment charges. In terms of O&M, that would be equate to $86.7 million. CIP is $69 million, and debt service is $23.3 million. Wastewater Management Division proposed budget is $139.6 million. That consists of $24.6 million for personnel, $103.7 million for non-personnel, and $11.4 for interdepartmental charges. Looking at it from O&M, capital, and debt service, the breakdown is 58.7, 77.6, and 3.4, essentially. Solid Waste Management Division, proposed budget is $62.7 million. That consists of essentially $19 million for personnel, $20.8 for non-personnel charges, and $22.9 for interdepartmental charges. Looking at it from O&M and capital, it would be $58.9 for O&M and $3.8 for the CIP. Just of note, the total revenue is $62.374 million, and of that, $3,573,000 or $5,000 is from general fund. Okay, this is the positions. We have slight increases, but predominantly it's just conversion of partial FTEs to a full FTE. So we're seeing an increase of 4.25 for administration. We're seeing an increase of 2 for the water division for a total of 194. Wastewater's 0.25, increasing to 174.25, and solid waste management 6, so for a total of 200. So the overall department is 621 positions. most impactful items. So for water, water purchases were in the prior year budgeted at about 15,000 acre feet. This year's budget includes the full allocation that would be available to us from the Bureau of Reclamation at 60,000 acre feet. It also includes the expectation that FID's Prop 218 will succeed, and there'll be a 66% increase associated to the water assessments that we receive from the Kings River through FID. Utilities, we're expecting 11% increase from PG&E, so there's an increase of 563,000 there. Specialty chemicals, we've been, each time we bid this to support our surface water treatment plants or our wastewater facilities, we're seeing increases, so this is reflective of that. So we're seeing 821,700 increases associated to that. There was, last year, we budgeted above the base 1.8 million. So this year, we're just at 800,000, so it's a net decrease of 1 million from last year. And then fleet fuel charges, we're seeing an increase of 272,000 on that as well. Wastewater management, again, both water and wastewater are really electric power intensive, and so we're seeing increases on both of those in these budgets. So for here, again, another 11% increase for a $2.4 million increase on utilities. Chemicals, we're seeing 563,900 for biosolids handling and an increase of 465,000 for new service contracts for our odor control system. These are facilities we're building out in the distribution system. We have hot spots, you might call it, where there's some odors emanating from the system, and these treatment systems will go in there and mitigate that problem. And so we're seeing an increase in operational cost associated to those. Specialty chemicals and gases, 772,000, and then fleet service and fuel charge, an increase of 2 million. Solid waste management. Probably the one division that we're seeing some of the biggest increases in is on the fleet side of that. Just the refuse trucks alone have increased dramatically. And so we're seeing, and then as well, we're also trying to replace more of them in a consistent manner. So we're seeing an increase here associated to that. Fleet services, we're seeing a 25% increase. Fleet fuel, there's a 44% increase over FY23. On the SB 1383 green waste, seeing an increase of 362,900. And then on the Fresno sanitary landfill oversight, we're seeing an increase of 277,000. Okay, federal state grants. So for SB 1383 organic green waste, we received a grant for $771,600. We also have a grant for beverage container payment program for $135,200 and a used motor oil program of $85,000. So those combined are $991,800. Also just want to mention that we have the Water Smart Grant previously mentioned, and that was $379,390 of award on that money. New programs, We have working on the SB 1383 Organic Green Waste Program, state mandate. So we're having an increase of $1,694,000 on that. And then also expansion of the litter control program, where we're adding 8 positions to expand what we did with District 7, so that it'll be in 4 quadrants of the city now. Community outreach, we have a water conservation program. They're ongoing process to educate and promote conservation and wise use of water. So they're out there all the time. We have implementation goals and conservation in the Urban Water Management Plan. That was associated to the 2009 legislation SB X77 to reduce water use by 20%. We met that goal. Comply with local and state regulations on water use. Enforcement, just trying to get people to conserve. And then delivery, customer service, conservation education to the public, offering leak surveys, timer tutorials, and landscape consultations. And we also have multiple rebates. Wastewater management program, we have a FOG program, fats, oils, and grease. And that's really to help reduce sanitary sewer overflows. People will dump their fats and oils and grease, it clogs up the pipes, and then we have it backing up in the system and spilling. So really it's essential that we're out there educating people not to do that and keeping the pipes clean so we don't have those spills. Solid waste management, of course, we have Beautify Fresno, and it's, looking at the mayor's vision to create a sustainable citywide effort to clean Fresno's neighborhoods. So we connect with communities through social media, community meetings. We provide outreach events in Hispanic, Hmong, and Pujami. We have building public relations, local businesses and organizations, and we have an anti-litter campaign through local media. Also under the solid waste management, we have the recycle program. This is a constant presence in the community. We have outreach at schools doing presentations. We also have the used motor oil program where we educate people not to dump it down to the drains because it can go into the stormwater basin and contaminate our water supply. So we try to be very proactive in educating people. Give us a call, we'll drop off the containers and you can put it in that and we'll pick it up. And then also there's always the consistent messaging on the proper use of the green, gray, and blue bins. So we can get into problems with contamination and then we get calls from carts and that can be problematic. So the more that we get the public to use these containers, the better rates we'll have with carts. So that is essentially it.
All right, thanks, Director. Just as a reminder, we're going to be saving discussion, questions, comments, motions for tomorrow afternoon when we resume with the budget. So with that being said, it is 6:01 p.m. and we're going to adjourn today's meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.